built-in lead container that is part of every linotype machine. Can easily be transported from one department to another or outside the print shop, distributed in the pockets or on the person of a courier, the lines being arranged in the correct order either by friendly compositor inside the print shop or by safe jobbing printer or propaganda agent with own plant outside. Can be run in secretly alongside innocent work. E.g., a linotype operator could easily set, say, 7 lines of Gringor under surveillance and then, when head printer's back was turned, 1 line of a subversive leaflet. Examples of monotype and linotype are shown. B. Blocks. A picture transferred by a photographic process onto a single sensitized metal plate so that the image reversed stands in relief. The picture, known as the original, may have been drawn, painted, typewritten or printed. 2 main types of block. I. Line block, made of zinc, reproduces plain black and white. E. Half-tone, made of copper, reproduces with tone, gradations like a photograph. Line block is easier to produce covertly and more suited to leaflet reproduction than half-tone. Specimens of line block Zinco in the making are exhibited. Original. Negative. Print. Print half-etched. Print fully etched. Finished. Print. Cut Zinco ready for mounting. Matrix or mold to facilitate covert distribution. Mounted stereo. Proofs. Remember 2 security advantages. I. Blockmakers work in separate department less surveyed by head printer. E. They can diminish an original to a size that makes it easy to distribute, easy to hide and still easy to read. 3. Paper. A. Wove, dried, after manufacture, on felt. B. Laid, dried, after manufacture, on ribbed screen. Wove, is difficult to track back to source. Laid, easy, owing to individual dimensions of screen. Make for national newsprint, where possible, and avoid watermarks. B. Commercial duplicator. 1. Safer and more accessible but less authoritative than printing. 2. Impossible to trace back duplicated track to individual duplicating machine. Other security factors permitting, one may therefore borrow someone else's machine. 3. Use Gestetner or Roneo machines where possible. 4. Use only absorbent or semi-absorbent paper. 5. If an expert and unable to enroll aid of expert, practice on innocent occasions. Unskilled work liable to make one conspicuously dirty. 6. Remember noise factor. 7. Care in choice of typewriter. See below. C. Typewriter. Duplicated work cannot be traced back to a duplicator, but can be traced to an individual typewriter. Therefore consider the following security precautions. 1. Only use your typewriter for secret work. Never borrow anyone else's. Hide it when not in use. This a golden rule. The rest are subsidiary precautions. 2. To avoid detection through damaged letters, use newish machine and consider possibility of alternately cleaning and dirtying keys for alternate leaflets. 3. Never use new ribbon for secret work. 4. When making line block from typewritten, original, use carbon copy for original. This blurs the outline of damaged letters and makes detection more difficult. See point 6. April 1943. Reproduction and distribution. 2. Methods combining reproduction and distribution. A. Chain letter. 1. Difficulty of addressing specific group, therefore stick to straight news. 2. Overcome recipients' laziness by keeping letters short, 5 or 6 censored news items sufficient and legible. 3. If mechanically reproduced, add handwritten personal message and signature. 4. Evidence of effectiveness from German countermeasures. B. Toys. 1. Chalk. Should always be carried, provided owner has good cover. E.g. tailor, shopkeeper, teacher, pupil. 2. Stickers. Notch, if regular shape, to ensure applying it right way up in dark. Observe, sticker drill. Demonstrated. 3. Stencils. Notch, as for stickers. All above should be employed in blackout, and are especially valuable for A. Defacing enemy propaganda. B. Bitter, purposive ridicule, cf. Gringor, and Salengro. C. Decoy propaganda. Meaningless signs, etc. C. Rumor. Specialist method on no account to be lightly used owing to risks of confusion and propaganda's most heinous sin, contradiction. Essentials are 1. Good organization. A. Authoritative source obeyed with discipline. B. Source must not be known to actual whisperers. C. Whisperers must not be known to each other. 2. Good directives. A. Rumors must have specific objectives. B. Rumors must be easy to believe and difficult to dismiss. C. Rumors must be concrete and precise, never abstract or vague. D. Curious exception of religious and superstitious rumors. 3. Good dissemination. A. Try never to talk more than once yourself. Make others talk. Arrange for innocent interception of your sib on fertile ground, e.g. garrulous barber, gossipy barmaid, Spanish ambassador. B. Jetsam, method of dropping provocative letters or parts of letters, which contain libels, calumnies and rumors, in places where recipients will find them when they are alone, e.g. railway carriage at beginning of a journey, telephone boxes, public lavatories. Distribution. A. By hand. 1. And direct. A. Through boîtes aux lettres and accommodation addresses. B. Through insertion of leaflets between leaves of books and newspapers in public libraries. 2. Direct. A. Never appear to be carrying more than one leaflet. You came on it by chance or it was passed to you by someone you don't know, i.e. never be recognizable as a distributor. B. Fold leaflet before distributing, so that recipient, if subsequently interrogated, may say he received it through the post. C. B.1. Below. B. By post. 1. Safe method for recipient of leaflet who can only be penalized for retention or distribution, not for actual reception. 2. Safe method for sender, provided he takes following precautions. A. Check whether you are being followed to mailbox C. Appoint 8. Closing parenthesis dot. B. If you always use the same mailbox, there is no need to follow you. Therefore, post in various boxes at varying times. C. In large town, best time is commercial mailing time. Cover for carrying large number of identical envelopes and little fear of talk from postman. D. In small locality, break up appearance of mail by never having more than 2 or 3 letters in the same handwriting, in the same envelope or bearing the same arrangement of stamps, etc. In the same box. See point 7. February 1944. Basic Plan of Allied Propaganda to Occupied Countries. I. Introductory. A. Allied Objectives. 1. To unite Ruritanians in a common hatred of the Hun. 2. To encourage non-cooperation. 3. To encourage passive resistance. 4. To encourage undetectable sabotage. 5. To prepare every Ruritanian for D-Day. B. Allied platforms. In order to attain these objectives, Allied propaganda falls under 5 main headings. 1. The certainty of Allied victory. 2. Hatred of the German. 3. Ruritania's future assured by Allied victory. 4. Ruritania fights on. 5. How Ruritania can help hasten victory. These headings remain constant, but the emphasis on each may change, as must also the themes and evidence grouped under each heading. 2. The plan. A. Certainty of Allied victory. Emphasis on this heading, strong until 1942, decreases daily as certainty of Allied victory grows more axiomatic. 1. Comparison of potential. Object of such comparison in twofold. By showing Allied superiority, to strengthen belief in certainty of Allied victory. But only link, potential, talk to actual Allied successes. By showing specific Axis inferiority, to encourage attack by friendly elements of enemy in occupied territory. A. War industrial potential. B. Manpower potential. C. Food potential. Emphasis at present off comparison. C. Ruritania's future. D. Transport potential. 2. Strategy. We are concerned with 3 broad strategic themes. A. Germany is the main enemy. Once Germany is defeated, we can concentrate on Japan. Cf. Roosevelt-Churchill discussions. B. Unconditional surrender. Cf. Casablanca communique. C. The last lap. Emphasis on last and off length of lap. B. Hatred of the German. Today primarily a unifying theme. C. Objectives. I. A. 1. 1. Expose German, divide and rule, policy. 2. Expose Germany's present tendency to conciliate Ruritania. Despite isolated acts and frequent promises of kindness due to A. Germany's preoccupation with Russian war and defense of Festung Europa. B. Germany's need for Ruritanian economic collaboration. C. Germans' fear of Ruritanian hostility. Nazitem's real aims are A. De-education. B. De-industrialization. C. Depopulation. Recruitment of Ruritanian workers. Colonization schemes to shift and split population. Retention of prisoners of war. C. Ruritania's future assured by Allied victory. 1. Written commitments. 2. Oral commitments. 3. Safeguard through émigré governments. 4. Allied interests. Allies need a stronger Ruritania to help keep Germany in check. 5. Food relief. CPWE. An OWI. Presentation of UNRRA directives. D. Ruritania fights on. 1. News of internal resistance. 2. News of external resistance. E. How Ruritania can help hasten victory. Through action against. 1. German potential. A. Against. War industrial. Potential by. Passive resistance and undetectable sabotage in Ruritania. And. Germany. B. Against. Manpower. Potential by. Non-cooperation and passive resistance against administrative personnel. Subversion of German troop morale. Subversion of German civilian morale. C. Against. Transport. Potential by. Passive resistance and undetectable sabotage to rail, road and marine transport. D. Against. Food. Situation by. Beginning to hoard. 2. German strategy. By assistance to secret armies. By collation of military intelligence before D-Day. 3. German news. By spreading Allied news and gospel everywhere. 4. Aims of German occupation. De-education. Boycotting Nazi or Quisling clergy, teachers and propaganda services. Deindustrialization. C. War industrial potential. 2. A. Depopulation. Refusal, if possible, to work in Germany, ENTR, aid, exposure of colonization schemes, agitation for return of PWs. D.1. September 1943. Codes and ciphers. Codes and ciphers, introductory. 1. Purpose. A. That a message should be capable of being understood by the addressee, and not by the enemy. B. That the enemy should not realize that a secret communication is being passed. As suspicious to send a wire containing the group, BXGCT, as one saying, blow up the bridge. Note. In all countries there exists a censorship which is very thorough for messages leaving the country, and more haphazard for messages passing within the country. To beat the censorship would be a fair summary of the object of most secret writings. 2. When used. Codes and ciphers may be necessary whenever it is desired to communicate in writing, e.g. by post, internally or externally. By courier carrying a message or plan. By carrier pigeon. By telegraph. By advertisements in the press. 3. Essential requirements. A. The need for security. Discovery of coded documents or secret ink preparations place possessor in a very suspicious position. Code systems and inks taught have been deliberately selected in order to reduce this risk to a minimum. Essential to destroy all paper used in enciphering or deciphering messages, and all materials used in writing or reading a message in secret ink. Do not keep a written note of any code arrangements unless absolutely unavoidable. B. The need for secrecy. No one except the actual correspondents should know the system, keywords or ink used. An organizer could make different arrangements with each member of his organization. He would know all the systems, but each member should know no other than his own. C. The need for care. One error may result in the message being indecipherable. General carelessness may arouse suspicion in the mind of the censor. D. The need for concealment. As stated above, the fact that a secret message is passing must be concealed from the enemy. This will usually be done by the code system itself. But special papers may help a person carrying a message to conceal it. Exhibits. Practice writing on thin paper. 4. Codes and ciphers. For the purposes of our work, codes and ciphers may be distinguished as follows. A code is a method of concealing a message in such a way as to make it appear innocent. A cipher is a method of converting a message into symbols which do not appear innocent, and which have no meaning to a person not possessing the key. The following varieties of codes and ciphers will be explained. Simple code words. Innocent letter codes. Playfair substitution cipher. Double transposition cipher. 5. Simple word codes. A. General. A simple word code is the arrangement by conventions of certain words or phrases to mean other words or phrases. Only a limited variety of messages can be sent by such a code as this. B. When used. Telegraph. Telephone. Personal advertisements. C. Examples. In a telegram. No news received for ages, are you well? Might be agreed upon to mean. Carry on with the scheme as arranged. On the telephone. Heavily veiled and guarded language would usually be sufficient, such as usual time and place, but code names can also be used, e.g. the word cat can be a word of warning that a third person has just entered the room. In a personal advertisement. Gold ring lost in Café de la Paix, night of 24 Sept. If found, please return to 6 Rue de la Croix. Might be a general warning to all members not to visit the organizer until further notice. 6. Innocent letter codes. A. General. A code which is concealed within a communication which looks completely innocent. B. When used. To send a message through the post within the country and from the field to headquarters. C. Particular method. C. D.3. 7. Playfair cipher. A. General. A substitution cipher in itself easily susceptible of solution. B. When used. To conceal a message in clear which is itself to be concealed in an innocent letter. The combination intensely difficult to break. C. Particular method. C. D.2. 8. Double transposition cipher. A. General. A. Straight cipher, i.e. a cipher that looks like a cipher. Very secure if proper precautions taken. B. When used. Transmission by with T. Message carried by courier. Used in conjunction with invisible ink, e.g. through post. As a military cipher in the event of an armed rising. C. Particular method. C. D.4. D.2. October 1943. Playfair cipher. This cipher, first used during the 1914–1918 war, combines comparative security with great simplicity. It is based on a square grill, containing 25 cells. A key word or phrase containing at least 8 different letters is memorized. This key word is then written into the square. Any letters which recur are omitted. Example. Key work, Balkan Sobrani. The remaining letters of the alphabet are then written in to complete the cage. As we have only 25 squares, one letter has either to be suppressed or combined with another. To encipher. Divide the message to be enciphered into groups of 2 letters. When the same letter occurs twice in a group as above, SS, the 2 letters must be separated by a null or dud letter, which has previously been selected for this purpose. When one letter is left over at the end of the message, the group is made up by adding a further dud letter. There are now 3 possible ways in which a pair of letters may occur in the square, on the same horizontal line, in the same vertical column, as opposite corners of a rectangle. 1. Letters on the same horizontal line. Substitute the letter immediately on the right. When the last letter of a line is to be changed, return to the beginning of the line, cyclic order. 2. Letters in the same vertical column. Substitute the letter immediately below. When the bottom letter of a column is to be changed, return to the head of the column. 3. Pairs of letters forming opposite corners of a rectangle. Take the other diagonal as they appear in the grill. Note: always start from the same level as the first letter of the group. 4. Enciphered message reads, LOESZSDCLOEKHDIR, etc. Note: I figures should be replaced by letters on an agreed system. It may be necessary at times to preface these letters by fig, or some such sign to indicate figures are enciphered. E. Punctuation should be used to make the sense of the message clear. Stop is the only point necessary and should be spelt in full. E. In order to mix the letters round in the square, a keyword including 2 of the letters, UVWXYZ, would be suitable. 5. To decipher. A. Take the keyword and complete the square, omitting the agreed letter. B. Divide the cipher message into pairs. C. Substitute the pairs into the square, performing the reverse movements to encipherment, i.e. I. Horizontal line. Move to left. E. Vertical line. Move up. E. Opposite corners of rectangle. Take the other diagonal. 6. Conclusion. This cipher should only be used for short messages. When combined with the Rimmer system in an innocent letter code, it is of high security. D.3. October 1943. Innocent text letter. 1. Description. A method of concealing an enciphered message, e.g., Playfair, in a letter whose appearance is entirely innocent. 2. Method. A. Plot a skeleton of the proposed letter including, at the appropriate interval, the letters of the enciphered message, thus. B. Using the letters of the enciphered message as the initial letters of your innocent text letter, write in a letter with an innocent meaning, thus. 3. Conventions. The following conventions must be previously arranged. A. Indicator to show letter conceals a secret message, e.g. date, address, signature, courtesy form. B. Position of beginning of message, e.g. at beginning of second para, third word and third line. Numerical, convention recommended. C. Interval at which, pregnant, words occur. D. Treatment of hyphenated and apostrophized words as one or two words. E. Treatment, if necessary, of X's, e.g. use, pregnant, words beginning with X. F. Position of end of message, e.g. at a special word, phrase, point of punctuation. Numerical, convention not recommended. Note: where possible, simplify conventions for easy memorization. E.g. word interval of 2, message begins at second line of second para. Hyphenated and apostrophized words are two words. 4. Content. Subject matter and style. In the light of recent information obtained from our censorship, the following points should be noted in connection with the preparation of a letter containing an enciphered message. A. Content. I. Sender's address. Often it will not be necessary to put your full address at the top of the letter, e.g. in France, when writing from one town to another, it is sufficient to put the name of the town together with the date. When writing abroad, it is usually necessary to put the address at the top of the letter and on the flap of the envelope outside. The address should never be your own, unless this is unavoidable, and either a fictitious address, or that of a quisling, should be used. Business letters should always be sent on paper headed with a printed letterhead. E. Courtesy form. Our censorship informs us that letters beginning with expressions such as, "Dear friend," are usually regarded with some suspicion. Consequently, a vague opening phrase of this type should be avoided, as the same practice will probably be observed by the enemy censorship. B. Subject matter. I. Theme. It is difficult to lay down definite rules as to what should be included. Certainly one should avoid harping on the same theme throughout the whole letter. A happy medium of length should be sought. Letters which are too short will attract attention on this account. The actual facts and names mentioned in the letter should all be ones which can be substantiated fairly easily. If the writer of the letter actually gives his name and address, he should be in the possession of good reasons for and proofs of everything he states. It would be advisable to avoid vague hintings and generally woolly references to things understood between us. E. Consistency. In order that letters may be produced which have some semblance of reality, it is as well for the student to write a cover address always in the same manner. One is not always in the position to tell whether the correspondence is being watched by the censorship or not, and consistency in style and subject matter will carry more conviction to the reader. It is suggested that the student selects a person whom he actually knows in real life and addresses his letters to him, talking about the things which they have in common and in the style he actually would use in real life. If all the letters are dealt with in this way, there should be no reason for suspicion to be aroused. What actually happens in practice is that one time a student sends to his cover address a business letter, the next time a love letter, and the next time an appointment for a visit in the holidays. If the censorship were watching such correspondence, the handwriting would be recognized and suspicion definitely aroused. C. Style. I. Consistency. The style throughout the letter must remain consistent. It is no use having a flowing style at the beginning, a staccato style throughout the part where the secret message is hidden, and once more a flowing style at the end. E. Cover. The tone must fit in with the general cover, the addresses, etc. E. Punctuation. It is as well to avoid exaggerated punctuation. Censors are always on the lookout for semaphore and Morse symbols in the punctuation of letters, and, consequently, if punctuation is used to denote the beginning or ending of a message, it should be recorded as delicately as possible. IV. Capital letters. Capital letters, proper names can be used, but not excessively, and not only at the beginning of pregnant words. V. Difficult letters. Often the message to be sent in the text will be enciphered on a system such as Playfair, multi-alphabet, switch, etc. And certain difficult letters from the point of view of camouflage will have to be dealt with. If the cipher message contains too many of these, the text will be much influenced by the difficulty of inserting them in an innocent manner. Should such a difficulty arise, it would be far better to recast the message in a fresh form to avoid the occurrence of these letters. D.4. October 1943. Double transposition. This method is suitable for long messages, but not more than 200 letters should be sent at a time. If a message of greater length has to be sent, it should be divided into several parts, and it is advisable to have means of numbering these, either internally or in the preamble of your messages, to differentiate among them. 1. Keywords. These should be from 8 to 20 letters in length, and it should be arranged that there is no identity of idea between the first and second keyword, i.e. fish and chips, Tottenham Hotspur, etc. The keywords are of no value in themselves but act as a mnemonic. Any series of letters would serve, as the key is derived from the jumbled order they would give alphabetically, i.e. Take the first keyword, elementary. Vertical columns are dropped for each letter and the message is then written across the columns. Care should be taken to leave the cage irregular. Count the number of letters. Note: I. It may be necessary to use punctuation in order to make the sense clear. Only, stop, or comma, are used, and these should be spelt in full. E. It would be insecure to use figures in the transposition as they would give clues to sequence of letters. A simple letter substitution should be adopted, e.g. E. If the message gives a regular cage, extra letters that have no meaning can be added to make an additional partial line. Pick the letters vertically from the columns in the order indicated by the figures indicated at the head of the columns. MSE, Fight, UCOG, EANA, ORDN, RRWH, NFOZ, YHR, ETVI, AOB. The resulting series is known as a single, or simple, transposition cipher. The security of the system depends, however, on a further transposition. Take the second keyword, Number it alphabetically and drop perpendiculars. Write the letter of the simple transposition across the columns as if they were a clear message. Once more pick the number of letters vertically from the columns in the order indicated by the numbers at the head of the columns. Check to see that no letters have been lost or added en route. The resulting double transposition is the message to be transmitted. It is usual to divide the letters into groups of 5, e.g. TNTURIMNZEFCWAERVFRRSAYGNBAOIDEEOHO. The security of double transposition messages is in direct proportion to their length, thus it is not suitable to transmit or even hide in an innocent letter short messages enciphered on this system. They are a prey for anagramming. Note: if several messages are being enciphered on the same pair of keys and sent on the same day or soon after, it is a safety precaution to confine messages to within 10 letters either way of each other, i.e. a message of 80 letters long should not be sent with one from 70 to 90 letters in length. 2. To decipher. If one remembers that this process is merely the reverse of the encipherment, no difficulties should be encountered. At each stage one has to do the opposite to the encipherment, thus I. Take the second keyword, the one last used, and number it. E. It will be necessary to reconstruct the complete cage, as the depth of the columns cannot be determined otherwise. Divide the number of letters in the message by the number of columns given by the keyword. This will give the number of columns deep, and any remainder will be an extra column on the left-hand side of the cage, i.e. 37 divided by 13 equals 2 and 11 over. Replace the letters vertically into the columns in the order indicated by the key. The cage when completely filled will correspond to the first transposition written as a message on the grill formed by the second keyword. Calculate in the same manner the correct cage on the key given by the first keyword. Reading off the letters horizontally. Replace them vertically into the cage, e.g. This cipher can easily be varied in a number of ways, the most popular of which would be blocked grills, e.g. 3. Changing the keyword. In order that key lengths and column order may vary as much as possible, a precaution against the cryptographer, a system can be employed of using several sequences, e.g. I. Memorization of a poem or a given piece of text from which certain passages are chosen. An indicator group would be necessary to show what the keys were. E. The correspondents make their keys from two identical copies of a book, e.g. Page 149, omit first 5 words, line 20. Let us assume the constant is the 5 words per line omitted. The rest of the words on the line would give keys of varying length. In this particular instance, the indicator group would be 14,920. This can be disguised by adding a personal number, for example, 14,920. Actual key, 52,135. Personal no, 67,055. Group transmitted, FGOEE. In letter. This group, 67,055, is the indicator which can be transmitted in the normal manner. E.1. Secret inks. The serious use of secret inks is generally confined to war or preparations for war and bound up with the inevitable accompaniment of intrigue and espionage. Such inks are also used by criminal gangs and secret organizations for personal correspondence, but the inks and methods are generally primitive, because the object is rather to correspond while eluding curiosity than to get information or messages through an active and watchful censorship. The criminal or seditionist is rarely a chemist and relies on well-tried inks, the secrecy of the mails and general avoidance of suspicion rather than on elaborate formulas. In war the mails cease to be secret, but an agent can still get away with the use of primitive inks, if he uses them carefully and is careful to avoid arousing suspicion as to the letter or its address. Secret inks of the simple order such as lemon juice have long been known, but the modern high-grade ink is almost entirely a product of the interest caused by the World War. From the time of the development of chemistry and especially organic chemistry, say 1860–80, to 1914 the wars fought were all short, none much over a year's duration, or between powers not possessing high technical skill, e.g. the Boers. In these cases the old inks continued to be used, which depended on simple well-known color reactions such as iron alum, potassium ferrocyanide or thiocyant reversible, lead acetate, ammonium sulfide, starch, iodine, or on the application of heat to natural liquids such as milk, fruit juice or wine. Early in the World War these methods were still used, both sides expecting an early victory, and enemy agents were caught in England using lemon juice and potassium ferrocyanide. As a stalemate set in and a long war became probable, such things were no longer good enough and both sides set out to improve upon them. The Germans, it must be admitted, with their dominance in the fine chemical trade and superiority in skilled men, set the pace until near the end of the war, with the Allies striving to catch up. The Germans concentrated first on simple drugs, which could be carried without incurring suspicion. Antipyrin, aminpyrine and phenacetine, the bases of many headache and anti-fever powders, served them well. However, developers were soon found as the Allies gained experience and the best of simple medicinal or household articles available as secret inks became exhausted. Substances which had no common use, and which were thus ipso facto incriminating, then came into use and were supplied to agents concealed in hollow soap cakes, dentifrice tubes, hollowed places in hair brushes, shaving sticks and so on. Later, with the increasing concentration on the subject, the Germans succeeded in giving their agents impregnated articles of clothing, socks, ties, etc., with instructions to soak the article in water for a given time, to obtain ink. The agents were usually quite ignorant of the nature of the inks, even of their development. Similar methods of concealing inks are still used. The Germans later used colloidal silver, carried as pinhead tablets easily hidden. This had to be developed like a photograph. Silver protein, sold as an antiseptic under various names, was a similar ink. Both sides worked to find a universal developer, which would reveal all secret writing, whatever the ink. In 1917 the Allies hit on iodine, as a vapor or a special solution, in a wooden, glass-fronted box, filled with iodine vapor by warming a few crystals in the base. the iodine attached itself to the writing, which became clearly visible, brown in color. When the message had been read or photographed, exposure to sunlight or sulfur dioxide gas bleached it. The solution brushed on and later bleached with hypo solution behaved similarly. Thus messages could be tapped and sent on, which is usually necessary to avoid alarming the enemy and shutting down on a line of communications. Soon after Allied chemists made this discovery, it was found no longer to work on some documents where secret ink was known to exist. The enemy had devised a counter. The iodine test depended on no chemical reaction but on the disturbance to the sizing and fibers of paper always caused by water, and which is unavoidable with any ink. It could and did develop writing made with pure distilled water. The obvious counter was to disturb the paper structure equally all over, by damping. This was done by steaming, or swabbing with water. This of course would not avail where the ink reacted chemically with iodine, such as tin chloride or reducing agents in general. With the war development, highly secret and elaborate inks were introduced, and as with codes and ciphers, each side had to learn to read its enemy's inks and devise new ones which would baffle the enemy. The former especially was technically most difficult. A new ink had to be analyzed, which was a job requiring great skill and patience, considering the minute quantities of chemical available, and a developer predicted from the analysis, where possible, and worked out as to conditions or else discovered by trial and error. Shortly after the war, ultraviolet rays were discovered as an aid in detecting falsifications, such as note and bond forgeries, and the mercury vapor lamp used for such purposes proved a valuable aid in the secret ink field. Other than sound waves, the most important waves known are the electromagnetic waves. These are independent of air, and can be transmitted through a vacuum which sound cannot. These waves vary widely in their properties and their impact on the life of mankind, and apparently the sole factor determining the various kinds of electromagnetic waves is the wavelength, which may vary from a foot to a mile or more for the Hertzian or wireless waves, down to distances comparable to the size of an atom or about 100 millionth of an inch, the finest X-rays and radium rays. The light rays are a tiny band on this huge range of variation, from the violet rays wavelength about 0.00002 inch, to the red rays about 0.00004 inch. Rays longer than this are the infrared or heat rays, and waves a little shorter are the violet rays, both of which are invisible, but so resembling light and other rays so as to give to ultraviolet rays the popular name, black light. Many substances have the power of absorbing such rays and emitting the energy as longer wavelength, light or visible light. This property is called luminescence. If the substance can store up the rays, and emit when the stimulation has ceased, it is phosphorescence. If emission takes place only while the stimulating rays are being received, it is fluorescence. The luminous paint on watches is phosphorescence. Fluorescence is seldom seen in ordinary life, since it is caused by sun or arc light, but at the same time masked. Examples of fluorescence are shown by motor oil, olive oil, quinine and many dyes. The fluorescence color bears no relation to the ordinary color and in fact is rarely exactly the same, e.g. motor oil, blue-green, rhodamine, a crimson dye, salmon pink, leaves crimson. Many secret inks are easily detectable under the mercury lamp, which contains a filter absorbing nearly all visible light, which might mask the effect and passing only a faint purple glow, as well as black light. Paper usually has a mauve fluorescence. Gums on envelopes appear blush white. Human skin and teeth fluorescence. A secret writing might appear either fluorescent, or by absorbing the black light which makes the paper fluorescent, it appears darker. Yellowish compounds especially do this. Damping is no precaution against this test, which leaves no traces on the paper. A record can be kept by photographing the writing under the rays. Often the lamp will show that writing exists without showing it legibly. Other means must be found to read the writing. After the foregoing summary, it is necessary to consider secret inks in more detail. The essential properties for a secret ink, apart from the fact that it must be invisible and capable of being developed, are 1. It must be sufficiently soluble in water. 2. It must be non-volatile, with no pronounced smell, obviously menthol or camphor would not do. 3. It must deposit no crystals on the paper, and be invisible in glancing light. 4. It should not be visible under ultraviolet light. 5. It must not decompose or rot or color the paper. Silver nitrate slowly turns black on paper or cloth and is used in marking ink. 6. It should not react chemically with iodine or any other of the usual developers. 7. The developers for it should be as few as possible. 8. It should not develop under heat. 9. If possible, it should be obtainable by laymen without difficulty and should therefore have at least one innocent use. An ink complying with all these conditions would be a valuable acquisition. In practice, 6 is nearly always incompatible with 9, since nearly all common chemicals usable as inks have known developers. Mixed chemicals are rare as inks since this increases the number of developers, but mixtures having properties absent in the various constituents are useful. Secret inks fall into two classes. Dealing first with Class B. B. Animal secretions, natural or semi-natural liquids, saliva, urine, seminal fluid, lemon or any fruit juice, wine, dissolved gum or mucilage, milk, diluted white of egg, soap suds, porridge fluid, diluted blood or blood serum. These are the oldest, simplest and most easily detected secret inks known. None of them would pass a competent testing station. Urine, saliva, usually, seminal fluid, wine, gum, all show in ultraviolet rays. Fruit juices, milk, egg white, wine, saliva, urine, porridge fluid and soap suds are revealed by heat. Diluted blood requires a special test and is certainly the best of the group. Blood clots on standing, leave a clear straw-colored serum, dilute this about 1 in 10. In spite of the insecurity of these inks, they were valuable for their ready availability, for use within a country. The human secretions are much used by prisoners. Even water can be used if the message is not damped. But where any censorship has to be passed, they should only be used if nothing else is available and the risk of detection has to be taken, and obviously not for close secrets. A. The inks in Class A consist of chemicals, in the usual sense, of all kinds, from simple and unsafe inks like alum and potassium ferrocyanide, ferric alum, gallic acid, lead acetate, etc., to the most modern and secret high-grade inks. A further sub-classification is necessary. A high-grade ink may be defined as one which no foreign power can read. It is always a closely guarded secret. When a foreign power discovers the secret, the ink ceases to be high-grade, but it may be used for work in technically more backward countries, or for less important work. Thus we arrive at a natural classification. 1. High-grade inks as defined above. 2. Inks of secret composition, no longer high-grade. 3. Other chemical inks, of which the composition and the developer are known generally to those concerned, in all nations. These, like Class B, are unsafe where vigilant censorship is to be feared, and the considerations mentioned in Class B generally apply. It is now useful to consider the question from the censor's point of view. A document is received for testing with the possibility of secret ink being present. The chemist examines the surface in glancing light for any unevenness in the surface or any grease or wax marks. Then it is examined in strong light with a lens, for any irregularities. The visible ink writing is examined for any blurring or streaking, for any hints as to treatment, e.g., the word, heat, or any marks which would inform the receiver of the presence of a hidden message. Any wrinkling or cockling of the paper due to careless damping would arouse instant suspicion. The paper is next examined in filtered ultraviolet light, and with iodine vapor, and any other means, which can be used without altering the appearance of the document, such as ammonia fumes for phenolphthalein, commonly sold as a laxative, turns magenta when exposed to alkali. Obviously for the censor, it is 7/8 of the battle to know that a secret message is there. He will then do everything in his power to read it, taking days if necessary and using every known means and resource. Otherwise, if the writing and damping are well done, an ink which is at least safe against the foregoing tests is used and there are no outside grounds for suspicion, it is probable that the examination will be carried no farther and the letter allowed to pass. Heating to the charring point is left till last, as a rule, but heating below 175 degrees C, 350 degrees F may be tried without leaving traces. For invisible ink writing clearly the ink is important, but hardly less important is the writing surface, usually paper. The use of cloth, garments, etc. For secret writing must never be overlooked, as it avoids some of the troubles of paper, but such use for regular messages through the mails is difficult without arousing suspicion. Where the clothes are worn, are carried in luggage over a frontier, this is useful for long messages, which could not be memorized without great difficulty. Invisible ink has been used on a person's skin and developed by sitting before a fire, but such methods are not generally possible. A resourceful agent can profitably devise new variants of them, if he understands the new conditions involved, but for secret ink the medium in 90% of cases is paper. This must never be a glazed paper, far less any kind of coated art paper with heavy sizing, which reveals at once when viewed in glancing light, the presence of a message. Also it should not be ruled, since the rulings often reveal where the secret ink pen has passed over them. The duller the surface the better. Newsprint, being poorly sized, is best of all, and letters or words can be picked out with dots of invisible ink. Censors know this, of course, and are vigilant in cases where bundles of newspapers are regularly sent to a given address, unless direct from the paper's offices. Then, of course, there is the old trick of writing or dotting on newspaper an apparently secret but less important message in an ink fairly easily, but not too easily, detected, and the real message in a really safe ink. Many censors have fallen for this, but the times when it can be used are limited, as the message is usually sent on with instructions to watch the person collecting it. If the first message is well done, to appear to be about innocent but private, e.g., family affairs, such a message may be allowed into neutral territory or ignored. An agent should always experiment with his proposed ink and paper and satisfy himself as to the best ink strength, and conditions of steaming, or damping and ironing. As in the case of codes and ciphers, whenever a simple ink is used, a sample should be developed to ensure that the correct strength is being used. A secret ink should always be used at the maximum dilution capable of being detected by the best developer, and this dilution ascertained beforehand. It is useful to memorize that a 1% solution is made by dissolving 1 gram (gm) in 100 cubic centimeters (ccs) or millimeters (ml). The British apothecaries amounts equal to the above are 15 grains gr, and 3.5 fluid ounces fl. Oz. Other dilutions can be calculated from this. Spoons and cups are not reliable units of volume, but a medicine bottle is usually marked with its volume in fluid ounces. A grade of paper technically called onion skin, which is thin and strong with marked rattle, is often favorable for secret ink work since it has a natural wrinkle or cockle like that produced by secret inks. Censors know this also, however, and since such papers are not normally used for writing, except sometimes for airmail, they are perhaps best avoided. The writer has seen a letter to a German prisoner of war tested for no other apparent reason than the use of this paper. Ball-pointed nibs were formerly used, but their possession is enough to hang a man in wartime. A turned-up nib such as the universally known Waverley is as good. The pen should be held level, at the smallest angle to the paper possible, and used with a light touch, so long as liquid is actually being deposited. A clean nib should always be used, preferably a brass one. Secret inks have this advantage over ciphers and codes, except the well-known, innocent letter code, that ciphers and codes are suspect at once and can always be broken if enough time and material is available. The innocent letter, if well done, is probably the best means of all, but it requires a definite standard of intelligence and education. If these are lacking, or there was no possibility of compiling a code, secret inks, well managed, are the next best. In any case, secret writing is really only a variation of the innocent letter, since it is never sent on a bare sheet, but always accompanied by an innocent letter, typed or written. Reference table. Sympathetic ink. Fluorescence. Best developers. Visibility to naked eye under ultraviolet light. Acetic acid. Yes. Very faint. Heat ultraviolet light. Alum, potassium aluminum sulfate. Yes. Faint. Heat ultraviolet light. Ammonium chloride. Yes. Very faint. Silver nitrate and light heat. Anthracene. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Aspirin, acetylsalicylic acid. Yes. Ultraviolet light heat. Benzoic acid. Yes. Ferric chloride solution, ultraviolet light. Berberine. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Blood. Yes. Very faint. Benzidine and hydrogen peroxide, eosine and alcohol, ultraviolet light. Borax. No. Heat. Calcium sulfide, phosphorescent. Phosphorescent. Darkness. Chrysanoline. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Citric acid. No. Heat. Cobaltous chloride. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide. Cobaltous chloride with a nickel salt. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light. Cobaltous nitrate. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light. Copper chloride. Yes. Ultraviolet light heat. Copper sulfate. Yes. Heat, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, iodine fumes, ultraviolet light. Damp sheet pressure writing. No. Iodine fumes. Eosine. Yes. Orange yellow. Ultraviolet light. Esculin. Yes. Blue. Ultraviolet light. Ferrous chloride. Yes. Potassium ferrocyanide, ultraviolet light. Ferrous sulfate. Yes. Potassium ferrocyanide, ultraviolet light. Ferric chloride. Yes. Potassium ferrocyanide. Potassium thiocyanate, tannic acid, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, ultraviolet light. Galls. Ferric chloride. Gold chloride. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light. Gum arabic, acacia powder. Yes. Very faint. Dust and powders, ultraviolet light. Hydrochloric acid. Yes. Silver nitrate and light heat, ultraviolet light. Invisible laundry marking inks. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Lactic acid. Yes. Faint. Heat, ultraviolet light. Lead acetate. Yes. Faint oranging. Hydrogen or ammonium sulfide. Heat, iodine fumes, ultraviolet light. Lemon juice. Yes. Faint. Iodine fumes, heat, ultraviolet light. Manganese chloride. Yes. Silver nitrate and light, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, ultraviolet light. Manganese sulfate. Yes. Hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, ultraviolet light. Mercuric chloride. Yes. Faint. Heat, silver nitrate and light, iodine fumes, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, ultraviolet light. Mercuric nitrate. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide. Milk. Yes. Iodine fumes, ultraviolet light heat. Mucilage dilute. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light. Murine. Yes. Yellow. Ultraviolet light. Nicholas chloride. Yes. Heat, hydrogen or ammonium sulfide, ultraviolet light. Oil of lemon. Yes. Ultraviolet light ink. Onion juice. Yes. Ultraviolet light, iodine fumes, heat. Onion juice and saliva. Yes. Iodine fumes, ultraviolet light heat. Oxalic acid. Yes. Heat, ultraviolet light. Petrolatum. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Phenolphthalein. Yes. An alkali, ultraviolet light. Potassium ferrocyanide. Yes. Ferrous chloride, ultraviolet light. Potassium ferrocyanide. Yes. Ferric chloride, ultraviolet light. Potassium hydroxide. Yes. Faint. Heat, ultraviolet light. Potassium thiocyanate. Yes. Ferric chloride solution, ultraviolet light. Pyrogalol. Yes. Dark violet. An alkali, ultraviolet light. Quinine bisulfate. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Quinine sulfate. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Reduced fuchsin. Yes. Air and sunlight ultraviolet light. Salicylic acid. Yes. Ultraviolet light ferric chloride solution. Saliva. Yes. Very faint. Iodine fumes heat ultraviolet light. Silver nitrate. Yes. Any soluble chloride in light. Soda baking. Yes. Faint. Iodine fumes heat ultraviolet light. Soda washing. Yes. Iodine fumes heat ultraviolet light. Soap solution. No. Iodine fumes heat. Sodium chloride. No. Silver nitrate and light. Sodium naphthenate. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Starch solution. Yes. Very faint. Iodine heat. Stearic acid. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Storage battery acid dilute sulfuric acid. Yes. Faint. Heat ultraviolet light. Sugar solution. Yes. Faint. Heat ultraviolet light. Tannin tannic acid. Yes. Faint. Ferric chloride solution ultraviolet light. Tin chloride. Yes. Ultraviolet light hydrogen or ammonium sulfide. Titanium oxide. Yes. Pale blue. Ultraviolet light. Uranium nitrate. Yes. Yellow. Ultraviolet light. Uric acid. Yes. Ultraviolet light. Urine. Yes. Iodine ultraviolet light heat. Whites of eggs. Yes. Faint. Iodine fumes ultraviolet light. Wine. Sometimes. Heat. Zinc sulfide. Yes, also phosphorescent. Ultraviolet light. List of inks. UV. Detectable by ultraviolet rays. Ink. Developer. Comments. Salt 5%. Silver nitrate 5% for warts and light. Fair. Milk aqueous solution. By graphite. Very bad. Alum 1%. Heat. Good. Easily obtainable. Antipyrine 0.75% for headache. Phenolphthalein. -1 for laxative in ammonia and water, about 1 pt. Am. To 3 pts. Water. Ferric chloride 10%. Saturated solution sodium carbonate soda. Good. High grade. Ink. Do. Lead acetate 1%. Ammonium sulfide 5%. Good. Ammonium sulfide hard to obtain. Sulfuric acid. Very dilute. Heat. Pour. Chalk few grains dissolved in acetic acid, white vinegar. Iron until paper begins to turn yellow. Bathe in 0.5% silver nitrate. Iron again. Very good but difficult development. Sugar 1%. Heat. Bad. Urine. UV. Dilute. Heat. Bad. Sulfates. Magnesium 1%. Epsom salts. Closing parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Wash paper in 1% lead acetate. Wash in running water. Closing parenthesis. Good but difficult to obtain ammonium. Zinc sulfate. Calcium sulfate. Plaster of Paris. Sodium sulfate. Glauber salts. Immerse in 5% ammonium sulfide. Sulfide. Closing parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Onion juice. Heat. Bad. Lemon juice. Heat. Pour. Saliva UV. Starch. 1%. Heat or 0.5% methylene blue. Dilute crystal palace marking ink. Heat or weak iodine. Bad. Fair. Wax paper. To wrap up fruit. Graphite or charcoal. Simple and good. Can be used under typewriter, also to write on material and possible to type on material. Wax paper sometimes used to wrap gelignite. Potassium iodide. 1% solution. Apt to discolor. 2% gold chloride. Good, but difficult to obtain. Allow tincture of iodine to evap. Till colorless. Residuous pot. Iodide. Magnesia. Few grains dissolved in acetic acid. Iron until paper is yellow. Wash in 0.5% silver nitrate. Iron again. Very good but difficult development. Soda, salt. Paper impregnated with washing soda, writing done in salt. Bathe in silver nitrate 5%. Wash bathe in sulfuric acid 10%. Wash bathe in 3% ammonium sulfide. Fair. Closing curly bracket. Closing curly bracket. Closing curly bracket. Pyrimidine. Mixture of 2% potassium ferricyanide and 2% ferric sulfate, freshly made. Very good but used extensively by German agents. Potassium thiocyanate. 0.5%. Ferric chloride 10%. Good. Hard to obtain materials. Potassium ferrocyanide. Visible unless V. Weak. 10% ferric chloride. Bad. It always shows under iodine developer. Molybdic acid. Apt to turn blue. Heat. Bad. G.1. December 1943. Minor tactic and FIELDCRAFT. Minor tactics and fieldwork. Paramilitary training is the basis of the type of warfare known as diversive or guerrilla warfare. Operations of this nature are usually carried out by bands of patriots in countries overrun by the enemy, and behind the lines. In the initial stages, such bands may be uncoordinated, and developed on the initiative of local patriot leaders. Later, they may be brought into closer touch, and may work in full cooperation with the field armies, cf. Russia. While these operations are of necessity limited in extent, owing to the difference in size of the opposing forces, a small well-trained and well-led band of partisans can do damage to the enemy which is out of all proportion to the size of the band. Three important features of this type of warfare are: 1. Speed and aggression in the attack, followed by quick getaway. Surprise is essential. 2. The ability to strike at many points, either at the same time or at different times, in order to harass the enemy and keep him always on the alert. 3. All attacks must be directed against targets which, if destroyed, will bring about the maximum amount of damage to the enemy war effort. A. Directly and immediately, such as attacks on enemy headquarters during a battle. B. Indirectly, attacks on communications, supplies, or industrial production. The results of such diversive attacks on the enemy can be far-reaching. 1. Attacks on supplies, transport, or industries can slow down and partially disorganize the whole war effort. 2. Such attacks force the enemy to disperse his troops for police and garrison duties. 3. This lowers their morale and consequently their efficiency. While the importance of this type of warfare is great, it is as well to consider its limitations. 1. It is not often possible, for reasons of security, for large bands to operate. This of necessity limits the scope of operations, and makes the selection of the right target vitally important. 2. Because the Germans fear this type of attack, they take stern measures to stamp it out. 3. It is difficult to secure weapons, supplies and explosives. 4. It is difficult, and often impossible, to coordinate guerrilla operations into a concerted plan over a wide area. In view of the factors outlined above, it is essential in guerrilla warfare operations that each soldier adheres to the following basic principles. 1. He must have complete knowledge of the country in which he is operating, or failing this, expert knowledge of how to make the best use of, and move about in, strange country. 2. He must have expert knowledge of all weapons used by his guerrilla band, and also, if possible, full knowledge of as many weapons as possible used by the enemy. 3. He must give at all times complete obedience to his leader, and be absolutely devoted to the cause. The nature of guerrilla warfare demands particular attention to 1. FIELDCRAFT. Since the element of surprise is essential in all particular operations, fieldcraft requires the greatest attention. In depot school training, students receive instruction in individual fieldcraft. The paramilitary instruction carries this training further, and students are required to apply their knowledge to the infinitely more difficult job of collective fieldcraft. It is very much more difficult to conceal 10 men than one, and very much harder for 10 men to move about silently at night together. The only way this can be achieved is for every man to concentrate the whole time on his own individual fieldcraft, and remember that if he makes a mistake it endangers the lives of all his companions. Formations. Any party of men moving across country should move in a definite formation, not in a constantly changing huddle or a straggling line. The reasons for this, and the essentials of any formation, are to ensure a. Maximum use of available cover. b. Permanent all-round defense. c. Adequate communication between all members of the party, but particularly between the leader and his scouts. A great many formations have been devised for use by the regular army, some of which fulfill these requirements, but most are unsatisfactory because they are impossible to maintain either for a long distance or in broken country, and very few really ensure the maximum use of available cover. Chiefly for this latter reason, STS. Do not use the diamond and box-shaped formations. For a small body of men moving across any type of country, either by night or by day, there are no better formations than modified versions of single file. Scouts, according to conditions and circumstances, must always be ahead of this file. The main body, headed by the leader, follows on in single file. The intervals between the members of the party, and between the scouts and the leader, depend entirely on the nature of the ground and the limit of visibility. The scouts must be in touch with the leader and in touch with each other. Once they are out of sight of the leader, they are useless. Under the best visibility conditions, it is not desirable for scouts to be more than 100 to 150 meters in front of the leader. In darkness or in very close country, 20 meters would be enough. The leader must watch his scouts the whole time for any signal they may give him. They are his eyes. The only time when a considerable interval between members of the main party is desirable is when, for instance, an open hillside must be crossed in distant view of the enemy. Here a close mass of men moving would be visible when widely separated men would not. Each man of the party is detailed to observe in a particular direction the whole time, and he must be able to draw the leader's attention to anything that he sees with the least possible delay. A wide interval between members of the party makes this difficult. When the party halts, it is automatically covered by the scouts, to ensure that it is not taken by surprise. This should be an invariable rule, whatever the reason for the halt. Also, whatever the reason for the halt, the whole of the main party must immediately get into cover. The practice of halting for discussion in exposed places is very common in training, and is a very serious fault. As soon as the leader realizes that a halt is necessary, whether because he is off his route and must use the map, or because he has reached the end of a bound and must wait for the scouts to observe, he must immediately get his party into a position where they cannot be seen. This is all the more important if the halt is in order to study the map. The white flash of a map can be seen at a great distance, and at no time should more of it be exposed than is absolutely necessary. 2. Map direction finding. Very often the partisan force will be so familiar with the country that the use of maps and compasses will not be necessary. But the time may come when the band is forced to operate in unfamiliar territory. Therefore, the partisan fighter must be adept in the handling of maps and compasses, and he must bear in mind that unless he makes his observation, while reading the map or compass, from behind cover, he runs a serious risk of giving himself away. Fieldcraft will therefore play an important part in direction finding. 3. Weapons. Pistols, submachine guns, grenades. The partisan fighter must have complete confidence in the weapon with which he is armed. He must regard it as a weapon which, if necessary, he can use to force his way to the target to accomplish his task, or to destroy any enemy who attempts to prevent his withdrawal. Should his weapon become useless, he must be ready and able to use his hands, or any other weapon which may be available. He must learn to take care of his weapons, and to check up before he starts to ensure that his weapon is working, and that he has sufficient ammunition. This ammunition must be carried so that it is readily available. 4. Explosives. If explosives are carried, the maxim, "the demolition must not fail," will be borne in mind the whole time. Therefore, a. All the charges and other stores must be prepared very carefully and completely before setting out. b. Full allowance must be made for the possibility of casualties, i.e., a complete duplicate set of demolition stores should be carried, and every single man in the party should be equipped to do some damage on his own if plans miscarry. While at the paramilitary school, students will carry out a number of day and night schemes, and will have practice in planning small operations of the type mentioned above. It will not be possible to achieve complete realism in targets and the military background, such as would be the case in the field. Every attempt will be made, however, to make schemes realistic. Students will only get the maximum benefit from schemes if they use their imagination, and carry out the scheme as if it were a real operation. They must never do anything in a scheme which they would not do in the field. G.2. December 1943. Tactics of small raiding parties. 1. Introduction. This lecture is designed to cover the tactical action of a small body of men attacking a guarded objective with explosives or incendiaries. It is not intended to cover the action of an individual or a very small party carrying out an operation by stealth alone. The target for such a raid might be any worthwhile objective which may be contained by demolition or by fire. Raiding parties may, of course, attack objectives which it is more convenient to destroy by some other means. In general, the tactics of the raid will remain the same, though the composition of the party and individual action will naturally differ. 2. The composition of the party. The remarks which follow have in view a basic party of 10 men, but are applicable to much greater numbers. In an attack such as we have visualized above, the factors to be overcome to achieve success will be essentially a. The enemy guarding the objective, and b. The objective itself. In addition, the party must reach the objective in safety, must be undisturbed while the work is done, and must withdraw in safety. The composition of the party follows logically upon these points. Leader. First, as in any operation, there must be a leader who controls the entire operation. Among other things, it is his job to see that the men chosen for the various jobs outlined below are suitable for their work. Sentry party. Second, there must be a small force whose job is to deal with the enemy at the objective. This we call the sentry party, since the sentries are the only people who will in all cases have to be dealt with in some way. Although in a great many cases the plan will be to avoid the enemy altogether, the sentry party must be prepared to kill them in case of emergency. The sentry party prepare the way for the demolition, or assault, party, whose job it is to effect the actual destruction of the target. They must be undisturbed while at work, and this is looked after by the covering party. Their job is to see that while both the sentry party and the demolition party are, in turn, at work, they are not surprised by unexpected enemy, or in some cases to engage and delay an expected enemy. These are the essential components of the party, and will vary in strength according to the strength of the objective and the number of men available. An estimate of exactly how many men are required for any piece of work must always be formed by the leader. The exact action of these various components we shall now discuss in detail. 3. Action at the starting point. A. While the main body is assembling, the covering party will be responsible for all-round defense. B. The leader and sub-leaders, if any, will make a careful check of all demolition stores, weapons and equipment, and their proper distribution amongst the various members of the party. C. The leader will make a final check that no man is carrying any incriminating papers or documents, or any loose articles liable to make a noise, e.g. coins, keys, half-full match boxes, half-full water bottles, etc. D. Each man's personal camouflage, if this is being used, will be checked. E. Watches should be synchronized. F. Last but not least, check that each man knows his orders. 4. Movement towards the objective. The formation recommended, already referred to in previous lectures, is that of single file, with scouts ahead. The number of scouts used will vary with the number of men available. 3 is the maximum. Behind them, at a distance varying with the visibility and possibilities of communication with the leader, come the main party, whose movement they are safeguarding. The scout's job is to make certain that any enemy, or difficult features of the ground, are made known to the leader before he stumbles upon them unaware, and to ensure that the party follows the best available route. The scouts are drawn from the covering party. The main party will usually be disposed as follows. In front is the leader, in communication with his scouts. Behind him come part of the remainder of the covering party, so that the comparatively defenseless demolition party are sandwiched between the two sections of the covering party. The demolition party will be carrying stores which are sometimes heavy. They will also require their hands to be free at the objective, so that they cannot be encumbered with bulky weapons. They must be treated largely as passengers during the advance, though they will retain responsibility for observing in a certain direction, as already outlined in the lecture, general movement by day. Whether the sentry party is also sandwiched between two sections of the covering party, will depend on how the leader has armed them. If they are to kill silently, they must also be unencumbered with bulky weapons, and the same considerations will apply to them as apply to the demolition party. If they are to kill the sentries by fire, they will be adequately armed and may bring up the rear of the party, though in all cases the rearmost man should also be the second in command of the party. The party moves forward by bounds. This was also discussed in an earlier lecture, and at any time when the party is stationary, the covering party should take up position to protect it as it would at the objective. 5. The reconnaissance point. The leader, either from personal reconnaissance or from information received, will have previously selected a point from which to make his final reconnaissance. This we term the recce point. At a convenient place some distance short of the recce point, the leader will leave his party under cover and protected by the covering party, and will himself go forward alone to make his final reconnaissance. In cases where this final reconnaissance cannot well be done by one man only, he may send a second or third member of the party to deal with those areas which he cannot himself reconnoiter. The object of this final reconnaissance is to ensure that no change in the situation has occurred which might upset the leader's plans. When it is finished, he will return to his party and either issue necessary amendments to his orders or tell them that his original orders stand. 6. Dispositions at the objective. The leader's next action is to place the various components of his party in position for the attack. First, the covering party will be placed. Their positions must afford the maximum field of view and of fire and should also afford cover to the sentry party themselves should they need assistance, thus making certain that the sentries can in no case interfere. Where the ground makes this double function of the covering party impossible, there must be one section of the covering party, whose function at the objective is solely to cover the sentry party, and then revert to a normal covering function. Communication signals between the covering party and the leader will have been previously arranged, also the exact action to be taken by them in the case of enemy approach or other circumstances visualized by the leader. Next, the leader will dispatch both the sentry party and the demolition party simultaneously. The sentry party will be sent to previously determined positions from which to deal with the sentries. The considerations which affect the method by which they will do this are discussed in detail in the next lecture. Even when the plan is to avoid the sentries altogether, the sentry party should be in position to deal with them in case of emergency. The leader will aim at getting the demolition party as close as possible to the objective, ready for immediate action when the signal for assault is given. If this is not done, there will be a delay between the signal and the laying of the charges, which may just give time to the enemy to locate and cut off the party's withdrawal. If there is no specific reason against it, the leader himself will usually be with the demolition party, where he can control the actual destruction of the objective, without which the operation has failed. 7. Action at the objective. We assume that the various sections of the party are now in their final position and waiting for the attack to start. This action starts immediately the sentry party have killed the sentries, or, if they are to be avoided, when the leader gives the word that the coast is clear. In a case where the sentry or sentries are killed by fire, the sound of that shot is the signal for the assault to go in. Whether the shot was fired by the sentry party or the sentry will not matter, for if it was fired by the latter, the covering party, see above, will kill him immediately. Simultaneous action now takes place. The demolition party, under the immediate control of the leader, move quickly in and place their charges. The sentry party, whose job is now finished, take up position as an inner perimeter covering party. If a simultaneous attack upon the guardroom which supplies the sentries is part of the plan, this attack also goes in upon the same signal. The actual drill for such an attack is described in the next lecture. As soon as the placing of the charges is completed, the leader will give his signal for the withdrawal. If the killing of the sentries has been done by fire, this signal may be an overt one, such as blasts upon a whistle. If, on the other hand, the killing has been done silently, or the sentries have been avoided, there will so far have been no noise and a delayed action charge will have been used, so that the party is well off the scene of action when the explosion takes place. In this case, the signal for withdrawal must therefore be such as to arouse no suspicion, as will also have been all previous signals. 8. Withdrawal. As soon as the signal for withdrawal is given, the party will withdraw in the following order. First, the demolition party, who, being lightly armed, must at all costs avoid contact with the enemy, and with them the sentry party who have formed an inner perimeter covering party and will now act as scouts to the withdrawing demolition party. Last to withdraw will be the covering party proper, who have heavier weapons and can bring more fire to bear in case of necessity. They will follow the demolition party as soon as they are certain that the latter are off the ground. They will keep a constant watch to the rear, but must on no account open fire upon any relieving enemy unless certain that they are detected. The whole party meet at a rendezvous at a safe distance from the objective. Here the leader checks his party, makes certain that they are all present, reforms them into the order of marches for approach, or orders a dispersed withdrawal from that point. A dispersed withdrawal by night is extremely difficult if the various members of the party are heading for the same place, because their routes are liable to approximate, and in the dark it is difficult to tell friend from foe. Thus, the party may individually be pinned to the ground, each man thinking the others to be enemy searching for him. The leader will have ordered a time limit for arrival at this rendezvous, after which any member of the party not present will be considered a casualty. 9. Communications. The whole question of signals is considered to be of such importance that it is dealt with in a separate lecture. 10. Dealing with casualties. Casualties present a far greater problem to the raiding party than to the ordinary soldier. Since it is absolutely essential that the raiding party should be off the scene of action as soon as their job is done, the most satisfactory method is probably to arrange a subsequent rendezvous not far away, to which wounded will make their way if capable of doing so. The leader should state in his orders the location of this emergency rendezvous and at what time, preferably during darkness on 2 successive nights, it will be visited by the search party. Where it has been possible to arrange this, medical stores may be left in advance at this RV, and the search party should be equipped for carrying a wounded man or men. In the majority of cases it is improbable that the leader will be able to make any arrangement for any who are too seriously wounded to reach this rendezvous. 11. Timing. An operation must be most carefully timed if it is to succeed. A. If more than one party is operating, the attack and any demolitions must be simultaneous. Ample time must be allowed for all parties to reach their objective. B. Ample time, greater than the amount estimated, must be allowed for the approach, and especially for the sentry party to get into final position. C. A margin must be allowed at the objective for unexpected incidents, i.e., for the changing of the guard if the time of this is not previously known. D. Meteorological data must also be studied. 12. Weapons. Although the details of the plan usually decide what arms are to be carried by the subsections of the party, certain general principles apply to all raiding parties of this type. Every man in the party should be armed with a knife, and it is usually possible for every man also to carry a pistol as a reserve weapon against emergency. If a pistol is to be carried at all, it is worthwhile to carry not less than 3 magazines. The leader. Although in a demolitions raid he will be operating with the demolition party at the target area, will probably not handle the charges himself. He can therefore carry a submachine gun, which will be the only automatic weapon with the demolition party. The sentry party will be armed according to the method by which it is intended to deal with the sentries, and their subsequent covering party function must be looked upon as secondary. For example, if the sentry is to be killed silently, it is useless to encumber the party with a submachine gun. If he is to be killed noisily, the possible nearness of approach to the sentry will decide whether the weapon should be a rifle or a submachine gun. The ranges at which these weapons should be relied upon for this purpose are discussed in the next lecture. The leader must also decide whether in the circumstances it would be advisable for his sentry party to carry grenades. The demolition party must confine themselves to small, light weapons, since a. They may already be carrying heavy stores, and b. They will require their hands to be free at the target area. Knives, pistols, grenades. the covering party. In theory, the heavier the weapons employed by the covering party, the better. It is, however, often impracticable for a light machine gun, say, to be carried successfully over a long and stealthy approach. Where the leader decides that this is possible, the LMG is the ideal weapon in that it has both range and volume of fire, and can deploy and pin down interfering enemy as no lighter weapon can. In default of an LMG, submachine guns, at least one rifle to do any accurate shooting that may be required, and grenades, form the covering party's weapons. All the above are general considerations and must be modified according to the particular operation in question. Grenades are best carried in belt pouches, with the grenades across the back, where they do not cause discomfort when crawling. Men carrying submachine guns should carry as large a number of magazines as is possible in view of their other commitments. It should be remembered that magazines are noisy things to carry unless some arrangement is made to guard against it. 13. Demolition charges in stores. The demolition party will naturally be responsible for the main demolition charges and means of initiation, although if the total weight of explosive is large and the distance to be covered considerable, it may be necessary to distribute the stores over the whole party during the approach. To ensure success for the operation, however, the following stores should always be carried. A. One complete duplicate set of charges carried by the covering party. B. A spare means of firing the charges to be carried by every member of the party. In an attack on any industrial target where opportunities for doing damage to machinery and installations other than the main target are likely to present themselves, it would be a good idea to equip the non-demolition members with extra small charges, say 1 lb. each. G.3. December 1943. Dealing with enemy personnel at the objective. In almost every scheme or operation, one of the deciding factors is the nature of the defenses on the objective. Of these defenses, the personnel play the most important part, since no wire or other obstacle is insurmountable if undefended. In an operation involving demolition of the objective, the immediate personnel to be dealt with will be sentries. They can be dealt with as follows. 1. They can be avoided altogether, and a short delayed action used for the demolition. 2. They can be killed silently, so that the guard and other supporting troops are not aroused. In most cases, a short delayed action would be used here too. 3. They can be shot or dealt with by grenades. In this case, a delayed action could not be used, because there would be every chance of its being discovered and removed. What governs the choice of general method from the above three? The main considerations are these. Methods 1 and 2 are used when the noisy killing would result in a fight with a force too strong for the attackers. They are usually impossible to employ by day. Method 1 would be used only where the sentry's beat or position does not efficiently guard the objective, so that to kill him is merely an extra danger and difficulty to the operation. Method 2 would be used where noisy killing would bring a strong enemy force onto the scene of action too quickly for the operation to be completed. Remember that the operation includes the withdrawal. Method 3 would be used when either a, the guard room is a long way off and therefore could not interfere, or b, the guard is small enough to engage and destroy, and the support troops could not arrive in time to interfere. In this method, the shot or shots killing the sentry should be the signal both for the attack on the guardroom and the placing of the charges. The guardroom, if it is to be attacked, is dealt with as follows. 2 men take up position as near as possible to the windows and wait for the signal of the shot. Immediately they hear it, they throw their grenades through the windows, keep down while the grenades burst, then dash into the room with submachine guns. While waiting for the signal, grenade safety pins should be eased but not withdrawn. In daylight, the man or men detailed to shoot sentries should try to get within 50 yards with a rifle or even closer with an SMG. For certainty. While a trained sniper may feel certain of success at much greater ranges, remember that the whole operation may depend on the killing of the sentry with the first shot. At night, according to the light available, SMG or pistol, never a rifle, can be used at very close range, i.e., a few yards only and sufficiently close to be able to see the effect of your shot and to complete the killing at point-blank range if necessary. Remember that the enemy's communications decide how quickly he can get help from the supporting troops. Therefore, if you can, destroy communications at the last moment. If you destroy them too soon, before you are ready to attack, the destruction may be discovered and a party sent to investigate. General considerations. Guards are changed at intervals, in cold weather more often than in warm weather. In Norway, guards are often changed every half hour. This factor must be taken into account and mentioned in the orders. If it is not known, it must be found out by observation. The NCO I.C. guard will visit the guard during his tour of duty at least once. This must also be taken into account because a dead guard is just as dangerous if he is discovered while the party is on the job, as a live one. There is also the orderly officer who may come round on a tour of inspection at any time. The party will have to approach near enough to the objective to observe the sentry. When they have studied the routine, they will then select their opportunity. Supposing that the guard has a tour of duty of 2 hours and is visited once during the tour by the NCO. When he comes on duty, he will be sleepy and partly blinded by the light of the guardroom. This will wear off after about 1/2 hour. However, he will gradually be roused by the cold, and at the back of his mind there is always the thought of the NCO's visit. The NCO perhaps visits him at the end of the first hour. This will make him temporarily more alert, but afterwards he can relax again, and then he thinks only of the end of his tour of duty, now drawing slowly but steadily nearer. This is the time when a sentry is most off his guard, and although no hard and fast rule can be laid down, on a tour of duty of 2 hours, experience has shown that the period between 1 hour and 1.5 hours after he mounts is the worst time of a tour of duty. At this time the minutes seem to drag intolerably and the difficulty of keeping awake is most serious. The German army is making use of sentry companies to guard lines of communication, etc. in occupied countries. These consist of older troops and young troops and are not to be described as first class. But of course this is by no means the rule. The party must therefore decide to make its attack. A. Either when the sentry is still seeing badly after being mounted and is still sleepy, or B. After the NCO has visited him and he is relaxing again and counting the time till he is relieved. A sentry must be most carefully observed before he is attacked. An opportunity will always present itself and must be seized upon at once. The sentry may lean his rifle against something to rub his hands or to have a run-off. Or if he doesn't do that, he will sling it over his shoulder. No sentry is alert all the time, especially when he has been on the same job for some time. When the sentry has been noiselessly dispatched, one man, at least, must watch the guardroom afterwards in case the NCO comes out again or the orderly officer turns up. Appendix. Note on German sentries. France. 1. Camps and large store dumps are guarded mainly by sentry coys, usually of older troops and not first-line troops. 2. Important objectives are protected by wire and wooden searchlight towers, containing a searchlight and MG. French pattern, at the four corners. See Fig. 3. The sentries walk towards each other and patrol the perimeter so that if they are out of sight of each other it is only for a very short time. They meet under the towers. 4. The guard room may be some way away but it is connected by phone to the towers and to the nearest HQ. Troops. 5. The guard commander relieves each sentry separately, marching him back to the guard room and returning with his relief. 6. If the alarm is given, the searchlights go on and the guard automatically turns out. 7. The sentries do not always stick to the perimeter but may patrol some way from it if they thus obtain a better view. 8. Bridges are usually guarded by outlying posts in the fields or gardens with MGs. Road blocks are built near the bridges connected by telephone to the next one along the road. If the bridge is a big one, there is usually a sentry under or on the bridge as well. 9. Aerodromes are guarded by standing patrols at various points and there are rarely sentries on individual aircraft. 10. Headquarters in towns are inside a good house, with patrols going round at intervals. G.4. December 1943. Ambushes. 1. Definition. A trap to catch and destroy a moving objective, more usually a vehicle or vehicles. 2. Suitable objectives. A. Supplies. Food, ammunition, fuel, essential spare parts such as tires, etc. The destruction of the stores carried by the vehicles will usually be of much greater importance than the destruction of the vehicles themselves, since, in war, the loss of a few vehicles is negligible. The importance of the above supplies will always be qualified by the following considerations. I. Whether the intended recipients are relying upon these stores to continue their particular effort. E. Whether the stores will be of use to the partisans themselves. Thus, for example, it is possible that the destruction of tires, petrol, or spare parts may render a number of vehicles immobile, or the destruction of ammunition or food might render a besieged enemy incapable of continuing their resistance. B. Personnel. The ambushing of troops on the march is rarely possible to the partisan, nor, unless their destruction served an immediate end, could they be considered a worthwhile objective? Should these troops, however, be those specifically employed against partisan activity, their destruction might be said to serve an immediate purpose, or, if they were reserve troops moving up for a particular action, their destruction, or even delay, might be of great importance. In general, however, the following personnel may be said to be the most worthwhile objectives. Luftwaffe personnel. High-grade staff officers. Dispatch riders, who may be carrying papers of importance. The effect of ambushing the latter may be considerable. The moral effect of the complete disappearance of dispatch riders will be great. Large guards will have to be provided, thereby leading to further dispersal of enemy forces. Documents will be lost that may cause delay or disruption of enemy action. C. Summary. Attacks should be carried out against supplies rather than against personnel, unless the latter are of great importance. The destruction of the German soldier is the job of the army proper, and for the partisan to engage enemy troops is usually too risky a procedure. 3. Scope. Scope is strictly limited by enemy tactics in the particular district where the partisan may be working, and the composition and organization of enemy convoys. Particularly does this apply to the interval between vehicles, both in daylight and in darkness. It can be taken as axiomatic that in districts where Allied air attack is to be feared, convoys will, if they proceed in daylight at all, move with wide intervals between the vehicles. This interval may be as much as 300 meters. In such cases it is clearly extremely difficult for a small party to attack a convoy of even 4 vehicles, except by treating each vehicle as a separate ambush. The possibilities of cutting out the last vehicle in the line will in such a case be worth considering. As in all partisan operations, the leader must form an accurate estimate of the number of men required for the work, and an objective requiring a larger force of men must immediately be ruled out as far as he is concerned. Under this heading we must consider the probable composition of Axis convoys. It is difficult to lay down many general rules owing to the difference in the amount of interference which the enemy expects in different districts. Some points, however, will remain constant. A. Even in the case of a single vehicle which is an important objective, there will always be an outrider. In districts where no partisan interference is expected, this will often be a motorcycle at some distance ahead of the vehicle, varying with the type of country through which he is progressing. In the case of a heavy convoy in a district where attack is to be expected, the outrider may be an armored car, or even, in guerrilla-ridden countries like Russia, a tank. The job of this outrider is to try to locate trouble before the convoy reaches it. B. In the case of even the smallest convoy carrying important supplies, there will be guard troops on one or more of the vehicles. C. The whole convoy will have certain definite orders as to action in case of attack. 4. Necessary information for an ambush. This should try to establish the details of the general rules outlined above. A. A time and place at which the convoy may be expected and its route. B. The speed, and interval between vehicles. C. The numbers and composition of the convoy. D. The type of vehicle used as an outrider or other covering force. E. guards, the firepower which they can bring to bear immediately. F. The enemy's orders in case of attack. All except F above may probably be found out by observation several days before the attack is made, although the time and composition of a convoy can never be relied on. 5. Tactics of the attack. Boiled down to its essentials, the ambush requires A. Something to stop the objective. B. A suitable place in which to stop it. C. The choice of the best time to attack. D. Man to effect its destruction. These four headings will be considered separately. A. Something to stop the objective. This heading may be roughly divided into means that require the use of explosives and those that do not. Under the first heading are the following, though it must be realized that an almost infinite variety of methods are possible, dependent upon the type of country, the ingenuity of the individual. I. Mining the road at a culvert or small bridge. E. Mining the road by excavation, only possible in country roads without a macadam surface. E. Pulling a charge across the road at the last moment and firing it as the leading vehicle of the main convoy passes over it. IV. Blowing some obstacle into place on the road, such as trees or rocks. In all these cases the charge is fired electrically at the critical moment. Normal concealed anti-tank mines, or other homemade mines, which the vehicle itself initiates. Under the second heading, those which do not require explosives, the following may be mentioned. Again, an infinite variety is possible according to the circumstances. I. A tree may be partly sawn through and pulled down with rope at the critical moment. E. Some vehicle, such as a farm cart, may be pulled, or pushed, or released across the road from a concealed position or a side alley. There are also various methods, which, although not genuine obstacles to progress, will have the effect of stopping the convoy. It must be remembered, however, that should the action not go according to plan, the leading vehicle of the convoy may realize that the door of the trap is not genuinely closed and may make an exit and getaway. I. Artificial headlights used at night. E. A mirror used in the same circumstances. Nothing less than a mirror of wardrobe size would be of any use. E. Livestock driven across the road, or, in larger quantities, driven down the road. IV. A blanket on a string or rope, hung across the road to obscure the vehicle. V. Dannard wire drawn across the road at the last moment. V. Dummy anti-tank mines, such as plates inverted. V. Some large and recognizable object of value lying in the road. Since, as we shall see when considering the tactics proper, the outrider must always be allowed to pass through the trap, it is obviously much more difficult to place these objects in position at the correct moment. B. A suitable place in which to stop the objective. The first considerations under this heading must be those which facilitate the stopping of the convoy, and the second will be those that facilitate its destruction. The considerations which affect the choice of site from the point of view of stopping the convoy will be these. I. Either a bend or a rise in the road, so that the road block, and possibly the attacking force itself, will not be seen by the leading vehicle of the convoy until it is right on top of it. Thus, the obstacle can be placed immediately the outrider has passed, instead of at the moment when the leading vehicle of the convoy proper reaches the desired spot. E. A road from which it is not possible for the vehicles to make a cross-country detour past the obstruction, i.e. a sunken road, a road out high into the side of a hill, or one bounded by water upon one side and, say, a rock face upon the other. NB. If the convoy is going fast at the time when the first vehicle encounters the obstacle, there will be a greater likelihood of the rear vehicles piling up upon the front ones and thus helping the attackers. It is, however, easier both to stop and to estimate the positions of vehicles when they are going very slowly, i.e. up a very steep hill, or round a hairpin bend, to facilitate the destruction of the objective. I. Concealment for the attacking force, both from view and from fire. E. A line of approach to these positions from the rear. The positions should never be occupied from the front because cover may be obviously displaced. E. A line of withdrawal covered and leading to some safe place. IV. There must be no cover for the enemy guards if they leave the vehicles, i.e. steep unclimbable sides of a ravine, or an open space which can be swept by fire. Summary. Ideal place may be said to be a sharp bend in a road which has upon the one side a wide open space and upon the other steep rising ground with sufficient cover to hide the attackers. A very great advantage is secured by being above the convoy, in that ditches, etc. no longer represent cover to the enemy. It is more difficult for the enemy to direct accurate fire steeply upwards. It is easier for the attackers to throw hand missiles. A wider field of fire and of view is usually obtained, and it is difficult for the enemy to come to grips. Whether it is best for the attackers to be all upon the one side of the road or upon both, will depend upon I. Possible safety from each other's fire. E. Possible lines of withdrawal in the event of the action having to be broken off. C. The choice of the best time to attack. A good many of the variables of an ambush are affected by the time of day or night chosen. The main points affected are these. I. The speed of an interval between vehicles. At night they will generally move slowly and closed up. By day they will move strung out at various intervals and as fast as roads permit. E. The concealment of the attackers and their trap. This is plainly much easier by night. E. The action itself. This requires a certain minimum of light for the best use of all weapons against the objective. This could of course be produced by flares at night, but the attack is likely to be less confused if carried out by dawn or evening light. IV. The withdrawal of the attackers. It may be of importance for the attackers to have a good period of darkness to cover their withdrawal. In this case a late evening attack would be indicated. V. Enemy resistance and morale. The enemy's morale is likely to be at its lowest in early dawn after driving through the night. D. Men to effect the destruction of the objective, the disposition of the party. I. Lookouts must be posted at strategic points to give warning of the approach of the convoy or of other traffic from either direction. With the additional function of signaling the approach of the objective, their role is identical to that of the normal covering party. They must be able to contact the leader by visual signal or by chain of signals. E. Forward party will be forward of the roadblock party and will deal with the outrider, who has first been allowed to pass through the trap. This party will be at the point which it is estimated the outrider will have reached at the moment the convoy is halted. When its work is complete, the forward party will take position as an extra covering party in the forward direction. E. Roadblock party, whose job is to place the roadblock, of whatever type, in position. The leader will be with this party and he will give the order for this or for the firing of the charge. With him will be sufficient men to deal with the first vehicle. IV. Rear party. Must prevent the rear vehicles from backing out or otherwise avoiding the trap, and they, together with the rear covering party, will prevent the enemy guards in the rear vehicles from organizing opposition or working round behind the attackers. It may be necessary to form a second road block to close the trap at the rear. The leader will decide whether this is necessary, in accordance with the nature of the ground. V. The remainder of the party will be disposed so as to cover the maximum spread of vehicles within the limits of the trap. Where the exact composition of the convoy is known, men should be detailed to deal with each specific vehicle, but never forget that it is impossible to determine accurately the point at which each individual vehicle will come to a halt. Snipers should be included in each group with the primary object of picking off the drivers, any officers, immediately the convoy has come to a halt. Weapons. I. An LMG. Which work independently of detailed orders, and which will open fire upon any particular point of resistance which appears to be developing. It should be sighted to have the maximum field of fire over the whole of the ambush area. An anti-tank rifle would be of considerable value but is both cumbersome to carry, especially on the withdrawal, and also comparatively difficult to obtain. E. Rifles. For the snipers as detailed above. E. Submachine guns. For all members of the party who have a direct role of attack upon the vehicles. IV. Pistols. As reserve weapons, as previously mentioned in Raid Tactics lecture. V. Grenades. Mills grenades are useful for dislodging the enemy from behind vehicles where they may attempt to shelter. The gammon grenade should put any lorry or car out of action if a direct hit is secured upon the forepart. V. Incendiaries. Molotov bottles or phosphorus bombs are useful for setting fire to the vehicles. 6. Action to be taken when the convoy is approached. A. The approach is signaled by the lookout, either directly or by relay. Signals must previously have been arranged to indicate that the convoy is greater or lesser than has been expected, and a clear signal that the convoy is unexpectedly too great for the attacking force. A different interval between the vehicles to that which has been expected should also be catered for. B. From this moment until the firing of the charge, or dropping of the obstacle, every man must keep perfectly still and invisible to the enemy. C. When the leading vehicle of the convoy proper reaches the selected point, the leader will give this order. D. The firing of the charge, or placing of obstacle, is the signal for general action. Simultaneous fire with all weapons, except Mills grenades, will be opened. Mills grenades must have their own definite and limited time, also on signal from the leader, during which the remainder of the party keep under cover to avoid casualties from splinters. The snipers will concentrate upon drivers and officers, the submachine gunners upon the enemy guards accompanying the convoy. 7. Action to be taken if all opposition is immediately wiped out. Anyone approaching the vehicles to carry out a search must be detailed for this job by the leader beforehand, and he must only proceed to the road on the cease-fire signal from the leader. He must be covered by weapons still in position on the ground. There must not be a general stampede down to the road by all the attacking force. The search party must be speedy and thorough, and the searchers should be told beforehand what to look for. The vehicles can then be set on fire, if tactically advisable. A. Will it bring on pursuit? B. Is it feasible to take possession of the vehicles? 8. Action to be taken if opposition develops. The ambushing force must not fight a pitched battle. Once they do, they run the risk of being pinned to the ground by enemy fire. Hence the leader must have a signal for breaking off the action should such a contingency arise, and in his plan he must say what action is to be taken in such an event. Note: at all times scouts must be in position in front and rear of ambush to warn of the approach of any traffic or assistance. 9. Withdrawal. A. If no opposition develops, as soon as the work is completed, the party must withdraw to a rendezvous at convenient distance from the scene of action. In fixing this rendezvous, the leader must envisage the possibility of his party having to carry heavy stores taken from the vehicles. These have to be hidden not far from the spot and called for at a safer time. Also, owing to their weight, particular attention must be paid to the likelihood of the party leaving tracks in soft ground, or dropping small loose stores that will show the enemy the route of withdrawal. A dog leg withdrawal, or even a cuter change of direction, is advisable where possible. B. If opposition develops, automatic weapons must cover the thinning out of the party, e.g. the light machine gunner will be the last to withdraw and will attempt to do so unobserved by the enemy in order to give himself a few minutes' grace. Smoke may be used to advantage, but the wind must be in the right direction. 10. Ambushing troops on the march. As mentioned in the first section of this lecture, it must be appreciated that only in certain cases is it worthwhile to ambush troops on the march, i.e., when their destruction will have an immediate effect. To destroy enemy troops, except in very large numbers, which is beyond the scope of the partisan, has comparatively small results. There may, however, be cases in which the destruction of troops would have good results. The following are instances. A. If patrols are sent out to attack or locate partisans. B. To hold up troops advancing to a definite objective, e.g., reserves going into battle. The necessary dispersal on ambush will slow them down. C. In country districts where there are very few troops, cf. Yugoslavia. D. To attack morale, and increase the size of enemy parties when they go out. The principle remains the same: let the covering force, e.g., scouts, etc., through, and attack the main body. Have picked snipers to kill off the officers, NCOs and men with automatic weapons. Remember that when passing through a defile the Germans very often have flank guards. Cf. Norway. G.5. January 1944. Attacking an enemy-occupied house. Note: the following lecture deals with an attack by partisans on a particular building, e.g., an enemy headquarters, with surprise as the principal aim. An attack on a house converted into a strong point is more in the nature of a military operation when this attack is expected, and is therefore not dealt with in this lecture. While the attack on an isolated building may form part of an operation for the clearing of a village or town, it has nothing to do with street fighting as such, for which there is a specialized drill. In attacking any occupied house or any building, there are several important rules which apply in all cases. A. There must be a detailed preliminary reconnaissance of the approaches to the house and the house itself. If direct personal recce is impossible, a reliable agent's report might be accepted. The latter should include, however, an accurate sketch. B. There must be a definite plan of action to which all must adhere. Once the house has been entered, complete control of the party by the leader is impossible, and therefore everyone must know the plan and its object. C. If casualties are to be avoided, speed and aggression must be used as soon as the action has begun. D. As in all guerrilla projects, it is essential that every allowance be made by the guerrilla leader for the original plan miscarrying. Steps will always be taken in advance to overcome difficulties if and when they arise, and the leader will always be prepared for the worst. 1. The reconnaissance. A. The approaches. I. Good cover, if possible coming fairly close up to the house, at least near enough for weapons of short effective range to be brought to bear on all the exits. E. Good field of fire for all static weapons all round the house, controlling all the exits. E. Ground from the point of view of noise, any gravel paths, grass verges, lawns, piles of rubbish, noisy gratings, obstacles, e.g., buckets, brooms and ash bins. IV. Surrounding walls, fences, hedges, can they be climbed or can a way be made through them? Must ladders be brought, or ropes, or are there such things on the spot? V. Are there any buildings near which might be used by other enemy forces to influence the course of the action? V. From which direction can help come, and in which direction will it be impolitic to withdraw? V. Position and numbers of sentries, time of changeover, a method of patrolling. B. The house. Outside. I. Doors, location, and which way do they open? Are they usually locked or not? E. Windows, do they open up or down, or on hinges, and if the latter, do they open inwards or outwards? How are they latched? E. Drain pipes, leading up to roof or upper stories. Good ones usually go to the lavatories and the bathrooms, and they are generally not locked. IV. Gutters along the roof. V. Steepness of the roof and layout of the roofing. Skylights. V. Are there any outhouses that would help to get onto the roof? V. Cellars, low window or coal chute. V. Chimneys, Design. X. Balconies and buttresses, for cover and for getting onto the roof and the upper floors. Inside. I. Floor plan, story by story. Size of rooms. E. Position of doors and the way they open. E. Staircases, have they any curves? IV. Do rooms lead into one another? Are there any large built-in cupboards? V. Layout of the rafters. V. Composition of walls and ceilings. V. Composition of interior, will it burn? Much of the above information can be found out by observation, but it is obviously much better if you can get hold of someone who has been inside the house, or better still, the architect or builder. When you have this information, draw a plan of the house, and if possible, get a scale model made. 2. The plan of action. The size of the force at your disposal will vary, and it is not possible to lay down rules for this. But your force will be divided into two parts. A. The covering party, outside the house. B. The assault or entry party, to enter and clear the house. Whatever the size of the party, and whether you have the advantage of surprise in your side or not, you must have a covering party in position before you make a move against the house. A. The covering party. The duties of this force are threefold. I. To prevent any help being given to the defenders from the outside. E. To kill any enemy who may attempt to leave the house. E. To give the alarm in case of surprise enemy relief. Therefore the covering party must be divided into I. Men to give warning of possible enemy reinforcements. E. Men to cover the exits from the house. In the plan you will decide as far as possible in which direction you intend to drive the enemy, and you will post your covering party accordingly. But remember that there must be a recognition signal which is known to all the party, in order to avoid having your own men shot if they should leave the building at any time. If there are sentries round the building, they must be silently eliminated first, or if they have to be shot, the attack must coincide with this. In this latter case, the first shot fired by the sentry killers is the signal for the attack. Telephone lines on the way in should be cut by someone who acts on the sound of the first shot, and not before. B. The assault or entry party. Again, it is impossible to lay down hard and fast rules, but in principle it will be composed as follows. I. 1 leader. E. Men with automatics to cover the leader, and to cover doors inside the house while the attack goes on. E. Bombers. This question will be dealt with more fully under the heading, How to Enter. 3. Entering the house. A. Where to enter. I. The front door. The most likely place for anyone to come in, hence, sure to be covered, and may have the guards sleeping behind it in the hall, or at any rate a telephone orderly or even a sentry. On the other hand, you will get immediate control of the hall and the foot of the staircase. E. The back door. Less likely to be defended, but certain to be covered in some way. Entry here should be easier than by the front door, and there will probably be better cover for the approach. But inside you are not usually in a very commanding position immediately. E. Windows. This gives you more choice, but you cannot enter so quickly. You form an easier target when you enter. You are silhouetted. You must jump down. IV. The roof. If you can get into the house from the roof, you have a definite advantage because you can drive the enemy down and prevent him from rolling grenades down on you. But it is very difficult to enter from here unless circumstances are particularly favorable, because it is difficult to get onto the roof. When you are there, it is not easy to get in unless there is a skylight. You are bound to make some noise when you are getting there. V. By explosives. Use of HE. To blast a hole in the wall. Surprise effect good, but amount of explosive great. Conclusion. Unless conditions are particularly favorable, or you can distract the enemy's attention to allow you to operate from the roof, you will have to make your way in on the ground floor. The back door is the best place. We shall consider entry from the ground floor as the most likely course. B. How to enter. I. What size force to use. The force that enters the house should not be too large and should be selected according to the design of the building and the number of tasks to be performed. In principle, it should consist of the following: 1 leader, 1 bomber, 2 entry or door men, 1 landing man. But for a very large house, more would be required, especially for covering duties. E. Entry by the door. The 2 entry men take up position on either side of the door while the leader and the landing man either cover the door from the front, if there is adequate cover, or from the side. The bomber is with the leader. The door is then forced, either kicked or blown open with a small charge over the lock. The entry man then throws in a grenade, and after waiting for it to explode, they dash into the house. When they give the signal, clear, the leader and the rest of the party enter. When the entry men have crossed the threshold, they must not pause in the doorway but should slip right and left and make their way across the hall to the staircase, clearing any opposition as they go. Grenades may effectively be thrown through appropriate windows. E. Entry by the windows. A similar drill should be used as for the door, but it is not as good a way of entering for reasons already stated. IV. Entry by the roof. It is not proposed to outline any drill for this because the number of occasions when this will be possible in the case of an isolated house are few. Should it be attempted, the following points should be borne in mind. An agile man can scale a drain pipe with a rope with which he can assist the other members of the party. Use of outhouses. Use of overhanging trees. Ladders found locally or brought by the party, i.e., light scaling ladders. Human pyramid. But remember that a certain amount of noise is bound to be made and your move may be anticipated by the enemy. You must also guard against interference from the windows. On the roof, your only feasible means of entry will be through a skylight or by using a small charge. C. Action inside the house. When the entry has been made from the ground floor, as soon as the party has entered, a sentry must be posted at the foot of the stairs, covering all the doors on the ground floors and the cellars. It may be found better to leave 2 men here to cover your back. The remainder of the party with the leader make their way to the top of the house and begin the systematic clearing of the house, floor by floor and room by room. There are many advantages in operating from the top floor downwards. I. Everything the attackers throw tends to fall on the defenders, and everything the defenders throw tends to fall back on them. E. Any rushes the attackers make, being in a downward direction, will give greater velocity to the attack and increased momentum than any similar move made by the defenders. E. In a building invested from the bottom, the defenders have one small chance of escape and will tend to put up a stiffer resistance, but when attacked from above, the normal means of exit are available and will in all probability be used. The covering party will then deal with the enemy as they leave the house. Staircases. These are very difficult and dangerous because grenades can be rolled down on the attackers and it is difficult to reply. One man should cover the bottom of the staircase while the second dashes up the stairs as far as the first bend or the landing. He takes position there and the other man either joins him or passes him and makes good the next bound. A burst of fire over the head of the moving man will help to discourage the enemy. Rooms. When clearing these, the same drill as for entry applies. If the man who opens the door finds no opposition, the leader enters and makes a thorough search. Cupboards and locked doors can be dealt with by firing the Tommy through the wood. It is also a good idea to fire down through the floor. This will bring down large lumps of plaster on the heads of anyone in the room below. Special care must be taken in long corridors with many doors not to be cut off or shot in the back. Work along corridors room by room. When entering a room occupied by an unsuspecting enemy, either fling open the door and rush in or throw in a grenade. Finally, 2 points of importance. When carrying grenades ready for use, don't take out the pin in order to save time. You may get wounded or fall and drop the grenade. When you have cleared the house, you must have some signal to warn the covering party that you are coming out, as they will not know the result of the attack. G.6. January 1944. Street fighting. Introductory remarks. The general principles of all fighting apply equally to street fighting, but penalties for mistakes are higher. Therefore, a very high standard of efficiency and thoroughness is essential. Bear in mind that street fighting can be carried on by all arms, i.e., tanks, mobile artillery, infantry, aircraft. Compare notes on the latest events at Stalingrad. Also, no hard and fast rule can be laid down as to which level above or below ground may form a decisive point in any action, as fighting may be carried out on the roofs of houses, upper stories, at street level, and below street level, in sewers and basements. No type of warfare demands such a high state of physical fitness and endurance as street fighting. All who take part must also be able to use, with ease and rapidity, different types of weapons one after another. There can never be any definite rules in the use of formations and weapons in street fighting. In view of this, teaching at this school will be confined to general advice given on the various points which will assist those who might at some time be confronted with this type of warfare. They are: 1. The appreciation. It is essential that a proper appreciation be prepared before any commanding officer can issue orders for the employment, to the best advantage, of the troops under his command. You must understand that, in both attack and defense, a number of principles generally apply, but these two aspects are, of course, completely different in their application to street fighting. A. Defense. The following points should be carefully noted. I. It will never be possible to defend each building in a town of any size. E. Therefore, those buildings which it is decided to defend must be carefully chosen to fit in with the general scheme of defense. E. The defense must devise suitable means of intercommunication. IV. Surprise and movement can be employed equally well in defense as in attack. There is nothing so demoralizing to attackers as to find themselves attacked in the rear in narrow, cramped quarters. V. As no prisoners can be taken, life must be sold at its dearest. B. Attack. This should include I. The assumption that the advantage lies with the defenders. E. That the attack must aim at surprise, speed, ingenuity, and forcefulness. E. That any plan of attack must be sufficiently flexible to allow of it being frequently changed. IV. That any attack at dawn is generally expected. V. That any attack in the evening, just after stand down, is likely to succeed with surprise. V. That streets, both main and secondary, will be avenues of death, and that approach should generally be made through back gardens, alleyways, etc. V. Once several main objectives have been achieved, counterattack must be expected. Therefore, all points in attacking parties must be consolidated immediately once objectives are reached. 2. The plan. Taking into account the various factors briefly mentioned above, leaders of street fighting parties should remember that nothing must be left to chance in the planning of either defense or attack in this type of warfare. Remember also that recognition signs on clothing, and intercommunication, not only between attacking or defending parties, but also with supporting troops, if any, who may be able to send reinforcements, are essential. Finally, keep all plans for action as simple as possible and make sure that the most junior members of these parties understand the immediate objective in hand, so that in the event of casualties the plan of action will not fail. A. Defense. It is essential that a proper plan of action is drawn up for the defense of any village, town or city, taking into account the forces at your disposal. Bear in mind that casualties will probably be heavy, and that all points which are still being held may be cut off and liquidated, one by one. Also take into account that very often the best form of defense in street fighting is attack in the enemy's rear or flank. This can be carried out by parties specially hidden in sewers or basements, and timed to start on receipt of a pre-arranged signal. The method of giving the latter is, of course, open to difficulties, as the noise prevalent in street fighting is shattering, and sound signals will rarely be heard. Some other method, therefore, should be employed. It should not be difficult, provided there is time, to make certain that strong points are suitably prepared against enemy attack. Isolated buildings standing in their own grounds form an easy target in street fighting. It is more likely that the most easily defended buildings are those upon which the enemy stumbles unexpectedly, and against which there is not much covered approach where the enemy can use surprise. Basements are usually excellent places, if properly strengthened by pit props, sandbags and stones. If on the corners of streets, These command many areas of approach, and can be used as deadly obstacles in the path of the enemy, provided adequate firepower is available. Remember that in attack the enemy will almost certainly use smoke, and therefore, in choosing any particular point bear in mind that there may be a prevailing wind which will blow smoke back upon the advancing enemy. It is also essential that economy of firepower be preserved, and that an advancing enemy be fired upon only at the last moment, so that it is quite certain that the attackers will be killed to a man if fire is brought to bear upon them. A machine gun firing aimlessly down the street would only give the defending position away to the attackers, who may be under cover. Camouflage also plays an important part in the preparation of strong points, and if used with intelligence, can often result in the complete ambush of the enemy. Remember also that all weapons should never be sighted on the same level, and that smoke will hang low. Therefore, it may be of advantage to have some automatic weapons sighted high up on a building. Remember also that if it is possible, buildings which are likely to be singled out by the enemy as objectives should be mined as a trap. It is also essential that each man, as far as possible, shall be a self-contained unit. He should have with him his weapons, his ammunition, and above all, he should carry as many rations as he can within reason. No street fighter can afford to leave his post because the rations have not arrived. Finally, good teamwork, and the ability to fight on when cut off will very often turn seeming defeat into victory. B. Attack. The first principle to remember in street fighting attacks is that the enemy will be expecting you. Therefore, unless the force with which you are attacking consists of large numbers of tanks and other heavy weapons, and these we will not deal with here, you must employ surprise and ingenuity to the fullest advantage to achieve success. Secondly, make absolutely certain that the signals are signs by which you give your orders for the attack and for coordinating your advance are heard and understood by all concerned. There have been in the past various schools of thought which deal with a recognized drill for the clearing of houses. This is not always possible without a very great deal of practice among regular troops, and therefore various methods must be considered, and not just a detailed plan of attack which may not apply, such as is laid down for regular troops. Remember that if you are going to use smoke, it must be used in circumstances when it is advantageous to you and not to the enemy. Make absolutely certain that the maximum amount of your firepower is used intelligently, and in a concentrated form, i.e., that it is brought to bear upon the objective which you are attacking. Covering fire, of course, must play a very important part in all attacks of this kind, and all taking part in street fighting should be trained so that they will not be deceived by camouflaged enemy strong points. To develop a good eye for detecting these points is not easy, but it should be stressed that they are points which need careful consideration. Note carefully the following points in clearing a house. Houses should, if possible, be cleared from the roof downwards for two reasons. I. Gravity fights in your side. E. A cornered enemy must fight. Therefore drive him towards the door rather than towards the roof. Drill for entering a suspected house from ground level. I. Place covering fire. Targets to include windows, loopholes, etc. of the house itself. Windows, loopholes, etc. of adjacent house. E. Party of 5 men, commander, bomber, 2 entry men, 1 landing man. 2 entry men take up positions 1 on each side of chosen means of entry. Asterisk if by door or window it is forced or smashed in. Asterisk 1 entry man throws bomb in. Both enter. If room is clear or when they have cleared it, the commander is signaled to approach by a shout of clear. E. Commander, bomber and landing man rush in. Landing man takes up position to cover stair or landing while commander and bomber make their way to top of house and commence search. Entry men search cellar, if any, and ground floor rooms. As the commander makes his way to top of house, a burst of fire through the door, wall or ceiling of a suspected room has the effect of rattling any occupants, and if fired down to a room usually has the effect of bringing down the ceiling on top of the occupants and setting up a thick cloud of dust. Note: should entry be forced by an explosive agency, drills E marked asterisk may be omitted. 3. Special note on weapons. A. Do not forget that the defenders will, by using rifles and automatic rifles, whether firing from the rooftops and upper windows or from ground level, have the advantage over an attack based only on SMG firepower. Therefore, whilst a percentage of SMGs is essential for close-quarter fighting in the houses, etc., rifles and automatic rifles are also essential in order to prevent the attack being outranged. B. The safety pin should never be drawn from a Mills bomb or similar grenade until immediately before it is thrown. Many casualties have been caused by a man being badly wounded whilst carrying a grenade with the pin out. The grenade falls from his hand, and he is unable to deal with it. Observation in partisan warfare. 1. Introduction: the importance of observation. The secret of every successful operation is detailed and accurate information. Whereas in regular warfare such information is generally forthcoming from a higher formation, and the fighting unit has little chance to verify its accuracy, in irregular warfare the responsibility must rest upon the band itself. The observation cannot be too detailed. Some small detail of the enemy's habits may prove to be the deciding factor when it comes to the actual operation. 2. Checkup always necessary. Information may become out of date very quickly. Therefore, no matter how trustworthy your information is, or even if you yourself have reconnoitered and observed some days previously, a final checkup, reconnaissance is always necessary. When a partisan band have themselves made the reconnaissance a day or two prior to the operation, the leader will make this final check-up as late as possible, sometimes on the operation itself. In this case he leaves the rest of the party a short distance back and goes forward to his recce point, to satisfy himself that nothing has changed since the first observation was carried out. 3. Other times when observation must be carried out. Besides the reconnaissance of the target area and the route to it, observation will frequently be necessary during the actual movement of the party. Particularly, it is necessary at the end of each bound, to ensure that there is no enemy on the ground which the party is about to cross. The value of surprise must lie with the agent and not with the enemy. And when such observation is not carefully carried out, a whole party may stumble into the arms of the enemy. In such cases, when you are examining the ground for the presence of human beings, look first for movement, because it is most easily seen. Next, look carefully at anything that is darker than its surroundings, and lastly, look at anything that is much lighter than its surroundings or is of a very different color. If you are suspicious of an object, take no chances, wait until your mind is made up. Never spend less than 3 minutes in observation. A quick glance is useless, and merely lulls into what may be a sense of false security. 4. See without being seen. To the agent, there is little use in being able to see the enemy if the enemy can also see him. Most people have thought of the unlimited possibilities for observation that would be open to an invisible man, and this is what the agent must try to be. It is often possible to hide one's body behind something when observing, but unless the head itself is in view, you will not be able to see and might as well be back at home with a glass of whiskey. Therefore, the importance of the camouflage of the head cannot be overestimated. It is sufficient to remember that without such camouflage, close-quarter observation is virtually impossible. If there is a secret of successful observation, this is it. There are other details besides camouflage which are of great help. When possible, observation should be done round, not over, cover, and the head should be kept at ground level. The human eye is unconsciously most receptive of movement at its own level above the ground, and movement much lower or much higher than this, i.e., at ground level or in trees, is frequently overlooked. Opportunities for observation from trees are comparatively few, and ground level has therefore the most general application. The head, then, should be kept as close as possible to the ground when observing round cover, and only just enough of it exposed to allow observation. It is quite unnecessary to expose the whole head. If the head is not camouflaged, the exposed part of it should be protected by a bunch of herbage held before it. If, however, it is moving about much, no camouflage in the world will prevent its detection. It is of the greatest importance that the head should be kept as still as is humanly possible, and when movement is necessary it should be done extremely slowly, an inch or less at a time. Remember, also, the rest of your body, and if you are lying down, do not raise your feet over your back in order to get a change of position when you are getting stiff. Any object of regular outline should be avoided as a place from which to observe. Anything protruding from a smooth surface is very easily seen. During the last war it took the British a year to find this out. Their trench parapets were beautifully regular and smooth, while the Germans were rough and uneven and untidy, with many pieces of rubbish, old tin cans, loose sandbags, etc., scattered about on them. 5. Artificial aids to observation. Binoculars, or a telescope, are a great help in all observation. A less obvious aid, but one that is even more useful, is a periscope, and where it is possible for the agent to acquire one, he should always do so. There are many varieties of periscope, the simplest of which, an arrangement of small mirrors of highly polished metal surfaces on a stick, can be homemade. At the other end of the scale are the periscope monoculars, giving a magnification of up to x6. These were chiefly made for trench warfare, but it is possible that some are still in existence in the German army. It is well worthwhile to construct a homemade periscope. 6. If only we had more information. The items in a target area which will have the greatest bearing upon the operation are tactical considerations, and are fully dealt with in lectures on appreciation and planning. But it must be emphasized again that no detail is too small to be worth recording mentally, or in writing if the information is for the use of others. Things that at first sight may appear entirely insignificant suddenly assume a major importance when the plan is being made. If the slogan of, "Know your enemy," can be directed at regular troops, how much more must it apply to the agent, who must always face an overwhelming numerical superiority. He must rely upon surprise and a detailed knowledge of the enemy to counteract that superiority. For the same reason, anything that is not fully understood must be observed and investigated until it is. If in the last war the first people to see gas-containing cylinders had investigated their purpose, the first gas attacks would have lost much of their terrible surprise value. 7. German military signs. However painstaking the individual, his information from observation will be incomplete if he is unable to recognize the common military signs and symbols used by the enemy. If, for instance, a certain village is known to contain battle HQ of a German division, it would be extremely difficult for the observer to distinguish it from the brigade HQ, which might be housed 2 doors away from it or across the street, unless he is able instantly to recognize the military symbol at the entrance to the house. 8. Observation reports. An observation report made for the use of someone else should be made out in this form. On the first sheet, a sketch map of the area under observation. Each feature of importance should be numbered to correspond with a key at the foot of the map. This is better than writing on the map itself, which is apt to become confusing and obscured. Next, write a general description of the area, leaving out such details as you have already made clear from the map. This description should deal with constant factors features, that is, that would be the same at any time of the day. Not individual enemy actions that have been noticed. When this is completed, give your page a marginal column, and enter the times at which various actions or activities have been noted, describing the activity opposite to the time. If you are drawing deductions, other than obvious ones, state that they are your deductions, and do not represent them as proven fact. In describing the position of these activities, it is possible to refer to the sketch map, in this manner, 1455 hours. The head of a German officer was visible in the window at point O, or 1515 hours. 2 private soldiers left the door at point F, and entered the latrines at point D. They then left the observation area by the gate at point X. The report should not be long-winded, but make quite certain that you do not sacrifice clarity and accuracy to brevity. This type of observation report is intended to enable someone else to attack a stationary target guarded by the enemy. Observation reports dealing with movements of troops, vehicles, etc. must answer the following questions. A. When? Date and time. B. Where? as exactly as possible. C. What and how many, i.e., 14 mk, IV tanks. D. Direction and estimated speed, i.e., NE, at 20 kph, or towards y, a long road, x, y. E. Any other details. As in other types of observation, no detail which time allows is too small to be of importance. Finally, negative information, i.e., that no enemy AFVs were observed in such and such an area, is equally important. G.7. January 1944. Principles of camouflage, concealment and disguise, I. 1. Introductory. As the word camouflage is used in ordinary conversation, it covers pretty well all methods of deceiving the enemy, and is thus a very general term. In order to do a thing well, it is necessary to understand exactly what one is trying to do, and for this reason we subdivide the general term, camouflage, into 3 separate headings. These headings are camouflage proper, disguise, concealment. 2. Definitions. Camouflage proper is often called the general resemblance. That is to say that you deceive the enemy by melting into or mingling with your background, and are no longer noticeable at all. Example: the white, snow snipers, suits used in Russia and Finland. Disguise is often called the special resemblance. That is to say that you deceive the enemy, although he does actually see you, because he mistakes you for some harmless or unimportant object. Example: the most obvious example is the German parachutists' use of nuns and other female clothing. Less obvious, but still disguise, a man dressed in gray clothing may, in a country such as this, pass for a rock, even though he is not very near any other rocks. If you consider the number of objects in any countryside which a man could make himself resemble, it will be clear that disguise has almost as wide an application as camouflage proper. Concealment is to hide behind something, so that you are actually cut off from view. No example is required, and since a man who is entirely concealed is somewhat functionless, we shall not discuss it further. Having defined these words, it will be clear at once that all 3 methods can be used by a man simultaneously. For example, he may disguise his head as a small gorse bush, camouflage his body to disappear altogether, and conceal his feet behind something. But unless he knows this himself, he is liable to fall between 2 stools and achieve nothing. 3. Methods of achieving these results. A. Camouflage proper. To the partisan, by far the most general application of camouflage proper is the use of background, as already broadly outlined in the lecture, Movement by Day. Get into the habit of thinking constantly of your background, and if there are others dressed as you are, notice against what backgrounds they appear to be invisible and against which backgrounds they look obvious. If you concentrate on this, you will find that almost unconsciously you choose, the whole time, backgrounds most like the clothes you are wearing. Where there is no background that is very like your clothes, use natural camouflage, that is, leaves, grass, heather, branches, etc., to cover partially and break up the color mass of your body. pockets, buttonholes, waistband, collar, all these can receive and hold pieces of vegetation which will partially obscure your clothes and help you to mingle with your background. When using natural camouflage, remember that under a hot sun it withers quickly, and may be worse than useless at the end of a few hours. The whole question of color in camouflage is extremely complicated, but there is one salient fact that should be remembered. The works of man are immediately recognizable by their regularity in color, and also in outline. If you were to look at a garden lawn and were asked what its color was, you would reply, green. But while green is certainly the predominant color, you will find if you look more closely that there are not only many different shades of green, but also many other colors, browns, yellows, dark patches of shadow, etc. Remember, therefore, solid colors always look suspicious. Besides the question of color, there are three more factors which make an object recognizable for what it is. These are I. Shape in the flat, or outline. E. Shape in depth. E. Tone, that is, how light or how dark an object is. These are considered in detail below. I. Shape in the flat. Dot. This is determined by outline, or outside edge. If you cannot see the outside edges of the object, it becomes much more difficult to recognize. There are two general ways of destroying outline. One is to break up the outline by patches of different colors, so that it does not appear as a continuous line. This is usually called disruptive painting, and is used on buildings such as aerodrome hangars, etc., as well as on camouflaged clothing. Note, however, that it is useless if it is just patches of color on the bulk of the object. It must break up the outline itself. Dot. The other method is by adding onto the outline protuberances and irregularities that destroy the shape. On a man, this is best done with natural camouflage, leaves or branches or tufts of grass, etc. While on the subject of outline, remember that it is often possible to make the outline of your body and limbs resemble the outline of the objects around you, with very good effect. For example, rocks do not have branches, therefore when among rocks keep your arms close to your body. Trees do, and it is often possible to make your arms look like branches of a standing tree or roots of a fallen one. This is worthy of much more thought than it usually receives. Up a tree you will find about the best hiding place of all, as surprisingly few people ever look up into the trees they pass under. But here again, the outline of your body must be made to follow and resemble the outline of the trunk and its branches. Even a bare tree can be a good hiding place if this is remembered. E. Shape in depth. Dot. This is what makes an object appear solid, and is dependent upon shadows and highlights. They are, in fact, the only factors that make a white marble statue recognizable from a white paper silhouette. Shadows are the most difficult problem in the whole of camouflage, whether of man or an aeroplane factory, and always seem to find some way to reveal the true shape of the object, do what one will. But once their vast importance is realized, half the battle is won. Look at the man who is lying on the ground, or standing against a wall. Wherever his body touches the ground or the wall on the opposite side from which the light is coming, there is a shadow. Wherever there is a furrow in his clothing, there is a shadow. there is a shadow between his arms and his body, between his legs, under his chin, and so on. These shadows give him his shape. If they were not there, he would appear to have no arms, only one thick leg. In fact, he would become less and less like a man. It is for this reason that snipers' suits are made as cloaks, without arms or legs, so that there shall be no specifically human, and therefore betraying appendages. Now, one golden rule applies. The flatter an object, the less shadow it gives. Therefore, an object with sloping sides gives much less shadow than one with straight sides. Try this with a matchbox, with a strong light coming from one side. Then bend out one side till it is at a gentle slope. There will be no shadow at all. It is for this reason that large buildings that are to be camouflaged so as to disappear into the landscape are built with sloping sides. Were they not, their shadows would betray them. The same applies to the camouflage of a man. It will be seen immediately that the closer a man presses himself against the ground or background he intends to blend with, the less shadow he will cast, and the more he will tend to disappear. Similarly, if his arms are pressed to his sides, there is less room for shadow that would fall between his arms and body if the latter were hanging loosely, or if his hands were folded on his lap. Again, a man sitting with his legs stretched out on the ground in front of him will be less visible if his legs are flat on the ground than if his knees are slightly drawn up. Ruckles in clothing, like, for example, the ruckle formed by a battle dress blouse at the waist, also cast a black shadow. If you are going to take up a position from which to observe, for instance, try to arrange both yourself and your clothing so that the absolute minimum of shadows are formed, and think where those shadows are likely to be. Some grass, heather, or other vegetation is extremely useful to fill up these spaces where the shadows would fall, if you are to remain in one position for any length of time. Tone. This is often more important than color, especially at a distance. An object of unusual color is usually spotted at once because it is also of an unusual tone. Some extraordinarily bright colors can pass unnoticed if they are of exactly the same tone as their background, that is to say, if they would appear neither lighter nor darker in a photograph. As most backgrounds are much lighter in tone than one suspects, make it a general rule to keep a dark background whenever you can. You are usually seen because you are darker than your background. Principles of camouflage, concealment and disguise. 2. 1. Disguise. Having realized that disguise is not necessarily a matter of wearing a false red beard or getting a stage cow, its possibilities increase considerably. But it will also be obvious that there are very, very few objects that are suitable for the disguise of a man's body. In movement. And a man is much more often moving than stationary. The chief application of the special resemblance, therefore, is for use on the head only. As discussed in the lecture, observation, it is often easy to hide the body behind something, conceal it, but a man is usually somewhat useless if his hand is also concealed. Now is the time to realize that camouflage proper can very rarely be used satisfactorily on the head, it must be disguised. That is to say, it is very difficult to make the head blend into and mingle with its background, especially at close quarters, which is the range from which you should always try to observe, but it is comparatively easy to make it look like something completely different. This something different may be anything from a small bush or a moss-covered stone to a tiny bucket or a pile of horsedung. One of the simplest of all means of disguise of the head is a sheet of moss, such as grows round trees' roots, on stones, etc. It has two great advantages. A. It is to be found everywhere in the world where there are either large trees or rocks. B. It requires no making or work, as it can be taken off the ground as a solid sheet that will cover the whole head, a ready-made hat. Its use, among other types of camouflage and disguise, can be easily practiced in this area. If the head is to be disguised as a bush, let it be as large a bush as comfort and weight will allow. Every hat worn for operational purposes should be capable of receiving natural camouflage, that is to say it must have holes, or string, into which vegetation, etc. can be inserted or tied. This vegetation must not only completely cover the hat, but must also completely break up the outline of the head, by adding onto it. A large bush looks much less likely to be a man's head than something that is exactly the size and shape of a man's head. Other methods of improving the disguise of the head are discussed later in this lecture under the heading of artificial camouflage. 2. Artificial camouflage. Artificial camouflage, as applied to a man, was first developed for the use of snipers. We have already seen that it is impossible to render a moving object completely invisible by camouflage, and the sniper is one of the few men in regular warfare whose job it is to keep quite still. Because of the shadow difficulties already discussed, snipers' suits soon gave place to snipers' cloaks, or to sheets under which a man could lie. In this way, the shadows which define a man's limbs were eliminated. These cloaks and sheets were sometimes very elaborate, and required long preparation, such as pouring molten rubber over the surface with which the sniper was required to blend, and then making the dried and painted rubber into a cloak. All these methods are beyond the scope and opportunity of the partisan, but there are two simple forms of artificial camouflage which are well worth study and are within the opportunity of everybody. The first of these is the sheet made of sacking. It is remarkably effective, frequently more so than the more elaborate types, and is very easy to construct. Sandbags, cut open and sewn together, form the basis. The sheet should be about 8 ft long and 4 ft wide, and the edges should be made ragged so that there will be a less obvious line where the sheet joins the ground. Next, rub the sheet thoroughly in the soil of the piece of country in which it is to be used, so that bare patches upon it will appear to be bare patches of soil. Then sew or tie onto it pieces of grass or other vegetation typical of the country. When used where there are sparsely vegetated patches of soil, this is extremely invisible, is easily carried rolled up. Since vertical surfaces always cast most shadow, the sheet must be drawn well away from the body at sides. Not tucked in round the man, as is often the first instinct. A variation of the above is a sheet which is entirely covered with vegetation down to the last inch, and is therefore completely indistinguishable from the ground around it when it is laid out like a carpet. In this case, the sewing on the vegetation must be done on the spot, and the sheet is left spread out flat when its user leaves his observation post after dusk. Care must be taken that vegetation used does not wither quickly. Such a sheet is not easily portable, but in most types of ground it is entirely invisible, and can be treated as a static observation post. It will be immediately obvious that this principle of sacking camouflage can be applied with great effect and much less labor to the camouflage or disguise of the head alone. In this case, a sort of balaclava helmet is made of the sacking, and it is completely covered with vegetation sewn onto it, or with a sheet of moss as previously described under the heading of disguise. When used as a lining to the moss, it has the advantage of excluding insects. A second type of artificial camouflage within the opportunity of the partisan is the use of camouflage truck nets. These are common to all belligerent armies, and vary little in type. In principle, they consist of string netting dyed green or party-colored, and Hessian tape in various colors called in the British Army scrim, is provided to tie on in short lengths to represent leaves, and to break up the general color mass. Truck nets are remarkably easily stolen, and have a wide application. They can be used as is the sheet to camouflage a man lying down, can be draped over him among vegetation while he is in a standing position, can be used to camouflage any object that must remain in the open and be invisible to the enemy, or can be used as a screen through which to fire an LMG, for example, when ambushing a convoy. Their effectiveness is out of all proportion to their simplicity and ease of use, and are worth much consideration in irregular warfare. Of the same principle as net camouflage are veils to cover the face, which have already been discussed in the lecture, Movement by Day. There is no reason why ingenuity should not improve on these few types of simple artificial camouflage, but it must be remembered that the partisan does not have access to unusual materials. G.8. January 1944. The use and care of binoculars. 1. Introductory. Binoculars are an aid, but not an essential, to good observation. The partisan should always aim at close personal observation, but where, for instance, heavy perimeter fences make this impossible, a more sketchy reconnaissance by binocular at greater distance must take its place. The more you know about the use of binoculars, the less sketchy such reconnaissance will be. 2. The binoculars themselves. Binoculars differ from telescopes in that they are prismatic, that is to say that the light required is refracted through prisms instead of passing direct through a number of lenses of varying power. Thus it is possible to use a pair of binoculars on a day which would be too dark to see well with a telescope. There are also prismatic monoculars, glasses for one eye only, but here again the effect of light is less than in a glass where both eyes can be used. In partisan warfare, the opportunities to acquire binoculars are large. But the partisan has no room for useless souvenirs, and must know what is worth taking and what is not. Binoculars are made in many qualities and magnifications, by many different makers. Some of them are not worth having at all, and the very small non-prismatic binoculars usually called opera glasses are quite useless for our purposes. The best English makers of binoculars are Ross and Kershaw, separate firms. The best German are Carl Zeiss and Dallmayr, also separate firms. Binoculars are made in magnifications from 4 to 25, anything smaller than 4 being in the nature of an opera glass. The natural tendency in most inexperienced people would be to plump for the 25, in that they could remain more than 5 times further away from the enemy than if they plumped for the 4. But there are other equally important considerations. The main factors are these. A. How much did they magnify? B. How much light did they let in, that is, how easy to see were they on a dark day? This factor is called the light equivalent. C. How large are they? Are they easy to carry? Now we immediately come up against an important consideration. The greater the magnification, the less the light equivalent, and the more bulky and awkward are the glasses to carry. So perhaps the 25s are not the best after all. Most binoculars, all good ones, have their dimensions written somewhere on them, usually on the shoulder, and they are written in this manner. The first figure is the number of magnifications, the second is the number of millimeters across the object glass, the big lens at the opposite end from the eyepiece. The light equivalent is obtained by dividing the first figure into the second and squaring the result. Thus the light equivalents of the examples are 9.5 approximately, and 25. The greater the light equivalent, the more use the binoculars are under poor light conditions. Those with very low light equivalent are only useful in bright sunny weather. So we see that to have a high light equivalent, there must be a large object glass, and that immediately makes for bulk. These are the problems which confront both the makers of binoculars and the partisan leader who would equip his band. Were they more generally understood, there would be less grumbling over the quality of binoculars issued to armies. Try, then, for the glass of medium dimensions, a magnification of 8 or 10 and a light equivalent of not less than, say, 10, and the higher the better as long as the glass is still easily portable. The Carl Zeiss lightweight 10x50, carried by many German officers, may be said to be the ideal binocular for general purposes. The peacetime price of these in England was something over £50, and in the first years of this war they were changing hands at over £100. 3. Focusing. Binoculars are focused by a small wheel, which is usually central, between the eyepieces, but may be on each eyepiece separately. A third variation is that in which the central wheel focuses the right eye only, and the left eye is focused by screwing the eyepiece itself. In all cases it is useful to put a small mark showing where the infinity focus for your own eyesight is. 4. The care of binoculars. A. All good binocular lenses are made of highly polished glass which is soft. This high polish is essential if the best results are to be obtained, and it can only be retained by careful cleaning. Thus, a piece of chamois leather, silk, or well-washed 4x2 should always be carried either in the binocular case or the pocket book, and used for this purpose. First flick off the dust that may be on the outside of the glass, then clean with a gentle circular motion. Never touch the glass with finger or thumb. B. If the glass is allowed to get damp, fogging inside the lenses will result. To cure this, lay it in the sun or in a warm room, but do not let the metal get hotter than body temperature, or the Canadian balsam which fixes the lenses in most high-class binoculars will melt and the glasses will fail to focus properly. When working parts get wet, they must be dried and slightly lubricated before the glasses are put away. Rifle oil will do for this purpose. C. Unless there are very special reasons for it, don't use your binoculars under conditions which are certain to get them wet. They may become useless before you have learnt what you want to know, and they will be useless for some time. D. Carry binoculars and your person, either in their case or in a clean pocket. Dust and dirt must be kept from the lenses. Keep them on your body when traveling in lorries, etc. Jolting shifts the prisms and destroys accurate focusing. E. Never attempt to strip binoculars, unless you are an expert. 5. Spying with binoculars. A. Steadiness. Always use a rest when you can. It is most important to keep the glasses steady. If you cannot rest the glasses on anything, press the edges of the eyepieces against the top of the eye sockets, not enough to cause discomfort. This gives a steadier result than is otherwise possible without resting the glasses. Every man must suit himself with regard to position. When you cannot rest the glasses, try to get both your elbows onto your knees, to form a tripod. A man will very rarely spy standing up unless he is observing over cover, when he will be able to rest the glasses. B. Technique of searching ground. When searching a given sector of ground, divide it into fields of view. Don't let your eyes wander aimlessly over it. Work slowly, allowing each field to overlap. Do not pass on from any unexpected or unusual object without trying to find out what it is and why it is there. Don't look at the same object for too long. If you can't make something out, rest your eyes, and look away from it and then look back quickly. On the other hand, don't give it up because you have not been able to make it out the first time. Light conditions are constantly changing, and what was invisible at 1100 hours may be quite plain at 1105. The keenest vision is at the edge of the eye. Do not keep the object you are studying in the center of the field of view. Visibility is best after rain, owing to the refraction of light from raindrops. C. Binoculars cannot give the same perspective as the naked eye, and the following points, which are caused by this slight distortion, must be remembered. I. Dead ground is not easily distinguishable, i.e., glasses have the effect of flattening out the ground. E. Distances between objects in line ahead appear smaller than they really are. E. Distances between objects in line abreast appear greater than they really are. D. Danger. If you don't make some sort of a shade to cover the object glass, your position will be given away to the enemy in sunny weather by the flash. Its size must vary with the size of the object glass. Make them with paper, cardboard, or anything more permanent that you are able to get. When nothing is available, the hands can be cupped to form an extension to each object glass, but this is not entirely satisfactory. G. Appendix I. February 1944. Protection of railways and roads. The number and strength of guard troops and sentry posts depends on the number of bridges, tunnels, etc., to be guarded and the nature of the terrain. Under average conditions, a battalion is necessary per 100 kilometers of track or road, of which 2 men are required per kilometer for local protection, with the remainder on patrol duty or acting as reserves. Each company takes over a given section, pickets of 2 NCOs, and 10 men being entrusted with the protection of specific points, the NCOs, relieving one another, with 9 men for sentry duty and reliefs and 1 man in reserve for special duties. Heavy weapons are distributed among the various sub-units. Battalion and company commanders' headquarters are usually located with the reserves in the center of each section. Pickets and reserves occupy strong points with a good field of fire and protected by barbed wire. In guarding railways, a locomotive coupled to a truck is held ready at the strongpoints garrisoned by the reserves. In the case of roads, MT, from which all baggage has been cleared, is kept ready at these points. Vital points such as bridges are guarded by a single sentry by day and by double sentries at night. In the case of long bridges or of tunnels, sentries are posted at either end, while covering parties may be employed too where dead ground conceals the approaches. Extra sentries may be posted below the bridges at night time, at the bridge piers. Energetic patrolling is carried out by day on both sides of the road or railway, sometimes with cyclist patrols. Foot patrols make contact with one another during the night by moving along the permanent way, or keeping to the roadway. Special attention is given to testing fish plates, bolts and rail joints, and a good lookout is kept for explosives secured to the inner flanges of rails and for any disturbances of the ballast such as would indicate the laying of mines. Draisines are at times employed for purposes of inspection or for supplying posts. An armored draisine is sometimes sent ahead of transport trains instead of a pilot engine. If sufficient troops are available, patrols are sent off deep into the country on either side of the railway or road to search villages and question their inhabitants. This practice appears to have arisen as a result of the order given to partisans not to withdraw more than 20 km from the main lines of communication. Crops or woods adjacent to railways and capable of affording cover to guerrillas are often burnt or cut down to a width of 200 yards or so from either side of the line. Farms adjacent to the railway may for the same reason be evacuated or burnt down. The inhabitants of villages adjacent to the railways are made responsible for safeguarding the line in their neighborhood. A band of partisans specializing in track destruction on the Leningrad front recently gave a quarter of an hour as the interval of time elapsing between the passing of sentries. G. Appendix 2. February 1944. Intercommunication in the field. The best plan may be made ineffectual by an insufficient amount of attention being paid to the question of intercommunication. The subject is of paramount importance to both regular and irregular forces, but it presents far greater difficulties to the latter, since, in most cases, stealth and silence are their watchwords by day and by night. In every partisan operation it is absolutely necessary that the leader should, in making up his orders, visualize in advance every possible occasion and circumstance when it may be necessary for himself or any member of the party to communicate with any one or more of the remainder. he must be satisfied that the signals arranged are adequate under all circumstances and known to all who may need them. The two main types of signals. All signals that will require to be given during a partisan operation can be roughly divided into two types. A. Those which need not be concealed from the enemy. B. Those which must not warn the enemy of the presence of the users. Type A. The signals falling into this category are those which start a noisy action, those which are given during its continuance, and those which mark its end. Signals of this type do not usually present serious difficulties. The signal for the opening of the action may, for instance, be a shot or a blast on a whistle. The main consideration is that some action on the part of the enemy shall not be mistaken for the leader's signal, e.g. all German sentries are equipped with whistles. It may be, however, that the action could be arranged to start on the particular sound being produced by either side. If production by the enemy automatically means that he is aware of something being amiss, e.g. a shot from the sentry. Another consideration is that all members of the party for whom any signal is intended must be able to hear, or perhaps see, it, no matter how much noise or confusion there may be in the course of the action. Visual signals by hand, arm, flag, etc., are only dependable if the men for whom they are intended are looking towards the signaler at the time, and therefore a preceding audible signal may be necessary to attract their attention. Subject to this limitation, however, visual signals are useful. In spite of the fact that signals of this type are overt, it is nevertheless desirable that the range at which they can be seen or heard should not be unnecessarily extended further than is essential for them to be noticed by the party. If this latter requirement is satisfied, the smaller radius at which they are obvious, the better. Type B. Signals falling into this category, stealthy signals, present much greater difficulties and require both forethought on the part of the leader and constant rehearsal by any of the party who may, in any eventuality, need to use them. They can be conveniently divided into two kinds. I. Those that are not sufficiently loud or visible to be heard or seen by the enemy. E. Those which have to be received over some distance and therefore will be heard or seen by the enemy but must not make him suspicious. In considering I, very careful thought must be given by the leader to the distances at which either audible or visible signals are likely to be perceptible by the members of the party under different weather conditions. For instance, a low hiss as a danger signal will be inadequate on a wet night with a high wind. Likewise, in a ground mist, visual signals from a lookout who is giving warning of the approach of a convoy may be useless. It may be necessary for the leader to duplicate, audibly and visually, a certain signal under this heading, in order to cope with differing circumstances, e.g. the danger signal. It is quite likely that circumstances may arise when it is possible to make quite safely a movement of the band but not the slightest sound, and vice versa. It is not possible to specify as being superior to others any particular sound designed to reach the ears of the members of the party but not those of the enemy. A hiss, click of the tongue, or various air noises in the mouth, etc., are all useful, according to circumstances and weather conditions. Recognition signals can never truly come into this category since their use necessarily implies either that the party is separated and endeavoring to rejoin, or that the user is not certain of the identity of the person to whom the signal is directed. In considering these which have to carry over some distance and will therefore be heard or seen by the enemy, but which must not make him suspicious, it will immediately be clear that, in the majority of cases, they will be audible signals, and usually the only possibilities will be animal or bird sounds with some characteristic to distinguish them from the genuine sound. This characteristic may be some slight variation of note, usually at the end, or may be repetition in a prescribed order or with definite intervals. A sound will therefore be chosen that is a. probable in the particular locality, i.e., do not choose a hyena for use in Europe, or a cock crowing in the middle of the desert. b. not likely to attract attention in itself, e.g., a dog barking is always a suspicious sound and may cause investigation by the enemy. c. not too difficult to learn, and one of which the genuine version can be heard by the members of the party and rehearsed by those who will use it. Suitable sounds will therefore vary with the country and district in which the party is operating. Sounds for use by night must be confined to those animals and birds which are normally noisy by night, and the same applies to signals for use by day. Specimens are: by night, owl; by day, wood pigeon. Endless possible sounds could be listed, and the above are quoted as examples only. General. Once an audible signal has been chosen which imitates a natural sound, it must be rehearsed until the leader is satisfied that all members of the party who may possibly need to use it are capable of producing the sound realistically whenever required, and that all the party can recognize it. He cannot be satisfied on this point unless he has listened carefully to the genuine sound for comparison. It is always better for signals conveying different meanings to be entirely different sounds and not merely diverse multiplications of the same sound. This avoids the possibility of a man hearing only part of a signal and acting accordingly, e.g., hearing 2 out of 4 blasts on a whistle and quite rightly carrying out some different action for which 2 blasts had been the prescribed signal. All signals should be kept as short and uncomplicated as is consistent with their being received and understood. The use of string or cord has been advocated by some people as a means of intercommunication and of keeping in touch within a small party moving in single file on dark nights. As a means of intercommunication, it is not very satisfactory. The circumstances of its use imply that it will almost certainly be tugged and pulled at moments when no signal is intended, either through someone stumbling in the dark or through the cord itself being caught up in some obstruction, but as a means of keeping in touch it is quite good. The cord should have knots along its length corresponding with the number of men. Use can also be made of a cord as a previously laid guideline in difficult going in darkness, e.g., through a thick wood or across a ford. In a previous lecture we recommended that every man should carry on an operation a length of at least 4 yards of stout string. By tying these together, a suitable cord can be made for use as either a guideline or a contact line. Minor Tactics. Appendix I. January 1944. Recce of ground and selection of route. All fieldcraft and minor tactics are a means to an end. their purpose is to enable you to reach your objective undetected, or to withdraw from it in safety. These lectures contain general considerations applying to all operations requiring stealth. The actual tactics of different types of operations are discussed in detail in other lectures. Fieldcraft has been defined as the art of being like an animal in its own terrain, which implies a complete familiarity with the ground over which one is working. Since we are often operating in country which is strange to us, the importance of recce is clear and cannot be overestimated. If recce is to be of real value, there must be a clear idea what is to be looked for and what the recce may be expected to decide. Recce of the ground should always decide the following factors. 1. The best route both for advance and withdrawal. 2. The best clothing and personal equipment. 3. The amount of time necessary. 4. The establishment of bounds and landmarks. 5. The organization of all-round defense. These points may be considered in detail as follows. 1. The factors affecting the choice of route. A. Enemy dispositions. Guards, patrols, system of communication, wire, proximity of local troops, etc. B. Other features to be avoided. These include roads, paths, houses, particularly farms, where there are always dogs and other domestic animals to announce arrival, any place where there is any congregation of either wild or domestic animals or birds, and all skylines. If careful attention is paid to the latter on recce, it will very rarely be found necessary to cross a skyline. A place will almost always be found where there is a fold in the ground forming a double skyline, that is, the skyline is not truly continuous, one part of it being behind the other, or where there is sufficient natural cover for the body never to appear in silhouette. C. The presence or absence of cover. The route chosen should afford the best cover during the latter stages of the approach when close to enemy. The most frequent mistake is that of choosing a route affording good initial cover, but little or none when it is most needed. In choosing the route, the aim should be that the party should be invisible from as many directions as possible for as long as possible, and that it should always be near enough to cover to be able to melt away, if surprised. This implies that broken ground should be chosen, not open ground, and that the lowest part of that broken ground should be followed the whole time, even to a matter of inches. Always try to keep something between you and the enemy, even if it will only just hide you. D. The position of the sun. To approach by a route that will place you between the enemy and the sun, particularly when the sun is low in the morning or evening, is of great advantage. To have a sun low in your eyes as you approach is to be avoided at all costs. 2. The best clothing and personal equipment. A. Clothing. Certain general principles will always apply. The clothing should be of neutral color and tone. Tone, that is, how light or how dark it is of more importance than color. There must be no bright objects, such as buttons, belt buckles, etc., which may glint in the sun. No clothing should be worn which will make movement noisy even at the closest quarters, i.e., leather may creak, metal objects may chink together, stiff material, such as a Macintosh, will rustle. Clothing should be looked over for loose buttons, etc., which might come off when crawling. Duplicate brace buttons are advisable. A man who is holding up his trousers with one hand is helpless. The distance and the type of ground to be covered will decide whether soft or hard shoes should be worn. Boots are always clumsy and should be avoided when possible. Shoe covers: 2 pieces of sacking or other material to wrap round the feet, or a thick pair of socks which may be pulled on over the shoes and secured round the ankle, may be carried to facilitate silent movement on road or pavement or rock. Places on the route which might make the carrying of such special equipment necessary, should be looked for on the recce. The face and hands must be veiled or darkened, unless direct bluff is either contemplated or may be necessary in an emergency. This last consideration is fully discussed in the lecture, Appreciation. Methods of veiling and darkening the flesh are discussed in the next lecture on minor tactics. B. Personal equipment. Nothing must be carried which is unnecessary. Personal equipment must be cut down to a minimum, and unnecessary objects mean extra bulk, weight, noise and possible loss of security. The following are always useful, and should be carried independent of personal taste or the necessities of the particular operation decided by the recce. I. A knife, capable of being used either as a utility or offensive weapon. As an offensive weapon, the ordinary clasp knife can be improved by sharpening the back of the blade for a short distance below the point. E. A matchbox, full, because a half-empty box rattles. If there are only a few matches in the box, the lower part of the box should be filled out with grass or other material. E. Some money, paper when possible, because coins in the pocket are noisy. IV. A length of at least 4 yards of stout string. This may be used for any purpose from tying up a man to preparing a booby trap or stretching across a path to give warning of a man's approach. V. A watch, worn on the wrist, where it will not get crushed when crawling. V. A compass, worn on a string round the neck, but carried down the back, where it will not cause discomfort when crawling. V. Some first aid equipment on the lines of the British first field dressing. The length of the operation and the type of ground will decide what type of quantity of food, or water, should be carried. 3. Timing. In training, it will be found that the greatest number of operations fail due to inadequate attention being paid to timing. The greatest and most detailed attention should be paid to this on recce, and the time taken to cover the ground on recce must be carefully noted. Whenever possible, the amount of time finally allowed for the operation should be greater than has appeared strictly necessary on recce. In open country, the normal walking speed of a man is approximately 100 yards in 1 minute. Nothing less than double this amount of time can be expected in an operation requiring stealth. Crawling may lengthen the time to as much as half an hour for the same distance, when really difficult ground has to be crossed, and all these things must be taken into consideration when finally computing the time necessary for the operation. During training, it is useful to note constantly the amount of time taken to cross various pieces of ground, and to measure distances with the eye and compare them on the map. 4. The establishment of bounds and landmarks. This is absolutely necessary on recce. Failure to do so will frequently result in loss of direction when crossing difficult ground, and the failure of the operation. Two purposes are achieved by the establishment of bounds. A. Maintenance of direction. B. Ensuring observation of ground immediately to be crossed. The ground to be covered should be divided into sections, the end of each section or bound being a landmark easily recognizable from any direction. The necessity for this will be clear when it is remembered that it is not always approached from the expected direction, and that it is often impossible to raise the head above ground level when moving towards the objective. When each landmark is reached, the ground between it and the next should be thoroughly observed before it is crossed. Observation is fully dealt with in the next lecture. 5. The organization of all-round defense. Nothing can ever obviate the necessity for all-round defense at all times. Danger does not always come from the expected direction, and the advantage of surprise must lie with us and not with the enemy. When the force is composed of several men, each must be allotted an angle or direction for which he is responsible at all times, whether at halt or on the move, and his attention must never stray from this direction. When alone, a man must constantly be looking all round him all the time, never allowing himself to become preoccupied with one direction to the exclusion of others. Recce by field glasses or telescope. When recce is conducted by field glasses or telescope, the following points should be remembered. A. Dead ground is not easily distinguishable, i.e., glasses have the effect of flattening out ground. B. Distances between objects in line ahead appear smaller than they really are. C. Distances between objects in line abreast appear greater than they really are. D. In bright weather, flash may be produced by the object glass, which will give away the position of the observer unless a shield or shade is used. Such a shade should not be less than 15 cms long for an object glass of 50 mms, or 10 cms long for an object glass of 30 mms. The shade may be made of brown paper or cardboard, or other material available. When nothing else is available, the hands may be cupped to form an extension or funnel to each object glass. E. The ground to be searched should be divided into sections, and each section searched from flank to flank. Each travel of the glass should overlap the previous one. F. A greater degree of steadiness can be obtained by pressing the eyepieces against the upper part of the eye socket and resting the elbows, thus forming a wedge. In all cases where the leader of a party is unable to carry out a personal recce, he should arrange for a written route report, with sketches or sketch maps of the ground. This is fully dealt with in the lecture on route reports. At the end of the lecture, the instructor should repeat the 5 points to which particular attention should be paid on recce. Minor Tactics. Appendix 2. January 1944. General movement by day. 1. Formations. Any party of men moving across country should move in a definite formation, not in a constantly changing huddle or a straggling line. The reasons for this, and the essentials of any formation, are to ensure a. Maximum use of available cover. B. Permanent all-round defense. C. Adequate communication among all members of the party, but particularly between the leader and his scouts. A great many formations have been devised for use by the regular army, some of which fulfill these requirements, but most are unsatisfactory because they are impossible to maintain, either for a long distance or in broken country, and very few really ensure the maximum use of available cover. Chiefly for this latter reason we do not use the diamond and box-shaped formations. For a small body of men moving across any type of country, there is no better formation than single file with scouts ahead. In speaking of formations, we have in mind here a basic-sized party of 10 men, but the formation applies equally well to larger or smaller parties. When, however, a party of 20 or more men are concerned, it is better in any case to form into two parties and rendezvous, as for any stealthy operation a party of such a size is unwieldy. This formation complies with the three requirements mentioned. Particularly, it ensures that the whole of the main body use the cover chosen by the leader, which is extremely difficult to ensure in an extended formation. Only the scouts use high ground, and that only enough to ensure the safety of the party they are preceding. In a box or diamond formation, on the other hand, the flank men must constantly be using ground where there is no cover, in order to maintain their position in the formation. The intervals between the members of the party, and between the scouts and the leader, depend entirely on the nature of the ground and the limit of visibility. The scouts must be in touch with the leader and in touch with each other. Once they are out of sight of the leader, they are useless. Under the best visibility conditions, it is not desirable for them to be more than 100 to 150 meters in front of the leader, but in darkness or in very close country, only contact with the leader can decide the maximum distance. The leader must watch his scouts the whole time for any signal they may give him. They are his eyes. The only time when a considerable interval between members of the main party is desirable is when, for instance, an open hillside must be crossed in distant view of the enemy. Here, a close mass of men moving would be visible when widely separated men would not. Each man of the party is responsible for observing in a particular direction the whole time, and he must be able to draw the leader's attention to anything that he sees with the least possible delay. A wide interval between members of the party makes this difficult. When the party halts, it is automatically covered by the scouts, to ensure that it is not taken by surprise. This should be an invariable rule, whatever the reason for the halt. Also, whatever the reason for the halt, the whole of the main party must immediately get into cover. The practice of halting for discussion in exposed places is very common in training and is a very serious fault. As soon as the leader realizes that a halt is necessary, whether because he is off his route and must use the map or because he has reached the end of a bound and must wait for the scouts to observe, he must immediately get his party into a position where they cannot be seen. This is all the more important if the halt is in order to study the map. The white flash of a map can be seen at a great distance, and at no time should more of it be exposed than is absolutely necessary. 2. Use of background. Where there is no cover, background can be effectively used, provided that the following points are remembered. A. In any ordinary neutral tinted clothing, a man at a distance looks darker than his background. This can easily be demonstrated by watching a man cross a hillside which is partly light and partly dark colored. Therefore, always keep as dark a background as you can. B. The color of the face and the hands is unnatural to any landscape, and by their position on the figure easily define the object as a human being. They should, therefore, always be blacked or veiled. It is not enough to black the face only, as is so often done, the hands must be darkened also. Any mixture used for blacking should not contain oil unless in the smallest quantities. To make it adhesive, a oily surface shines and catches the light. Veils have the advantage that they can quickly be discarded if there is any chance of passing as a friend. The best material for veils is fine mesh black or green muslin net, and it should be soaked in hot water for some hours to remove its starchiness. If this is not done, it will make a constant rustling noise round the head, which makes hearing difficult. The veil should be of double thickness over the whole face except for a belt of single thickness running round the front from ear to ear. It is not sufficient to leave eye holes of single thickness, as it will be found that vision is very much restricted at the sides. The veil must be made to tie on securely, or it will be easily displaced when crawling or passing through thick cover. C. Any swiftly moving object is very easily seen. Movements should be slow and smooth. D. Shadows flatter the resemblance between you and your background. Keep to the shadows wherever possible. 3. Crawling technique. When both cover and background fail, it is necessary to crawl. Crawling is usually performed in a very haphazard way due to a lack of clear understanding of what the crawler is trying to achieve. The primary consideration is whether you are crawling to A. Avoid being seen. B. Avoid being heard. C. Avoid both. Each requires a different technique, and unless this is clearly understood, the result can never be satisfactory. A. When crawling to avoid being seen, the whole body should be as close as possible to the ground. Since there can be no head without a body following it, and no rump without a head preceding it, it is quite useless to keep one part of the body low unless the rest of the body follows suit. The strength of the chain is the strength of its weakest link. Every part of the body, including the face, must touch the ground. Movement is effected by fingers and toes left and right alternately, not together, the arms being stretched out immediately in front of the body. This is commonly called the flat or snake crawl. B. When crawling to avoid being heard, the bear crawl should be used. It is so called because a bear leaves one set of footprints only, like a biped, the hind feet being placed exactly in the imprint of the fore. In the case of the man, the knees are placed in the exact positions of the hands, which have first carefully felt for and removed any noisy material on the ground. C. When crawling to avoid both being seen and heard, a compromise technique is required. The fingers of both hands are interlocked under the chest, and at each forward movement the body is lifted just clear of the ground, assisted by the toes of both feet moved together. As in position, the head is kept as close to the ground as possible and the body is lifted no higher than to allow its clear passage without a dragging sound. The smaller the surface area the body presents to the enemy, the less likely it will be to be detected. therefore when crawling always face the enemy if possible. 4. Observation. Observation is necessary at the end of each bound, to ensure the safety of the ground which the party is about to cross. It is necessary when approaching the objective, and it is necessary on recce. Never spend less than 3 minutes in observation. A quick glance is useless and merely lulls into a sense of what may be false security. The thing to look for first is movement, because it is most easily seen. Then look carefully at anything that is darker than its surroundings, lastly at anything that is much lighter than its surroundings. If you are suspicious of an object, take no chances, wait until your mind is made up. If there is more than one in the party, the observer's rear should be covered by another member of the party. His attention is fully occupied with the direction in which he is observing, and he is vulnerable to attack from behind. The aim of observation is to see without being seen, and, if this can be achieved, the greatest possible advantage has been secured over the enemy, since the most prominent feature will be the head. The importance of its camouflage or disguise cannot be overestimated. The head can be camouflaged either by natural or artificial means, but it must be done thoroughly. 2 blades of grass do not make you invisible, nor is it enough merely to cover the head if the outline of its shape still remains. If natural camouflage is used, i.e., herbage, etc., it should be used plentifully, so that no part of the headgear remains uncovered and the head can be exposed down to the level of the eyes without fear of recognition. It should be remembered that natural herbage dies quickly and, especially in cases of plants which have very light-colored undersides to the leaves, may be very visible when dead. The simplest of all means of natural camouflage of the head is a sheet of moss, and has 2 great advantages. First, it is to be found everywhere in the world where there are trees or rocks. Second, it requires no making or work, as it can be taken off the ground in a solid piece that will cover the whole head, a ready-made hat. Artificial camouflage of the head is a hat that is constructed to look like something else, and is dependent upon personal ingenuity. It is rarely as satisfactory as natural camouflage. When possible, observations should be done round, not over, cover, and at ground level. The human eye is unconsciously most receptive of movement at its own level above the ground, and movement much higher or much lower than this level, i.e., in trees or at ground level, is frequently overlooked. The head, then, should be kept as close as possible to the ground when observing round an object, and only just enough of it exposed to allow observation. It is quite unnecessary to expose the whole head. If the head is not camouflaged, the part of it that is exposed should be protected by a bunch of herbage held before it. Any object of regular outline should be avoided as a place from which to observe. Anything protruding from a smooth surface is very easily seen. Instance British and German trench parapets 1914-16. The greatest of all aids to observation is a periscope, which allows the observer to see without exposing himself at all. Periscopes are not generally obtainable, but a rough one is not difficult to make. Thousands of these were homemade for the coronation of the present king, consisting of a simple arrangement of mirrors on a stick. Demonstrate model. The movement of the head during observation must be extremely slow, the head must be raised inch by inch and lowered again in the same way. Any quick or jerky movement attracts attention at once. 5. Animals and birds. In addition to the possibility of your own movements being detected by sound or sight, the likelihood of deduction of your whereabouts from disturbed animals or birds must not be overlooked. This applies to disturbance of both domestic and wild animals and birds. Sheep when alarmed run and huddle together, staring in the direction of the object that has frightened them. Domestic geese set up a great noise and walk in the direction of the intruder, to cite 2 examples only. Wild animals and birds, being more generally distributed and more difficult to avoid, present a great problem. Rooks at a rookery will set up a great commotion and rise high over the trees when their territory is invaded. Wood pigeons fly out of the trees with a clapping of wings. Magpies, jays, jackdaws, etc., all have their own unmistakable alarm notes. In arable land, the movement of game birds will often locate the position of a man accurately. Hares, which have a preference for crossing open ground when disturbed, also betray the position. A piece of rabbit-infested ground without a rabbit to be seen means that someone has passed that way recently. Instances can be multiplied beyond the scope of a lecture. Many dangers of this sort are difficult to avoid, but ground where there are known to be definite congregations of animals or birds, i.e., sheep ground, rookeries, rabbit warrens, etc., should be avoided in the choice of a route. Remember that these things will not betray you only, they will also betray the enemy if you pay attention to them. An obviously alarmed animal or bird should always make you suspicious until you know the cause of it. There is also much to be deducted from the ground. A man will not always leave footprints, but except on the hardest ground he will always leave some mark of his passage. The grasses are bent, a rock is marked where a nailed boot has scratched it, some moss is rubbed from it, a wisp of wool is left on barbed wire, but these things will not be noticed unless they are looked for. The subject of human footprints is too specialized a subject to go into in detail, but some points are worth remembering. 6. Footprints. A. General. A small amount of loose soil is always thrown up by the heel and the toe, forward in the first case, backward in the latter. The amount of soil is in direct relation to the speed of travel. The most marked impression is left by the outside of the back of the heel and the inside of the toe. The faster the travel, also, the closer laterally the right and left foot, and the straighter the feet are pointing. B. Walking. Average pace slightly over 30 in. If a small man taking long steps, heel indentation is deeper. Carrying a heavy load, feet are wider apart laterally, toes pointed more outward, steps short, indentation deep especially at toe and outside edge of foot. A stout man leaves a similar track, but less indented at the toes, the track more regular with less divergence. The height of a man is usually about 6 1/3 times the length of the imprint of his naked feet. A lame man takes a short step with his lame leg, not his sound one. C. Running. I. Trained runner. Indentation of toe deep, possibly no heel mark. Distance between paces up to 6 ft. For a 6 ft. man. Prints in straight line, no outward turn of toes. E. Untrained runner. Heel print deep as well as toe print, heel pointed less straight, noticeable divergence in straight line of track. The same track will be shown by any man running under stress of great emotion or mental confusion. D. Freshness of tracks. Dot. In very fresh tracks, the loose earth thrown up will look darker than the surrounding earth, edges of print sharp, not rounded by rain or wind. Broken vegetation will not have begun to wither at the break, which becomes noticeable after a few hours, varying with the weather. Bent grasses will not have recovered upright position. Age of tracks may be known from effect of rain showers when these have been recent. Best practice of all is look at your own footprints at varying times after you have made them and in varying weather conditions. E. Tire tracks. Dot. Most important consideration is which way they are going. Most certain way is by crossing or overlapping of front wheel tracks by rear wheels. Over a bump, tracks will momentarily broaden out at the far side, as the tire takes the downward bump of the chassis. Position of the tracks on the road are also an indication, especially when cornering. In the case of a bicycle, direction is more easily distinguishable, as rear wheel more often crosses or obscures front wheel, especially uphill as the forward position of the rider causes more wobble. The faster the travel, the straighter the line. 7. Summary. There can be no passengers in a party. Every man has a job to do all the time, and unless at a halt for rest, he must never relax. If training is to be useful, this idea must be applied throughout it. The slackness of one man can ruin the value of a training scheme for a whole party. Training here is intensive, and time on schemes cannot be wasted. Minor tactics. Appendix 3. January 1944. General movement by night. Much of the Lecture 2, Movement by Day, applies also to movement by night, but because at night our primary aim is silence, there will be certain differences, but not as far as formation goes. We recommend the single file formation for use in all light conditions. At night this formation will, however, be closed up to whatever degree may be necessary to ensure control of his party by the leader. The differences will particularly affect the route, the type of ground over which we want to move. 1. Factors influencing the choice of route. A. Best type of cover. As in day work, the route should give the best cover in the latter stages of the approach, but a different type of cover will be required. Silence is the keynote, therefore the thickest cover will very rarely be the best. Ground that is silent to move over, will then be the first consideration. On a very dark night nothing else need be thought of. If it is a little lighter, keep a dark background. If it is a very bright moonlight night the considerations will be the same as for day operations. If there is a likelihood of searchlights or very lights being used, keep close to cover that you can get behind quickly. Remember that the direct route is a bad one 9 times out of 10. B. Features to be avoided. Particularly these will be any features that may give you a way through. Noise. Any farmyard, and place where domestic animals are confined, is a death trap. Where there are known to be dogs, the direction of the wind must be remembered too. Ground that is noisy to move over, Must be noted on recce and avoided on operation. Avoid all skylines and water, they are of equal importance. It is less easy to tell when one is silhouetted at night than in daylight, but you are even more obvious to the enemy. A party moving along the side of a piece of water is bound to be silhouetted from some angle, this applies even more to the sea. Avoid the most obvious route or approach, this is where the defense will be strongest. C. The moon. Always find out the times of its rising and setting, and do not rely upon visibility being good while the moon is up. Remember that the slightest change in light conditions at night has a much greater effect on seeing than in daylight, and that they can change very quickly. Approach by a route that gets the moon behind the enemy, just the reverse of the route you would choose with the sun in daylight. 2. Clothing for night work. The color of the clothing is not important if the tone, that is, how light or how dark it is neutral. Very dark clothes are bad. When you see a man at night, it is because he is even blacker than his surroundings. Wear nothing that is very dark or very light. Any form of shininess must be avoided, and things that will shine when they are wet. There must be nothing that will be noisy in movement, no squeaking shoes, creaking leather braces, etc. Macintosh material is bad because it rustles when moved. Rubber or rope-soled shoes are the best. When this is not possible, carry shoe cover as described in the last lecture. The face and hands must be darkened or veiled. Even on a very dark night, when this would seem unimportant, there is the danger of a sudden light. Unless the face and hands are darkened, this will show you up at once. 3. Personal equipment. In addition to the personal equipment mentioned for day work, the following should be carried. A. A stick. This enables the ground to be felt carefully before you, which is very necessary on a really dark night. This must not have a metal ferrule, which is noisy. If an old bicycle tube is available, the whole stick can be encased in it and tightly bound. This prevents sharp noise when the stick knocks against anything. The stick may also have a lead-loaded head as a weapon of silent offense. B. A small pocket torch and one spare battery. The torch can be encased in a section of bicycle tube in the same way, to avoid jingling against other objects in the pockets, or it can be bound with rags. A homemade arrangement on the glass, so that the aperture can be varied from a pinpoint to the whole area of the glass, is advisable. C. Watch and compass with luminous dials. The watch is best worn on the wrist, with face against the skin instead of outwards. The compass in the way recommended for day work. D. Some cough lozenges or sweets to suck. This prevents coughing. Again, as in day work, nothing must be carried which is unnecessary. Care must be taken that there are no noisy objects in the pockets, and it is the duty of the leader of a party to make sure of this himself. Jump up and down on the floor and see if there is any other noise than that of your feet. 4. Timing and communication. Accurate timing is the only substitute for direct communication, which is exceedingly difficult by night. A very careful estimate of the amount of time necessary to cover each piece of ground should be made. When moving silently in favorable country, the index figure of 50 yards in 1 minute is a useful one to remember. But however accurate the timing, signals remain absolutely necessary, and must be arranged, practiced and rehearsed before any scheme or operation. The essentials of a signal for use at night are that it should be sufficiently loud to be certain of being heard, and that it should not sound like a human being. The signal of a dog barking, most often used by students, is not good, because a dog barking is in itself a suspicious thing. When an animal signal is used, there must be some way of distinguishing it from the genuine animal, i.e., it must finish in a particular way or be given in a certain rhythm. The sounds usually made are so unrealistic that this is not necessary, but that is not our aim. There must be a signal for danger, a signal for dispersal, a signal for simple recognition, and a signal for halting. 5. All-round defense at night. The same principle applies as in day work. Each man in the party must have a permanent responsibility for an angle or direction. But the whole party may easily blunder into danger if one golden rule is not followed: stop frequently and listen. Again and again in training, students blunder right into enemy which they should have detected had they followed important part in one simple rule. It is the only way to ensure that the ground in front of you is safe, and its importance cannot be stressed too much. During these halts for listening, each man keeps his attention on the direction for which he is personally responsible. To make this system work well, the whole party must be closed up well, so that no man is far separated from the rest of the party. On a dark night, even the scouts will be separated from the leader by no more than a pace or two, and the main party will be close enough together to touch one another. If the operation is a long one, and the party halts for rest and sleep, they must be covered by a proper covering party the whole time. There should be 2 awake for every 1 asleep, so that a fight can be put up even if the covering party itself is taken by surprise. 6. Use of field glasses at night. Good use can be made of field glasses at night if they are of a sufficiently high light equivalent. The light equivalent is arrived at by dividing the number of magnifications into the measurement of the object glass in them and squaring the result. The number of magnifications is given first on all glasses, the measurement of the object glass second, i.e. 8x30 or 10x50. The light equivalent of the first would be 14 to the nearest decimal, that of the second would be 25. A light equivalent of about 10 is necessary for use at night. 7. The technique of individual movement. When ordinarily walking in the daytime, one is, without being conscious of it, constantly stepping over small obstacles, lifting the feet where there is a step up, and so on. It is impossible to do this at night because it is impossible to see the ground in front of one's feet. Therefore, the only way to avoid constantly tripping over small objects is to lift the feet much higher from the ground than one does in daytime. Almost a mark time action, and shorten the steps accordingly. This also avoids the noise made by the feet brushing through long grass or other herbage, and is the basis of all silent movement in the dark. Carelessness is at the root of all noisy movement, and it is impossible to be careful when moving fast, so all movement should be slow. The full weight should not be placed upon the foot until it has been tested lightly. This does not take much time and avoids breaking large sticks, stepping in large holes, and so on. The foot should be pointed straight. The Charlie Chaplin walk presents a larger area of frontal surface and is noisy. The rubber-cased stick, mentioned under equipment, will be found of great assistance in moving across rough ground. If there is noisy ground to cross, wait for a counter noise, some car, train, a gust of wind, anything that will cover the noise you make. Recognition of noisy and silent ground. The following rule is not invariable, but it is very nearly always true except of artificial surfaces. Noisy ground looks dark-colored, silent ground looks light-colored. This is due to the fact that the dark color is almost always due to a number of small shadows and means that there are small objects like sticks, herbage, stones, etc. on the ground. Where there are no shadows, the ground must be smooth, and therefore silent. 8. The best use of the senses at night. It is important that the best use should be made of what remains of sight. The degree to which men can see in the dark varies greatly. It should be the job of a leader to find out the degree of night sight which each of his men possesses and use them accordingly. Certain foods do improve sight at night, but only over too long a period to be much use. There are, however, certain things to be avoided, and alcohol is the most important. It should never be drunk the day preceding a night operation. A man's normal powers of sight are not recovered fully for at least half an hour after coming out of artificial light into the dark. Staring at an object for too long is to be avoided. If you stare at an object that you cannot see plainly, the eyes begin to play tricks, the edges blur and there seems to be movement where there is none. Many a shot has been fired and position given away for this reason. If you are suspicious of an object, concentrate on listening, giving it a rapid glance at intervals. By this means any change in its shape or position is much more easily detected. It is sometimes easier to see an object if you do not look straight at it but a few degrees off it. Any bright light, such as a flare, searchlight, etc., will rob you of your sight for some minutes. Therefore, close your eyes when there is a likelihood of being dazzled. The moment after such light is extinguished is useful for any quick movement, while the enemy is partially blinded. Remember that at night or in a mist, small objects nearby are apt to look like much larger objects further away. For example, a bunch of thistles seen from ground level 10 yards away may look like a big bush or tree 100 or more yards away. Hearing at night. This, more than any other sense, must be relied on to replace sight, and the aim should be to achieve the acute analytical hearing of a blind man. This can only be done by constant and conscientious practice, trying to analyze sounds in the dark, and obtain a clear mental picture of what is going on without any use of sight. It can be practiced by closing the eyes in the daytime, and trying to understand what is going on round about you as a blind man does. Human ears are badly placed for hearing. Animals may be roughly divided into animals that pursue and animals that are pursued, and each of these main groups have their ears placed in the way most suited to their needs. Thus a hare or rabbit is able to turn its ears almost completely to the rear, a fox or wolf almost completely forward. Thus by facing the direction of the sound, a human being is not getting the best use from either ear, one ear only should be turned in that direction. Hearing is the most acute when the mouth is slightly open, and when not trying to see at the same time, each sense being at its best when operating alone. A loud explosion has the same effect on the hearing as a flare or other bright light has upon the sight. The deafening effect is greatly magnified when the teeth are clenched, which is the common reaction, because of the greater vibration thus produced. The mouth should be slightly open, and should the explosion be expected, it is always best to cover the ears. In the same way that the moment after a dazzling light has subsided is a good moment for moving, because the enemy is blinded, the moment after an explosion is a good one for noisy movement that has to be made, because the enemy is deafened. Sound travels much more slowly than sight. The speed is 360 yards per second, but varies according to temperature and altitude. It is quicker in summer than in winter, quicker at low altitudes than high. The quickness of your movements must compensate for this time lag, i.e., if you hear a round being slipped into the breech of a rifle, it may be halfway to the man's shoulder by the time the sound reaches you. Sound travels more clearly on a gentle wind than on a gale or when there is no wind at all. Fog also helps sound, rain deadens it. Fog has rather the same effect on sounds as it does on sight, a faint noise close by sounding like a louder one further away. Some substances are powerful sound conductors, in the same way that some are electricity conductors. Still water and wood are two of the most dangerous. Touch. It is important that the sense of touch should be constantly practiced, both in order to be able to obtain a mental picture of ground and objects by touch alone, and also to acquire dexterity which does not depend upon eyesight. When preparing a demolition, for instance, it is impossible to show the smallest light. The whole job must be done by the sense of touch alone. Unless it is constantly practiced, the handling of objects by touch alone will be clumsy and noisy, which spells certain failure. Minor Tactics. Appendix IV. January 1944. Crossing of obstacles. The route chosen for the approach to any objective should obviously, as far as possible, avoid all obstacles, by which term we mean fences, hedges, roads, rivers, walls, etc. In fact, any natural feature which will either slow up movement or, as in the case of roads, constitute a danger point on the route. But there will always be obstacles to be crossed on almost any route to a worthwhile objective, and although these vary so greatly that no law can be laid down for the treatment of each, certain general principles will always apply. 1. Preparing obstacles for crossing. Owing to the importance of absolute silence, whenever possible obstacles should be prepared for crossing during the reconnaissance of the route. That is to say, if there is a gap to be made in a hedge, an easy place to be found at which to get over a wall or to ford a stream, this must be done beforehand and marked in some way to make it easily recognizable at night. How clearly it can be marked must, of course, depend on the risks of the enemy noticing it. If it is not possible to do any preparation on recce owing to lack of time or nearness of the place to enemy posts, there is one invariable rule: one or, if necessary, two men should on the actual operation prepare the obstacle for crossing whilst the others cover. A disorganized rabble passing through a hedge or fording a stream by different routes is as great an advertisement as a brass band. Finally, a previously prepared obstacle must be approached with as much caution as a rendezvous, as it is always possible that the enemy may have found it. 2. Methods of crossing various obstacles. A. Wire fences. Contact with stretched wire causes a vibration audible at a great distance in the direction in which the wire runs, and detectable by touch at an even greater distance. Any contact with the wire must therefore be avoided. When visibility is no consideration, the fence may be vaulted by placing the hand on the post or staple only, or it may be possible to crawl underneath the lowest strand if there is a likelihood of being seen. Reconnaissance should always establish the best point at which to cross an obstacle and, if possible, preparation of the obstacle should be done at the same time, i.e., removal of a wire strand in an inconspicuous way, or the scooping of a depression in the ground so that it is possible to crawl under the lowest strand. B. Hedges. When it is necessary to cross a thick hedge, a hole through which to pass must be prepared either at the time or on the recce. When this is done on the actual operation, one man only must prepare the hole, while the others, if any, wait under cover until it is complete. C. Roads. There are several possible methods of crossing roads, and in the case of a party it must be understood by everyone beforehand which method is to be used. The factors affecting the choice of method and of the point at which to cross are quite different for light and darkness. Visibility is the main consideration in daylight or bright moonlight, silence in darkness. Points at which to cross. In daylight or bright moonlight, ideal points to cross would be either through a culvert or drain under the road, provided there is cover on either side, or on a bend with thickly covered rising ground on either side of the road. In the latter case, if the size of the party allowed it, a man would be sent to watch the road from each skyline while the main party crossed, rejoining them at a prearranged signal. At night, a culvert is, of course, an excellent point. On a country road, another good point is where two hedges cut the road at right angles to it. These will form a good background both for the approach and movement away from the road, but the main consideration will be silence unless visibility is good. Method of crossing. The main question, if no culvert or drain is available, is whether the road should be crossed by the party in one body or whether only one man should cross at a time. This must mainly be decided by the likelihood of surprise by the enemy. There are points for and against each method, and it is up to the leader to decide which is the more suitable method in the particular circumstances. Crossing in one body, factors for I. No waste of time. E. A shorter time during which there is anything for the enemy to see. Factors against I. A large bunch of men is more easy to see and more likely to catch the eye. E. If the road is ambushed or covered by fire, the whole party can be destroyed by one burst of fire. All the eggs are in one basket. The reverse of these circumstances is true for the other method. If only one man crosses the road at a time, an interval must be decided by the leader. 10 seconds is the interval most commonly used. The party will not move off until the last man has crossed. It sometimes happens that there is no very suitable spot for crossing a road, and that this must be done within actual view of the enemy, though probably at a considerable distance. It must then be decided whether it is better to I. Crawl across the road and rely upon extreme slowness of the movement to escape detection. This would be possible when the road was narrow and traffic infrequent. B. In failing light. E. Wait for something to happen which will momentarily distract the enemy's attention and then cross the road rapidly in one body. The choice of a method can only be decided by conditions at the time, i.e., light conditions, traffic, weather, heavy rain, etc. D. Walls. Here there is the skyline danger, and sitting or standing on the wall must be avoided. For ordinary walls, either I. Throw one leg across, lie on top of the wall flat and roll over, keeping as low as possible. E. Dive onto wall and roll over. For high walls, some method as taught in PT must be used, or a ladder or rope with a grapnel. Other methods: use creepers, overhanging trees, fruit tree wires, staples, crevices, or make a pile of logs or boxes until the hands can reach top. Other things: improvised ladder, old gates, doors, garden seats, trellis work, old bedsteads. The best thing of all to do is to avoid high walls whenever possible. E. Water. I. Rivers. When the stream is deep and slow-moving, try to find a ford. A good point to cross is at a bend. There is often a gravel bottom and firm ground on both banks. Also, it is more difficult for people to see you. Use driftwood or floating vegetation to camouflage the head. If you swim, try to land amongst rushes or beneath overhanging trees. But ensure that the bank is not too steep to climb. E. For swiftly flowing streams, cross in shallows where the water flows over pebbles, i.e., a small rapid but never above a fall. Avoid large boulders and never jump onto rocks over which water is flowing. A rope is a great advantage and a sound safety precaution. If you swim, start higher up than the point at which you aim to land and swim diagonally across, allowing the current to carry you down. F. Barbed wire. I. Double apron type. Cut lower strands with wire cutters and crawl through. If alone, cut near pickets and hold long strands in other hand. If there are two of you, one man grasps wire and the other cuts between his hands. Cut close to pickets to avoid noise. It is sometimes possible to climb carefully through the wire, but avoid touching upper wire with pack or clothing. Throw coat or sacking across, or wire netting and climb over. One man to lie across while others crawl over him. E. Dannard wire. By careful manipulation it is possible to crawl through by separating the coils. E. If it is not necessary to be silent, any of the methods of vaulting wire as taught in PT will do. IV. Beware of the possibility of fence being electrified. Look for insulators on pickets. H.1. Demolitions. Demolition syllabus. Period No. 1. Lecture. General introduction to the course. 1 hour. 1. Introduction and simple theory of explosives. 2. The explosives used. 3. Safety precautions. Period No. 2. Lecture. Preparation of a charge and waterproofing firing system. 1 hour. 1. Preparing the charge. A. The explosive. B. The primer. 2. Preparing the firing system. A. Safety fuse. B. The detonator. C. Igniters used with safety fuse. 3. How to fire the charge. 4. Waterproofing the firing system. No. 3. Practical. Firing small charges. 2 hours. To practice the lessons taught in periods 1 and 2. 1. Cutting and lighting safety fuse. A. Fuse. B. CTI. C. Match. 2. Firing detonators. A. Crimping with teeth. B. Using crimpers. 3. Firing primers. Prepare firing system is in 1 and 2 and used to fire primer. 4. Firing 1 cartridge, 808. Each student to prepare firing system. Then tape primer to charge of 808 and fire on any suitable object. 5. Waterproofing. Autumn crocus. Each student to prepare 1 autumn crocus. 6. The pull switch. Each student to ignite safety fuse, using pull switch. Then to reset and use on schemes. No. 4. Lecture. Plastic N. 808. 1 hour. 1. Nobles. 808. 2. Plastic explosive. 3. Making up PE. And 808 into a charge. 4. How much to use. 5. Placing the charge and fixing to the target. 6. Double initiation. No. 5. Practical. Firing small cutting charges. On metal. 1 hour. Students to work in pairs. To prepare small charges to cut. 1. Angle irons, 1 cartridge, 808, cut to shape. 2. Rails. A. 2 cartridges, 808, placed vertically and fired. B. 2 cartridges PE. Molded. 3. Channel irons, 2 3/4 lbs. PE. Or 808, joined by thin strip for web. 2 charges to be made up. 4. Solid steel bars or steel cable approximately 3 in diameter. 9 cartridges PE. Or 808, per cut. 5. Steel plate. Demonstrate strip charges of 4 cartridges PE. Demonstrate. A. Firing at 2 cartridges PE. And 808, with rifle. B. Tamping. C. Slow speed, 808. No. 6. Lecture. Detonating fuse. 1 hour. 1. How to recognize detonating fuse. 2. Use of detonating fuse. 3. How to make up a charge with detonating fuse. 4. Taping on the detonator. 5. Simple methods of linking charges. A. The junction box. B. The straight main. 6. Linking charges in series. 7. Detonating fuse is a substitute for a primer. No. 7. Practical. Use of detonating fuse. L1 half hours. 1. Students in pairs to prepare and fire primer and plasticine charge using double tail 1 FT detonating fuse and double means of initiation. 2. Students in pairs to prepare 5 rail cutting charges, 808, 2 cartridges, and fire by junction box. Detonating fuse 2 double rails. Primer in each charge. 3. Students in pairs to prepare 5 rail cutting charges PE. 3 double tails detonating fuse using knot in lieu of primer. 12 FT straight main. Detonators at each end of main. 4. Practice for speed, students to work singly. A. Junction box. B. Straight main. Plasticine charges, 10 charges. 15 FT double straight main. 3 FT double tails for A. Junction box. B. Straight main. Check knots. Period no. 8. Lecture. Standard charges. 1 hour. 1. Introduction. 2. Flexible standard charges L1 half LB. And 3 LB. A. How to make up. B. How to fire. C. Splitting standard charges. 3. Rigid standard charges. A. The 1/2 LB. Clam. B. The general purpose charge. 4. Use of standard charges as bulk explosive. 5. Steel and cast iron. Period no. 9. Practical. Making up standard charges. L1 half hours. Each student to 1. Fill and assemble 1 clam. 2. Make up IV2 LB. And 3 LB. Standard charge. 3. Split the standard charges made in B. Plasticine to be used. 4. Examine general purpose charge, insert detonator and detonating fuse. Period no. 10. Practical. Making up and firing live standard charge. 2 hours. 1. Each student to make up L1 half LB. Standard charge in molded, 808. Use wooden mold and soften, 808, in hot water. 2. Fire split 1.5 LB. Charges on channel irons, bringing tails together for 1 and using straight main and series method for remainder. 3. Fire 2 clams filled PE. On suitable metal. 4. Each pair of students to prepare 1 general purpose charge for linking to straight main. Period no. 11. Practical. Making up and placing charges in the dark. 1 hour. Students in pairs prepare 5 1.5 LB. Plasticine charges. Place on suitable target and link to straight main of double detonating fuse. Charges to be inspected and checked. Period no. 12. Practical test. 1 hour. Period no. 13. Practical. Linking and firing of live charges. 2 hours. 1. Students in pairs to make up 5 1.5 LB. Standard charges of PE. 2. Charges to be cut in half, making L3/4 LB. Charge per student. 3. Each charge to be placed individually on suitable metal target and joined to straight main. 4. Practice for speed with dummy charges using straight main. 5. Each pair of students to fire 2 linked general purpose charges on channel iron or girders. Period no. 14. Lecture. The rail charge. 1 hour. 1. Train derailment. 2. How to make up the rail charge. 3. Preparing the firing system. 4. How to place and fix the charge. 5. Fixing the rail charge in the dark. Period no. 15. Practical. Preparation of the rail charge. 1 hour. Each student to prepare dummy rail charge complete with fog signals and dummy detonators. Test on dummy track and then use for period 16. Period No. 16. Practical. Mock derailment. 1 hour. Use charges prepared in period 15. Period No. 17. Practical. Night work with standard and rail charges. 2 hours. Each pair of students to prepare. 1. L1 half LB. Standard charge and plasticine with 2 magnets for fixing. 2. 1 rail charge complete with fog signal. Practice fixing of rail charge on dummy track and linking of standard charges to 15 FT main. Check carefully for faults. Period No. 18. Lecture. The time pencil and lead delay. 1 hour. 1. The time pencil. A. Description. B. Range of delay. C. Drill for setting in operation. D. Method of attaching. E. Shortcomings of the time pencil. 2. How to waterproof the time pencil. 3. The lead delay. Period No. 19. Practical. Use of the time pencil. 1 hour. 1. Each student to operate time pencil according to correct drill. 2. Each student to prepare charge 2 cartridges, 808, with primer and fire 1 10-minute pencil on rail. 3. Each student to prepare primer with detonating fuse and fire by taping on 2 pencils. 4. Each student to waterproof 1 pencil and detonator with balloon. Period No. 20. Lecture. Incendiaries I. 1 hour. 1. Where to start fires. 2. How to start fires. 3. Simple matches. A. The LB. ML. Flare. B. The paraffin tiesil. 4. The wick. 5. The target. 6. Ventilation. Period No. 21. Lecture. Incendiaries 2. 1 hour. 1. The firepot. 2. The 2.5 lb. Thermite. 3. The pocket time incendiary. 4. The No. 77 phosphorus grenade. 5. Attacking petrol and oil. Period No. 22. Practical. Incendiaries. 1 hour. 1. Demonstrate ML. Flare, tiesil, firepot, 2.5 lb. Thermite and PTI. Burning inside a wooden structure to compare burning effect. The wooden structures should be made up from dry planks and should have 2 sides roughly 3 ft square, the ends nailed to a 6-in plank, leaving a 5-in space between the 2 sides. 2. Students in pairs prepare incendiary parcel, 2 ml. Flares quick match removed plus 6 tiesils plus 2 time pencils. 3. Each student to work 1 PTI. Demonstrate effect of 1 strapped to bottle of paraffin or 50-50. 4. Demonstrate No. 77 phosphorus grenade as means of starting fire and add bottles of 50-50 or paraffin. 5. Demonstrate attack on petrol wagon, can 50-50 or paraffin. A. Flares lit separately. B. Flares linked by detonating fuse to charge. Note. Use loop of detonating fuse to whole can. This should be enclosed in plasticine block charge. 4. A. Fire with 30 secs, safety fuse. B. Lead detonating fuse to flares and use 10-minute pencils. 6. Demonstrate effect 2.5 lb. Thermite on petrol can, good way of attacking petrol cans in dumps. 7. Students practice fitting CTI to firepots or linking with orange line. 10 firepots. 20 FT orange line. Demonstrate use of No. 77 with slow burning Bickford and detonator, included in and fired by link system to catch anyone trying to put out fire. No. 23. Practical. Standard charges on case iron and girders. 2 hours. Students working in pairs to prepare 5L 1/2 lb. Charges in PE. Then. 1. Demonstrate the effect of a standard charge, or part of it, on cast iron. 2. Use remainder to cut girder. 3. Use general purpose charge for cutting girder. No. 24. Lecture. The limpet and how to attack ships. 1 hour. 1. Attacks on shipping. 2. The limpet. 3. The AC. Delay. 4. Drill for preparing and fixing limpets. 5. Drill for linking limpets. 6. Aids to the placing of limpets. 7. Attacking ships with limpets. A. General rules. B. Ocean-going ships. C. Canal barges. No. 25. Practical. Limpet drill. 2 hours. Students in 2 squads. Squad 1. A carry-out full fusing drill for limpet. B. Link 5 limpets with detonating fuse. Squad 2. Practice use of placing rod. Squads change over at half-time. No. 26. Practical. Miscellaneous. 1.5 hours. 1. Gammon grenade. A. Each student to assemble 1 complete gammon grenade using plasticine for charge. B. Throwing practice. C. Demonstrate effect of grenade filled, 808, fired on armor plate. Note. Scab. 2. General purpose charge as a grenade. 3. Tire burster. A. Practice laying echelon with no detonators in. B. Assemble with detonator and demonstrate action by allowing plate to fall on bursters. 4. Demonstrate. A. The pressure switch for train derailment. B. The release switch is a booby trap. No. 27. Revision. Making up standard charges. 1 hour. No. 28. Revision. Quick placing of charges in the dark. 1 hour. No. 29. Revision. Incendiaries. 1 hour. No. 30. Final test. Written. 1 hour. No. 31. Final test. Practical. 1 hour. Spigot mortar. L 1/2 hours. Practice in setting up and firing both with trip wire and time delay. Explanation of various uses in the field. Railways. Lecture 1. Destruction of rail communications. 1. Train derailment. A. How a locomotive moves on the track. B. Types of track. C. Derailment to block the track. I. With explosive. E. Without explosive. D. To destroy a specific train. 2. Suitable sites for derailment. 3. Systematic rail cutting. Lecture 2. Attacking rolling stock. 1. Locomotives. A. With explosives. B. Without explosives. 2. Running sheds and turntable. 3. Cranes. 4. Wagons and coaches. 5. Signal communications. This period can be done in conjunction with a visit to a railway marshalling yard. H.2. November 1943. How much to use? 1. General remarks. A. Number of charges. In all demolition work, the number of charges should be kept to the minimum compatible with economy of explosive and the attainment of the desired effect. The demolition must never fail. B. Degree of accuracy required. It is not necessary for the charge required to effect a given demolition to be calculated with greater accuracy than to the nearest pound, or in the case of mined charges 25 lbs, i.e., 1 tin of aminal. While waste of explosive should never be countenanced, especially as supply must necessarily be limited, nevertheless the risk of failure to carry out a complete demolition in order to save small quantities of explosive is never justifiable. A small margin of safety must therefore be left, even under ideal conditions, since small irregularities may easily occur in the strength of explosives or the security of fixing. The demolition must never fail. Conditions will sometimes arise in the field for which no allowance is made in the following formulae. In such cases, a too rigid adherence to these formulae must be avoided. They should be taken more as a guide than as a hard and fast rule. When in doubt, err on the side of overestimating the charge required. The demolition must never fail. 2. Classification of charges. Charges may be divided into 3 main classes, the characteristics of which are discussed below. There is no marked line of division among these classes, and compromise among them will often occur in practice. A. Cutting charges. The explosive is placed superficially, and acts chiefly through shattering action at the instant of detonation. Hard substances are very susceptible to the sudden blow produced on detonation, thus for steel work and similar hard materials this class of charge should invariably be used. In the case of masonry, however, the amount of explosive required soon sets a limit on the thickness which it is economical to attack with cutting charges, and compels the use of other methods. B. Mined or buried charges. The explosive is placed underground, and acts through lifting and pushing action due to the expansion of the gases formed on detonation. Explosive is most efficiently employed in this manner, since its full effect is developed. C. Concussion charges. This is a modified form of mined charge, in which an enclosed airspace replaces solid tamping, and the lifting action of the explosive takes effect through the pressure of displaced air blast on the containing walls. 3. Application of charges. A. Steel and iron can only be cut with a cutting charge, though girders may be greatly damaged by the twisting caused when their abutments are demolished by mined charges. B. Masonry. A thickness of not more than 5 or 6 feet may be attacked with a cutting charge. When this thickness is exceeded, the employment of a cutting charge becomes uneconomical and unreliable. Masonry is normally attacked by the use of borehole charges. This, however, necessitates the use of special tools, and must suffer from the amount of time and labor required. C. Timber. Owing to its tough and fibrous nature, timber requires an even larger cutting charge than masonry for members of equal size. But, owing to the ease with which holes can be bored in it, it can be demolished fairly easily by small, borehole, charges. 4. Fixing of charges. A. Cutting charges. The charge should cover the full breadth of the surface to be cut, and be in direct contact with it. The cross-section of the charge should be as nearly as possible in the shape of an inverted U, where explosives of a plastic nature are employed. In the case of slab explosives, the cross-section of the charge should be as nearly as possible square. This arrangement will ensure that the maximum shearing effect is produced. All portions of the charge must be in close contact. Sympathetic detonation, even in the case of dynamites, cannot be relied upon. Incomplete detonation means incomplete destruction. The demolition must never fail. The charge as a whole must be firmly fixed to the object to be destroyed. C. Concussion charges. Principally employed in the destruction of buildings. An explosive with a low velocity of detonation should be used. Charges should be placed if possible against an essential part of the structure. It is important that all doors, windows and chimneys through which air can escape should be closed. Charges in adjoining rooms should not be placed opposite one another. 5. Calculation of charges. A. Cutting charges. Steel or iron rounds. C equals 2/3 D. 2. Slabs GC. Or TNT. C equals 4D. 2. Oz. Of PE. Or 808. Minimum charge to OZS. Where C equals weight of charge in slabs of GC. Or TNT. Or weight of charge in ounces of PE. Or 808. D equals the diameter of the round in inches. Use this formula for cable or steel wire rope, and for hollow rounds. Steel or iron plates. C equals L8BT2 slabs GC. Or TNT. C equals 3/2 BT2 OZS. PE. Or 808. Minimum charge to OZS. Where C equals weight of charge is above. B equals the full breadth of the plate. T equals the thickness of the plate in inches. Calculation for girders or RSJs must be dealt with by the intelligent application of the above formula to every portion of the section on which it is desired to cut. B. Mined charges. Behind masonry abutments or retaining walls and in rock and masonry. C equals dV50 lbs. Of aminal or TNT. Powder. Under roads or in hard ground, i.e. clay, chalk, etc. C equals dV100 lbs. Of aminal or TNT. Powder. In soft ground, i.e. sand, peat, etc. C equals dV200 lbs. Of aminal or TNT. Powder. Where C equals weight of explosion in lbs. D equals diameter of required crater in feet. C. Timber cutting charges. Hardwoods, i.e. oak, teak, ash, etc. C equals 3D. 3. Slabs of GC, or TNT. Soft woods, i.e. larch, fir, pine, etc. C equals 3/2 D. 3. Slabs of GC, or TNT. All woods. C equals 2D. 2. lbs. of PE, where C equals weight of charge in lbs. D equals diameter in feet. H.3. November 1943. General destruction. 1. Transportation facilities. 1. Attacking rail transport. A. Importance of targets. Dot. Main object to delay traffic and reduce the number of locos and rolling stock available to enemy. B. Methods. Dot. Derailment, systematic rail cutting, attacks on stationary locos, station facilities, signals and communications. C. Derailment. Dot. Two main methods are I. To make a gap in the rails. E. By obstruction to cause the flange of the train's wheels to ride up on top of the rail and go off the rail. Trains are self-destroying targets. I. With HE. Using fog signals or pressure switches and two linked charges of 2 to 2-1/2 cartridges, make train itself fire the charges so as to cut out a piece of rail at least 1 meter long ahead of the engine. Using the same system but placing the charges at the last minute so as to avoid a pilot engine. In this case, firing could be done by short Bickford fuses or as before. Remember to take care of check rails, if any, as well, and note the effect of a steeply banked curve in counteracting centrifugal force. E. Without HE. By displacing a rail on the outside of a bend. By obstructions in crossing points, i.e. fish plates or crowbars in the diamond. By interference with facing points, i.e. a 1-in nut tied to the face of the switch tongue. This method only works at hand-operated points at remote places or in sidings. D. Tactical considerations for derailment. I. Tunnels and long cuttings best for derailment to cause delay. E. Steep embankments or entrances to bridges are good sites for derailment of a particular train. E. In principle, choose a place difficult to reach except along the permanent way. IV. Attack the outside rail on a bend. Dot. The only exception would be where a curve is so well banked that there is a better chance of derailing the train. Inwards. V. Try and make the derailment part of a concentrated plan, i.e. one of several derailments on interdependent lines and include an attack on the breakdown train, cranes, etc. V. Cut telephone wires. V. On a double-track railway, direct derailment so as to tear up and block both tracks, i.e. attack the outside rail of the inner track. E. Locomotives. Dot. Forms of attack on stationary locos. I. With HE. 1/2 lb. Charge on cylinder head where piston rod enters. Always attack same cylinder on all locos, they are not interchangeable. 1/2 lb. Charge to cut connecting rod. Squeeze into web at little end. E. Without HE. Flatten copper lubricating tubes. Remove corks and needles from big end bearings. Smash the governor of the brake pump with a hammer. Put rags or fluff into the water tank of the tender. Introduce Volcastab's concentrated soap tablets into the water tank. F. Running sheds and turntables. I. Run a loco. Under steam, into turntable pit. E. Unscrew plugs or bungs of lubricating oil barrels to cause waste and loss. G. Cranes. Insert 1/2 bolts or pieces of steel rod between two successive pairs of teeth on the main gear wheel, so that they will catch and strip the teeth when the driving wheel is engaged. Pack in with grease. H. Water columns. Overshut the valve so as to break the spindle. I. Wagons and coaches. Attack a collection of wagons with fire if possible. See volume 2. J. Signals, communications. I. Cut signal and telegraph wires over a wide area or outside an important junction. E. Smash, block instruments, in signal boxes. E. Start a fire in the lower half of the signal box, there is likely to be a good draft there. 2. Attacking road transport. A. Roads. Owing to quantity of stores required to block effectively, not usually suitable target. If stores are available, and local conditions render certain road bottlenecks good targets, crater, rather than blow debris down onto the surface of the road. The former usually takes far longer to repair. Make use of drain pipes or culverts. B. Bridges. I. Rail. E. Road. E. Aqueducts. Beware reinforced concrete. Attacking steel bridges, cut all main load-bearing members. Charges placed so that heaviest section is free to fall. Attacking brick or stone bridges, cut arch ring, or pier, or both. Point out difficulties, i.e. quantity of stores required, length of time bridge will have to be in your uninterrupted possession, speed with which enemy bridging company can erect temporary structure. Possibilities and difficulties of mining abutments. Explain theory of abutment face being line of least resistance of your mined charges. Consider HE, time, and equipment required. C. Road transport. Emphasize size of target. Most effective method of destroying car or truck is to place a 1 cartridge magnet charge on top of the petrol tank. If this method is impossible, place clam on cylinder block. For diesel-engined military vehicles, place clam on crankcase. Rail communications. Closing parenthesis. Shipping. Already dealt with. Canals and inland waterways. D. Armored fighting vehicles. Cavity charge above petrol tank or engine. Solid charge in between sprocket and track. 3. Attacking military installations. A. Guns. 4. Static guns. Not AA, a cylindrical charge fired in breach. 4. AA. Guns. Attack elevating shaft and or traversing ring. 4. Mobile guns. Attack axles, wheel bearings. Note: cradles and carriages less easily replaced than barrels, jackets and breech blocks. B. Inflammable supplies in buildings, etc. I. Commodities, e.g. cotton, sugar, rubber, celluloid, paper, timber, etc. E. Small arms ammunition. E. Equipment and clothing. IV. Warehouses, docks and wharves. Consider the possibilities of causing dust explosions, i.e., neutralize preventive measures, and start small fire, or detonate small quantity of ammonal. The following are very susceptible: wheat flour mills, grain elevators, cereal mills, wood sawmills. C. He. Filled shells. Bombs and explosives. More easily detonated than burnt. Don't count on detonating wave-jumping large gaps between separate dumps. Place small charge, i.e., clam on each dump. 4. Attacking oil installations. A. Petrol, crude oil, kerosene. All quite likely to ignite with flash from detonation. Even. Have. Some. Incendiary. B. Heavy fuel oils. High flash point, therefore charge plus long burning incendiary with wick required, i.e. the tar baby. Note. I. How can you tell whether a tank is full or empty? E. How can you tell whether a tank contains oil or petrol? E. Neutralize elaborate fire precautions. I. Get someone to tell you. E. Smell of petrol vapor round petrol tanks, and oil tanks have heating coils round inlet valves. C. Attacking storage tanks. I. Tanks below ground. Extremely difficult to tackle. E. Above ground tanks are often surrounded with anti-blast brick walls and inaccessible except near the inlet valve. In principle, the method of attack will always be to get the fuel out into the air, having arranged an incendiary parcel or several individual incendiaries to receive and set fire to the fuel. This can be done either by cutting a hole in the tank with He. A special charge is needed for this, and specialist instruction would be given at a later stage to students requiring it, or by mechanical means, i.e., opening valves and unloading joints in outlet pipes. Note that the quickest way of setting fire to oils with a high flash point is to pour paraffin over the surface and then throw lighted rags in from the windward side. E. The easiest fuel targets are undoubtedly the smaller, mobile tank wagons such as railway tank wagons, road wagons, and airfield filler tanks, or Bowsers, for which an ordinary 1 lb charge of He is quite sufficient, placed on the underside and used with an incendiary. 5. Attacking aircraft. A. Place 1/2 lb charge as near as possible to a fuel tank. Best positions as follows. Single-engine fighters. I. In the cockpit under or behind the pilot's seat. Ladder position accessible in the Me-109 via a locker behind the pilot's head and in the FW 190 via the port side inspection door. E. On the fuselage skin under the pilot's seat fastened by tapes. B. Using the altimeter switch. Attack aircraft in the air with 1/1/2 lb charges inserted into one of the many available spaces and in contact with a main structure member, e.g. in the tail unit, rear fuselage, machine gun or cannon space, undercarriage recess. C. Sniping with rifle and tracer ammo. During the 2 hours after an aircraft has landed in winter holds definite possibilities of igniting the petrol, if not of exploding the petrol vapor, German aviation spirit becoming explosive between -5 degrees C. and a lower limit. Gliders. Dot. Vulnerable to incendiaries. Place inside the fuselage if possible. 6. Attacking industrial installations. In attacking machinery, bear in mind that the majority of mainframe components of most machines are made of cast iron, and, in consequence, the value of being able to distinguish cast iron from steel. Hints. Cast iron. Steel. I. Much rougher before painting. E. Smooth curves. Sharper angles. E. Smooth surface. IV. Raised lettering. V. Sweeping curves on lugs. V. Chisel test. Flake. V. Bolt holes machined in, spot-faced. Ridges of weld metal. Nameplate. Lugs and/or protrusions fitted at sharp angles. Peel. Bolt holes just drilled. Also, of course, there is the possibility of encountering cast steel. However, it is not normally used for machine frames, as it is expensive, difficult to cast, only used where heavy stresses or strains will be encountered, or where excessively high pressures will have to be withstood. Take as good example of cast iron target the bearing pedestal of a running generator. 2. Sausage charges, one on each corner of the short side, about 1/3 of the way up from the base, will wreck the pedestal, also cause the rotating part of the generator to drop onto the casing. As this part will probably be rotating at high speed, the damage will be extensive. Industrial structures. Some typical industrial structures common to power stations and factories, etc. A. Coal handling plant. Essential where it is required to handle large quantities of coal very quickly. I. Coal conveyors. The higher from the ground the better, i.e., further to fall. Attack towers and supports. E. Skip hoists. Again, the higher the better. Attack supports. E. Wagon tipplers. Impossible to handle large quantities of coal quickly without these. Attack with charges immediately below bearings at either end. B. Cranes. Cranes, dockside or cranes mounted on structures. Very good target, always attack as many as possible at same time. Method recommended. I. 4. Fixed. Cranes cut all legs at base in a section out of 2 legs on whichever side the crane is required to fall. E. 4. Mobile. Cranes more common, only necessary to cut a section out of the 2 front dockside legs. C. Transformers. Information essential in order that attacks are confined to important transformers. Identify transformers by oil cooling tank on top. Also, 3 main types. I. Cooling tubes round winding casing. E. Corrugated cooling surface to casing. E. Separate banks of radiators at right angles to plane casing, on very large transformers. Attack all types by placing charged standard sausage for I and E, a charge molded into the corrugation for E, in center of long, low voltage side, less insulation, about 1/4 of the way up. Use incendiaries to ignite oil, provided they do not interfere with the amount of HE carried. Important. Do not confuse transformers with switch gear, which is very often non-essential, and therefore a bad target. D. Wireless masts. Triangular type resting on ball and socket joint, comparatively easy to fell. Attack. Cut sufficient tie bars connecting stays to concrete anchors to make mast fall across station equipment. Finally, stress that although high-tension pylons would appear to be good targets, in reality they are not. Reasons. Towns and factories almost invariably have alternative sources of supply. Very short time required to arrange emergency supply, i.e., probably less than 48 hours. Taking these points into consideration, it is advisable only to attack HT pylons when very large widespread attack is possible. H.4. The essential factors of first aid in the field. Aim. To preserve life, hasten recovery or prevent aggravation of injury concerned. Introduction. First aid is the assistance given at a time of accident, making use of available material. Improvisation, especially in the field, is usually necessary, for example, the use of sticks, rifles, etc. For splints, handkerchiefs and various articles of clothing for dressings. In dealing with an injured man, one must at once a. Determine the nature of the case. b. Decide what treatment is required according to circumstances which, in war, are liable to complicate, and in some cases prevent the ideal treatment being carried out. However, in most cases it is possible to strike a happy medium, by first of all patching up the wounded man, and then going out to complete the job in hand. It should be the duty of all at the present time to know the essential facts about first aid to the injured. Lives are more precious than ever, so, not only must we learn to kill the enemy, but also learn the fundamental facts of emergency treatment in order that we will be in a position to save the lives of others and our own selves, that we may live to fight another day. The following notes deal primarily with first aid in the field, where in many cases elaborate medical and surgical equipment will not be available. Wounds. There are 5 main types. 1. Abrasions. Slight injury, unimportant from first aid point of view. 2. Lacerated wounds. Ragged edges, usually extensive damage to tissues. Bleeding is not always great as vessels may be torn irregularly. 3. Incised wounds. Regular edges tend to bleed freely, caused by cutting instruments. 4. Contused wounds. Caused by blunt instruments. There is much bruising giving rise to swelling and discoloration. 5. Punctured wounds. Caused by penetrating instruments, e.g., knives, bayonets, bullets. May give rise to serious damage in deeper structures. Such a wound may become infected, poisoned. Complications of wounds. When a man is wounded, 3 main things have to be fought. 1. Bleeding. 2. Shock. 3. Blood poisoning. 1. Bleeding or hemorrhage. This is perhaps the most important subject in first aid. In order to carry out treatment efficiently, it is necessary to know a few facts about the blood and its circulation. A. Blood. The average man has 10 to 12 pints of blood. The fluid portion is the serum, which clots when it is outside the body, thus assisting in the arrest of hemorrhage. The remainder of the blood consists of red corpuscles which carry oxygen to the tissues, and white blood corpuscles which tend to destroy germs. Death is likely to take place if a quantity of blood is lost. The rapid loss of a pint of blood may be fatal, but a similar loss over a period of minutes is not likely to cause death. The above facts indicate that speed is an all-important factor in the treatment of hemorrhage. B. Course of the main blood vessels. It is necessary to have a mental picture of the positions of the arteries. Names are unimportant. This subject will not be referred to in detail. The essential points will be illustrated by means of a chart. C. Pressure points. These are located over a bone background so that pressure may be effective. In severe bleeding, it may be necessary to apply pressure at these points in order to prevent arterial blood to reach the wound. The points are as follows: carotid, at lower part of neck; facial, as it passes over the lower jaw; occipital, at the bank of the head; temporal, in front of the ear; subclavian, above the collarbone; axillary, in armpit; brachial, by fingers under inner edge of biceps; radial and ulnar, one either side of the wrist; femoral, in center of groin; popliteal, behind knee; anterior tibial, in front of ankle; posterior tibial, on inner side of heel bone. A practical demonstration will be given on the above. The above pressure points can be easily located by means of feeling the pulsations in the artery, e.g. radial artery at wrist. D. Characteristics of bleeding. I. Capillary hemorrhage. Blood is red, bleeding is not serious. E. Venous hemorrhage. Blood is dark red, and tends to flow from the end of wound farthest from the heart. Can be quite severe. E. Arterial hemorrhage. As the blood pressure is high in the arteries, blood tends to escape with more force. It spurts out on each contraction of the heart. The blood is bright red. This type of bleeding is most dangerous, and treatment must be carried out without delay. Treatment of arterial hemorrhage. 1. Lay patient down and raise the injured part. 2. Apply a pad directly on the wound and tie in position with a firm bandage. The pocket field dressing is suitable for this. It may be necessary to improvise, e.g. handkerchiefs, ties, etc. In most cases, bleeding can be controlled by the above means. 3. If bleeding is obviously very severe, then immediate digital pressure may have to be applied to the respective pressure point until the necessary dressings are procured, e.g. an incised wound severing the femoral artery in the thigh. Pressure must be applied at once to the groin by means of both thumbs. 4. If direct pressure over the wound fails to control the hemorrhage, then other methods must be employed. What is called pad and flexion may be used if the wound is situated well below the knee or elbow. In the case of the lower limb, a large pad is placed behind the knee and the leg bent so that the back of the heel practically comes in contact with the back of the thigh. The limb is fixed in position by means of a figure of 8 bandage. In the case of the arm, the pad is placed in front of the elbow. 5. It may be necessary in some cases to apply a tourniquet, which is merely a constricting band, which is placed between the wound and the heart in order to cut down the flow of blood. Improvisation again has to be carried out. A small flat stone covered by a handkerchief, a tie and piece of stick, pencil or pen are required. The pad formed by the stone is placed over the artery and the tie or handkerchief fixed in position round the limb, incorporating and pressing on the pad. A half knot is made and the pencil is used to twist the tourniquet tight. The tourniquet in itself is a dangerous thing if care is not employed, liable to cause death, gangrene of limb if left in position too long or applied too tightly. Rules for tourniquet. 1. Don't tie too tight. Stop twisting when bleeding is controlled. Do not give 2 or 3 extra turns for luck. Too much pressure may damage the main artery to limb. 2. Relax pressure every 15 minutes. 3. Never leave a man alone for any length of time with the tourniquet in position if it is at all possible. Gangrene is likely to set in after 6 hours. 4. Elevate limb if there is time. Warning. Many wounded were aggravated in the last war through improper use of tourniquets. They are seldom required and should only be applied to the arm and thigh. If a man is bleeding from the neck, do not apply a tourniquet. 2. Shock. In any serious injury, shock is liable to develop, especially after wounds caused by gunfire, bombs and explosives. From the first aider's point of view, it is a very important subject, because he can do much to prevent its onset, or if it has already developed, he can help to control the condition. It is caused primarily by failure of the circulation, the blood pressure falls, the man becomes pale, cold, and the skin is clammy. The pulse at wrist is very feeble, his lips and ears take on a bluish tint. His breathing is shallow and sighing. Death soon follows if action is not taken. Treatment of shock. 1. Relieve pain. This can be done by making the patient comfortable, e.g., fixing up injured limb by means of splints and bandages. Morphia, gr. 1/4, may be given. 1 tablet under tongue allowed to dissolve slowly. 2. Keep patient warm, cover with blankets and coats above and below. You may be required to take off some of your own clothing. If circumstances allow, get the patient under cover. Hot water bottles should be obtained. 3. Hot drinks, such as hot sweet tea. Do not give alcohol if patient is still exposed to the elements. 4. Keep at rest in a recumbent position. 5. If hemorrhage is present, then, of course, it must be arrested before anything else is done. 3. Blood poisoning. All wounds are contaminated, that is, they contain a certain amount of dirt which usually harbors bacteria, germs. The only clean wound in the proper sense of the word is the incision made by the surgeon on the operating table. In the latter case, his hands and knife are surgically clean, and likewise the skin of the patient. A wound that is contaminated is very likely to become infected, which means that the germs proliferate and invade the tissues. Any large wound is considered to be infected if it has not been cleansed within 6 hours of receiving injury. This cleansing, however, is a job for the surgeon in hospital. In the field, it is well nigh impossible to clean a wound. Prevention of blood poisoning in the field consists of covering the wound with a dressing as sterile as possible. If there is obvious dirt on the surface and on the surrounding skin, this may be removed by running water, preferably boiled and allowed to cool. Penetrating foreign bodies such as stones, bomb fragments, etc., should be left in situ. The patient should then be transported to hospital where the wound can be dealt with. Circumstances may prevent this last move. In certain circumstances, it may be permissible to carry out a more thorough cleansing of the wound. Soap and water are the safest preparation to use. Iodine must never be applied to a large wound, as this not only destroys some of the germs, but also tends to kill the white blood corpuscles, which play a big part in defending the body from infection. Chemical antiseptics give a false sense of security for the above reason. Wounds. Principles of treatment. 1. Arrest bleeding, treat shock. 2. Remember danger of removing embedded fragments, this may cause further damage and bleeding. 3. Cleanse, depending on circumstances. 4. Apply dressing field, and fix in position. 5. Apply some support if wound is extensive. Fractures. There are two principal varieties. 1. Simple, where bone alone is damaged. 2. Compound, where bone, tissue and skin are all damaged. A. Evidence of fractures. I. Pain, swelling and tenderness. E. Loss of rigidity, giving rise to disability and unnatural mobility. E. Crepitus, caused by fragments of bone scraping together. B. Dangers of fractures. I. Increased damage, fracture may become compound, or damage to nerve or blood vessel. E. Shock. E. Infection. C. Treatment of fractures. I. Prevent further damage by rest, correct posture and fixation. E. Shock. E. Proper transport. E. Compound fracture. I. Arrest hemorrhage. E. Cover wound. E. Do not replace protruding bone. Carefully. Fix limb by splints or sling. Splints. Provide support, proper alignment, and prevent movement. They must be strong and stiff, e.g. sticks, rifles, newspapers rolled, etc., and of the proper length. The splint should incorporate the adjacent joints to the fracture. For example, in a broken forearm, the splints should come beyond the elbow and wrist. Method of application. A. Pad with something soft, and prepare ties which are placed around limb and splints so as to avoid the actual site of fracture. B. Use gentle, sustained traction to get limb in good position. For example, broken thigh bone, pull gently on ankle until injured limb lies along sound limb. C. Fix splints in position, making certain that they do not press on arteries and thereby interfere with blood supply. For example, in arm, feel for pulse of wrist. Fractured spine. Caused by crushing or fall. 2 cardinal symptoms. A. Paralysis of limbs. B. Loss of sensation below the break. Patient does not feel pin prick. If in doubt, treat any severe back injury as a fracture. Treatment. Great care must be taken in moving the patient as further damage may be done. Keep back as rigid as possible. Transport. If unconscious or neck is broken, carry face up. If neck is injured, apply large pad behind the neck and place head slightly back. If conscious and back is broken, carry face downwards. Transfer to stretcher. Several bearers required so as to move patient en bloc. Blank. A few special injuries liable to occur in war will now be dealt with, and the important points of treatment mentioned. War injuries to face and jaw. Dangers. I. Hemorrhage. E. Breathing may be interfered with. Hemorrhage usually can be controlled by local measures, remember pressure points. Breathing is interfered with on account of the tongue falling back into the throat. Practical application. I. Transport face downward. E. If conscious, get patient to hold his tongue forward by placing his finger in mouth. E. Bandage under chin over top of scalp. Chest injuries caused by bullets, bomb fragments, etc. may be small, or very large gaping wounds, exposing lungs. Treatment. I. Sit patient up. E. Complete rest essential. E. Apply dressing to wound. IV. If gaping wound or if air is obviously being drawn through wound, a large pad, soaked if possible in sterile water, should be applied to form an airtight dressing. This will give much relief and in many cases will save life. War injuries of upper limb. There are 3 factors to be considered. I. Hemorrhage. If limb is smashed, or shot away, or if bleeding comes from main artery, then tourniquet may be applied. In other cases use pad and bandage. E. Wound. Field dressing. E. Fracture. Splint them where they lie. Splints may be used or in some cases the arm may be fixed to the body to immobilize it. War injuries of lower limb. Bandaging the legs together is good emergency treatment when no splints are available. Thomas splint ideal for serious injury to thigh. Saved many lives in Great War, because it reduced pain and thereby cut down the incidence of shock. Injuries around knee tend to be serious and should be evacuated to hospital at once. First aid. Apply dressing and immobilize. War injuries of head. Keep patient quiet. Adjust patient's clothing and posture. Assist breathing by holding jaw well up, by pressure under chin. Do not attempt to give fluids. Bleeding alarming but not serious as a rule. Pad and bandage will control it. Compression may result following head injury. Symptoms may be delayed. Patient becomes unconscious some time after injury. Pulse becomes very slow. If the above symptoms are noted, every endeavor should be made to get the patient to hospital. In most cases, a trephining operation is indicated. War injuries of abdomen. Keep patient flat on his back. If wound gaping, draw knees up, raise head and shoulders slightly. Give nothing by mouth. If intestines protrude through the wound, cover with a large dressing, preferably soaked in salt solution, 1 teaspoonful to a pint of water. Keep dressing moist. Eye injuries. If the eye is obviously seriously damaged, apply a simple pad, fixed by a bandage round head and keep patient lying flat in order to reduce pressure on injured eye. First aid in asphyxia. E.g. drowning, foreign body causing choking. Treatment. Artificial respiration. This will be demonstrated. First aid in burns. 1. Patient trapped in a burning room. First aid worker should apply wet handkerchief over mouth and nose and crawl along the floor, keeping flat to avoid flames, pull the patient out. If asphyxiated breathing practically stopped, carry out artificial respiration. 2. If clothes on fire, lay patient down, and cover with coat or rug to smother flames. 3. Patient in contact with electric current. A. If possible, break circuit. Push patient off by means of dry stick, rescuer standing on some dry non-conductor, e.g. wood, newspaper. B. Artificial respiration. C. Treat burns. 4. Patient with scalds caused by burst boilers or pipes. A. Do not expose burned surface. B. Treat for shock. C. Exposed burn covered with clean dry sheet or dressing. First aid preparations, e.g. tannic acid, are seldom required, they usually interfere with ultimate treatment. Albucid made up in tubes is perhaps the safest application if medical attention is likely to be unavailable for several hours. This might be carried in operations. General treatment of severe burns. Wrap patient up both below and over him, give hot drinks. Shock is the great danger. Local treatment to the burn is not so important. Burns of eyes. Wash eye with water, plenty of it. Chemical burns. Dilute chemical with large quantities of water, and remove contaminated clothing. Acid burn. Wash with soda bicarb. Solution, 1 teaspoonful to a pint of water. Alkaline burn. Wash with equal parts of vinegar and water. In all the above injuries, remember that shock must be guarded against. Transport of injured persons. As a rule, transport is bad for the patient who has been seriously injured, but in many cases it is necessary. Splinting and bandaging should be carried out before any attempt is made to move the men with severe wounds. Various methods of transport will be demonstrated, e.g., hand carrying and improvisation of stretchers, etc. Point 1. October 1943. Physical training, syllabus. First week. 6 periods. 1. Trained soldiers tables 1. 2. Rope work. Standard climbing PT. Kit. 3. Preliminary groundwork. Second week. 6 periods. 1. Trained soldiers tables 2. 2. Rope work. Standard climbing PT. Kit. 3. Progressing groundwork. Third week. 6 periods. 1. Special tables. 2. Rope work. Standard climbing PT. Kit. 3. Advanced groundwork, landing from heights, horsework. Each period will be divided approximately into 3 parts. Thus variety will be obtained and boredom must at all cost be eliminated. Point 2. December 1943. Physical training, lectures. Physical training throughout the course is progressive and leads up to the final stamina tests of the assault course and the 24-hour long-distance trek. The object is to increase the general physical fitness of the students and to fit them for their course at STS-51. With this in view, special attention is paid to the following. A. Physical exercises, PT, and games to make students supple and to increase their all-round bodily fitness. B. Tumbling, to break the fall when landing from any reasonable height. C. Rope work, to strengthen the arms and in particular to enable students to pull themselves up, i.e., to lift their own weight. D. crossing of obstacles, so that men shall not be held up either when they are approaching their objective nor when they are getting away. E. Hill work, incidental to all training, but excellent for strengthening ankles. The time of day during which PT is carried out will depend upon the various seasons of the year. The course culminates in an obstacle course, perhaps better called an assault course or combined training course. In this, students are confronted with specially designed and natural obstacles spaced over a course, which also includes firing with all the weapons they have used during training. The layout of the various courses varies, but each one is basically the same. Each course is based on a narrative scheme. Points are awarded for time, shooting, and ability and style in crossing obstacles. This is a valuable exercise for assessing the stamina as well as the determination and progress of the students. Combined with the long hill trek, the assault course gives instructors a good indication both of a student's physical stamina and of his character under difficult conditions. Point 3. October 1943. Close combat. Syllabus. First period. 1. Introduction to CC. Object and explanation of system. 2. Blows with the side of the hand. Practice with dummies. Second period. Other blows. 1. How to kick. 2. Boxing blows. 3. The open hand chin jab. 4. The use of the knee. 5. Use of head and elbows. 6. Fingertip jab. Third period. Release from holds. 1. Wrist. 2. Throat. With one or both hands. 3. Body holds. 4. Having released, show subsequent attack. Fourth period. Crowd fighting. 1. Technique. 2. Practice with dummies. 3. Mad, 1/2 minute. Fifth period. Knife fighting. 1. Practice with dummy. Sixth period. Special occasions. 1. Killing a sentry. A. If you are armed with a knife. B. If unarmed. C. Spinal dislocator. Note: this last exercise requires great care when practicing. 2. Disarming. Method A. Method B. 3. Searching a prisoner. 4. Taking a prisoner away. 5. Securing a prisoner. 6. Defense against downwards or sideways blow. 7. Gagging a prisoner. Point 4. December 1943. Close combat. Lectures. Preface. 1. Designed to teach how to fight and kill without firearms. Since the course includes the use of the knife, close combat is not strictly correct. Silent killing is a more appropriate description. 2. Time available to students is limited. It is essential, therefore, to confine the teaching to what is simple, easily learned and deadly. With that object, all holds, throws, etc., that do not merit this description have been rigorously excluded. The syllabus which follows must now be regarded as standard and instructors, therefore, will please not deviate from it in any way whatever. It is plainly undesirable that students should be taught one method in one place and another method somewhere else. 3. The syllabus includes various suggestions by instructors themselves. Further suggestions, if they constitute improvements, will be welcomed. Such suggestions must be put forward through the proper channels and must not be taught to students until sanction has been received. 4. Dummies are essential. 6 should be provided, slung irregularly in a space approximately 10 or 12 feet square. In addition, each instructor must make a straw-filled dummy for practice with the knife. 5. Other equipment. German steel helmets are available and each instructor should have one, for practice in sentry attacks. Dummy knives are useful but care should be taken that they are of some material which will not cause injury. Wood, for that reason, is not permissible. Rubber is unobtainable. The most practical solution appears to be short lengths of suitably thick rope. 6. Kit, etc. Ordinary PT. Kit is best though, at suitable intervals, students should practice in the kit that they are most likely to wear in the field. Students should not always be paired off in equal sizes. Sometimes, small men should be paired with big men. 7. When commencing the course with a class of untrained students, the instructor should make a short introduction, not necessarily in the same words but to the same effect as the following. This system of combat is designed for use when you have lost your firearms, which is something you should not do, or when the use of firearms is undesirable for fear of raising an alarm. At some time or other, most of you, probably, have been taught at least the rudiments of boxing, under the Queensberry rules. That training was useful because it taught you to think and move quickly and how to hit hard. The Queensberry rules enumerate, under the heading of fouls, some good targets which the boxer is not trained to defend. This, however, is war, not sport. Your aim is to kill your opponent as quickly as possible. A prisoner is generally a handicap and a source of danger, particularly if you are without weapons. So forget the Queensberry rules, forget the term, foul methods. That may sound cruel, but it is still more cruel to take longer than necessary to kill your opponent. Foul methods, so called, help you to kill quickly. Attack your opponent's weakest points, therefore. He will attack yours if he gets a chance. There have been many famous boxers and wrestlers who time after time have won their contests with their favorite blows or holds. The reason is that they had so perfected those particular blows and holds that few could withstand them. The same applies to you. If you will take the trouble to perfect one method of attack, you will be far more formidable than if you only become fairly good at all the methods which you will be shown. Since this course of instruction is meant to teach you to kill, it will be plain to you that its methods are dangerous. Your object here is to learn how to kill, but it is quite unnecessary to kill or damage your sparring partner. You will get no credit if you do. In learning and practicing, therefore, you will avoid taking any risks of that kind. You must never disregard the submission signal. 2 taps and your opponent's body are on your own, or on the floor. It is the signal to stop instantly, and that is a rule which must never be broken. 8. The syllabus is divided into 6 progressive sections. This arrangement is to be regarded, however, as elastic. Depending on such considerations as time available, progress made by students or their standard of knowledge, there is no reason, for example, why two or more sections should not be amalgamated. 9. One of the primary objects of the instructor is to make his students attack-minded, and dangerously so. No effort should be spared to realize this object, which should be regarded as one of the instructor's chief responsibilities. No instructor should be satisfied unless his students become thoroughly proficient in the performance of the few simple things enumerated in the syllabus. Dull as it may become, constant repetition is the only road to proficiency, and constant repetition there must be, no matter how much students may complain of boredom. Their business is to learn, at any cost. By proficiency is meant the ability to execute all the requirements of the syllabus swiftly, effectively and neatly, without having to stop to think. The syllabus. Section 1. Blows with the side of the hand. Explain that the most deadly blows without the aid of weapons are those with the side of the hand. To deliver them effectively, the fingers must be together, thumb up, and the whole hand tensed. The blow is struck with the side of the hand, all the force being concentrated in one small area, i.e., approximately halfway between the base of the little finger and the wrist joint, or where the hand is broadest. If striking sideways, the back of the hand must be uppermost. No force can be obtained if the palm is uppermost. Explain that with these blows, it is possible to kill, temporarily paralyze, break bones or badly hurt, depending upon the part of the body that is struck. The effect of these blows is obtained by the speed with which they are delivered rather than by the weight behind them. They can be made from almost any position, whether the striker is on balance or not, and thus can be delivered more quickly than any other blow. Having explained the blows, the instructor should demonstrate them on the dummies and get the students to practice after him. His main point here is to bring out the speed of the blows and to see that students deliver them correctly. Students should now be shown where to strike, as follows, explaining the effect on each particular point. 1. On the back of the neck, immediately on either side of the spine. 2. From the bridge of the nose to the base of the throat. 3. On either side of the head and throat, from base of the throat to the temple area. 4. On the upper arm. 5. On the forearm. 6. The kidney region. Students should practice on the dummies again, keeping in mind the vulnerable points listed above. Strike with either hand. Section 2. Other blows. How to kick. As a general rule, kick with the side of the foot and, unless you possess unusually good footwork and balance, don't kick above knee height. Never kick too foremost unless your opponent has both hands occupied. In that case, it is safe to kick to the fork. Once the opponent is down, kill by kicking the side or back of the head. Not the top of the head. The boxing blows. The open hand chin jab. Fingers held back and apart ready to follow up to the eyes. Utilize the occasion to obtain some improvement in footwork, explaining that the body must be properly positioned in order to obtain telling effect from either boxing blows or the open hand chin jab. Explain, too, that neither can secure more than a knockout, which should be followed up instantly by a killing attack. Use of the knee. Often in simultaneous combination with other attacks, e.g., with the chin jab. Show how, while being used for attack, it is an excellent guard for oneself. Use of the head and elbows. For attack when the opponent is not in position for more effective blows. Fingertip jabs. To solar plexus, base of throat, or eyes, when nothing more effective can be done. All the blows listed should be practiced now on the dummies. Conclude this section by telling students, as emphatically as possible, a. That they should never go to ground if they can help it. If they have to, they should get up again as soon as they can. While a man is killing his opponent on the ground, the opponent's friends could walk up and kick his brains out. Again, while on the ground, it is difficult to go on attacking. b. That if their knowledge of the subject is confined to the contents of sections 1 and 2, they will have made themselves extremely dangerous, even to highly trained adversaries. If only they will attack first and keep on attacking. Don't stop just because an opponent is crippled. If you have broken his arm, for instance, that is only of value because it is then easier to kill. Section 3. Releases from holds. Explain first that, in general, nobody should be so slow in wits or body as to allow someone else to get a hold on him. In case of misfortune, however, show how to effect release from a wrist hold, taken with one hand. A wrist hold, taken with two hands. A throat hold, taken with one hand. A throat hold, taken with two hands. Show here how, instead of the customary wrist and elbow release or one of its variants, it is far simpler, quicker and more effective to attack, e.g. knee to the fork and fingers to the eyes, simultaneously. A body hold, from front or rear, arms free and arms pinioned. Police or, come along, holds. The whole idea of releasing yourself from a hold is to enable you to attack and kill your adversary. Whenever possible, the disengaging movement should form the commencement of an attack. In any case, there must be an effective and instant follow-up attack after every release. The instructor should demonstrate most carefully every detail to do with this section and then insist on students practicing until not only the mode of release but the subsequent attack becomes a matter of instinct, to be carried out at lightning speed. The instructor should emphasize the importance of footwork, and, where necessary, try to improve it. Section 4. Crowd fighting. One cannot always choose when one will fight, and it may sometimes happen that one is faced with several opponents at once. On such occasions, unarmed yourself, your object is not so much to kill your opponents as to get quickly away from them so that you do not get killed. Pride is expensive if it entails defeat and death. To escape from circumstances like these, a special technique is necessary. For the technique, balance is essential, and the instructor should now demonstrate how to keep on balance when swift movement is necessary and kicking while standing on one foot. Students can be paired often, standing on one foot, arms folded. They should try to kick each other off balance whilst maintaining their own balance. Once this is mastered, it should be explained that, surrounded by a crowd, your only chance of escape lies in continual movement. This is so because, after you have taken up a new position, it requires a second for an opponent to turn and balance before he is able to strike you with any force. If one moves at least 3 feet in each second, there is obviously little chance of an opponent scoring an effective hit on you. At the same time, by the use of the blows previously learned, you will be able to do considerable damage while you are moving. Note 1. In addition to forward, backward and lateral movement, move also at different levels, sometimes with the knees very much bent. It all helps, if done at speed, to bewilder your adversaries. 2. Of necessity, there will be little room for movement, so make room by moving against one opponent after another, attacking as you do so. Point out the value of the balance and footwork in which the students should have been practiced at the beginning of this section. The information contained in the 2 above notes should suffice to prepare students for the actual practice, which is now outlined. 6 dummies should be suspended as indicated in the preface. 1 student at a time should enter the ring and, with all the speed of which he is capable, should then attack the dummies at random, using every kind of blow with hand, foot, knee, elbow and head, from any position. The practice is very exhausting and it is difficult to keep it up for more than a minute. The instructor must watch carefully for faults so that he can give advice afterwards. Before the student tires, he should be told to leave the ring and he will do so at speed, exactly as if he were actually making an escape. To derive the maximum benefit from this exercise, it should first be done both by the instructor and the student in slow time, paying careful attention to footwork. It should then be followed by many short periods in the ring and only an occasional longer one. It must always be remembered that the aim is to get out of the place and not to fight any longer than necessary. Section 5. Knife fighting. The knife is a silent and deadly weapon that is easily concealed and against which in the hands of an expert, there is no sure defense, except firearms or by running like hell. Students should be taught how to hold a knife, how to pass it from one hand to another, to thrust and how to use the disengaged hand to feint and parry. It is unnecessary to be ambidextrous to be able to use the knife with either hand. Show the vulnerable points, emphasizing that the abdominal region is the principal target. Show how to make an opening for a thrust in the region, e.g. by slashing across face, hands, wrist and forearms, by flinging gravel, a stone, a hat, a handkerchief, etc., in the opponent's face. Explain the value of a really sharp point and edge, the latter, particularly with a double-edged knife, being as much to prevent the knife from being seized as for slashing. Show the hamstring slash at the back of the knee. Make students now practice thrusts at the straw-filled dummy. Section 6. For special needs and occasions. 1. Killing a sentry, if you are armed with a knife. Attack from the rear. With left forearm, strike violently on left side of opponent's neck and instantly transfer the left hand to cover his mouth and nostrils. Simultaneously with the blow on the neck, thrust the knife, held in the right hand, into his kidneys. If equipment interferes with the kidney thrust, bring the hand round to the front and thrust into the abdomen. Note that once the left hand covers mouth and nostrils, the adversary is dragged backwards and downwards. 2. Killing a sentry, if you are unarmed. Attack from the rear. With right forearm, strike violently on right side of adversary's neck. Go immediately into the head hold and take him down onto your thigh. Keeping the hold properly, i.e., right hand open and tensed, forearm between adversary's jaw and temple, left hand grasping right wrist so as to apply pressure, lifting up and twisting adversary's head, sit down instantly with legs stretched out in front of you. Instructors will see to it that their students, when practicing with each other, do not sit down while keeping the hold. With a little ingenuity, it should be possible to adapt one of the dummies for practice. All that is necessary is to sling the dummy on a pulley. The instructor could release the cord and so allow the student to take the dummy to the ground. Needless to say, extreme speed is necessary for both methods of killing a sentry, and both methods should be practiced equally on right and left hand sides. 3. Spinal dislocator, opponent sitting, or at a much lower level. Approach from rear. Left hand under chin, drag opponent's head back completely under your right armpit. Drop your left hand on his left shoulder and, passing your right arm across the back of his neck, grip your left wrist from above. The finishing touch is a quick snap upwards and backwards. A very dangerous hold and requires great care in practicing. 4. Disarming, if held up with a pistol. Explain first that only a fool would hold you up with his pistol within reach of your hands. Nevertheless, it is plainly evident that there are still a lot of such fools about, and if you did not know how to deal with them, it would be you who would feel a fool. From the front. Method A. Hands up, well above your head and wide apart. Don't look at the pistol. Bring your right hand down smartly onto his wrist, gripping it firmly with your thumb, preferably above. Accompany the movement by a half turn to your left. Simultaneously, your left hand grips the pistol barrel from underneath and presses the pistol backwards. Note that while the pistol is being pressed backwards, its barrel should be parallel with the ground. This will break your opponent's trigger finger and give you possession of the pistol. Turning half right, attack, with foot or knee to the fork, open hand chin jab, butt with the top of your head, or do anything calculated to knock your opponent out. Each movement has been described separately, but, in actual practice, the several movements should be performed so quickly that they appear to be almost one. Method B. Hands up, well above your head and wide apart. Don't look at the pistol. Bring your left hand down smartly onto his wrist, gripping it firmly with your thumb, preferably above. Accompany the movement by a half turn to your right. Simultaneously, your right hand grips the pistol barrel from underneath and presses the pistol upwards, backwards and over. This is practically the equivalent of the ordinary wrist throw and will give you possession of the pistol. Turning half left. Attack. With foot or knee to the fork, open hand chin jab, butt with the top of the head, or do anything calculated to knock your opponent out. Each movement has been described in detail, but, in actual practice, the several movements should be performed so quickly that they appear to be almost one. From the rear. Method A. Hands up, well above your head and wide apart. Make up your mind which way you will turn. If to the left, look over your left shoulder, to make sure that it is the pistol which is touching your back. At the same time as you look over your shoulder, turn your right foot inwards. When you are ready to move, turn right round to the left, at the same time bringing your left arm down in a circular sweep over your opponent's pistol arm, continuing the sweeping motion until your opponent's arm is locked firmly under your left armpit. Simultaneously with your turning round, your right hand comes into position for a chin jab or punch to the jaw and your right knee comes up to your opponent's fork. Finish the matter by turning smartly to your right, reinforcing the movement with your right hand on the elbow of the arm which is still locked under your left armpit. This movement, if continued, will bring him across you, in position for either a smash to his face with your right knee or a side of the hand blow, with your right hand, on the back of his neck. All to be done with lightning speed. Method B. Hands up, well above your head and wide apart. Look over your right shoulder, turning your left foot inwards as you do so. Turn right round, to your right, locking your opponent's pistol arm, as described above, but under your right armpit. Meanwhile your left arm is coming round for a side of the hand blow across his throat or face. You are also in position to use your knee. Finish as described above, by turning to your right, etc. Disarming a man holding someone else up. If holding the pistol in his right hand, smash down with your left hand on his forearm at the elbow joint, simultaneously seizing the pistol from underneath with your right hand. Turn rapidly to your left until you are face to face with him, pressing the pistol upwards, towards him and finally to the left. Use your knee and butt with your head. Students should become proficient in all these 5 methods of disarming. 5. Searching a prisoner, if you are armed. Kill him first. If that is inconvenient, make him lie face to the ground, hands out in front of him. Knock him out, with rifle butt, side or butt of the pistol or with your boot. Then search him. 6. Taking a prisoner away, if you are armed with a rifle or other firearm. Get someone to cut the prisoner's belt or braces, or make him do so himself. March him away, one of his hands above his head, the other holding up his trousers. 7. Securing a prisoner for some time. Using 15 feet of cord and any effective knot, show the conventional method, i.e. knock him out, place him face down on the ground, tie his hands behind his back, lead the cord round his throat, back to his wrists, round both ankles, back to his wrists. Students should be told not to forget to take the cord with them. Having shown how to tie him up, show how to gag a prisoner. Almost anything will do to stuff in his mouth, turf, cloth, a forage cap, etc. For something to tie over his mouth, strips can be torn from the prisoner's clothing. It is useful if instructors will let students, once or twice during the course, go through the whole process of tying up and gagging, having handy some cord and strips of cloth for the purpose. It is not enough for students to be told how to do it, they must do it themselves. 8. Defense against a downward or sideways blow. Presuming that you are utterly unable to get hold of any kind of weapon, no matter how crude, employ one of the following methods. A. Sidestep and attack. B. Parry with the opposite forearm and attack. Students should know, at this stage of the training, how best to attack. Various holds, throws, etc. Not to be taught. This is a selection of holds, blows, throws, attacks, etc., which are known to every instructor. Sooner or later, some of the more knowing students are sure to ask the instructor if he knows this, that or the other hold, etc., and if so, why it is not taught. This list is intended to provide answers to such questions. If obliged by such questions to show some of these holds, etc., the instructor should a. Demonstrate the objections. b. Demonstrate the appropriate releases or counters. c. Warn students that against a trained adversary, many of these holds, etc., would be difficult, risky or impossible to apply. d. Warn students of the unwisdom of assuming that their adversaries in this war will be untrained men. If students have mastered the far simpler and quicker methods of the syllabus, all the holds, etc., in the following list are entirely unnecessary. The unarmed defenses against a rifle and bayonet are possibly the only exceptions. E. Holds designed to keep a man captive or to take him away as a prisoner. Point out that the man who attempts to use them for any purpose other than as a means to finish off an opponent should realize that he is running a considerable risk, a risk that is only justified if he has first crippled his opponent or if he possesses a marked and obvious superiority in physique or knowledge. Blank. Defenses against a rifle and bayonet. Show particularly the one which consists of parrying the rifle or bayonet away to your left, using your right hand and making a simultaneous half-left turn, stepping in immediately to your opponent's left-hand side and attacking at speed with hand, foot or both. Disregard the rifle once you are past the bayonet point. Explain that all the defenses against a bayonet are apt to be extremely effective if you, unarmed, are exceptionally quick and if your opponent doesn't know his job. Bent arm hold, as a defense against a downward blow. Why waste time? You have got to parry, in any case, so parry with one forearm and attack simultaneously with the knee and disengaged hand, chin jab or punch to the jaw. Wrist and elbow hold, usually employed as a defense against a throat hold. Why bother? Attack instead, knee to the fork, fingers to the eyes. Thumb and elbow hold. Difficult to apply unless your opponent has lost his senses. Show how to escape from it. Head hold. Excellent for dealing with a sentry if carried instantly to its full conclusion. Don't use it merely as a hold, however, for it gives your opponent an opportunity for a crotch throw that can finish you. Arm and neck hold. Effective but with a quick opponent you are most unlikely to get it. Japanese strangle. When the hand is in the correct position, i.e., almost on top of the head, you cannot prevent your opponent, if he is quick, from dragging your hand away. If the hand is held lower down, where it cannot be seized and dragged away, you are apt to lose the necessary leverage and the hold becomes ineffective. Also, again if your opponent is quick, he can sink with his full weight and the hold cannot be applied. It can only be applied if secured and taken to its conclusion with extreme speed. A steel helmet would probably make it very difficult to secure the hold. Rock crusher. Only effective if delivered in exactly the right spot and if there is no equipment in the way. Why not use one of the other methods of attack? Grapevine. Useless as a means of keeping a man prisoner. It needs 2 men to apply it and if the prisoner does not escape, some men can, he may die before very long. If you want to kill him, do so, but don't torture him. If you want to keep him prisoner, tie him up. Matchbox blow. Good, but you don't always have a matchbox at the critical moment. Why not use the elbow, followed immediately by a chin jab, side of the hand blow, or punch to the jaw? Baton and spring kosh. Open to the objection common to all forms of attack with the raised arm, in that they leave the attacker wide open. Directly the arm goes up, or sooner, step in close and use your knife. If you have no knife, step in closer and use chin jab or punch, and the knee. If you yourself use a spring kosh and you miss your blow with the extreme end of the weapon, it is likely that you will only hit harmlessly with the spring. Both the baton and the spring kosh are a bit clumsy to carry about, and it is doubtful if they are worth the trouble. Safety razor blade, or blades, in cap peak, may be shown, in order that students may know what to expect, but the use of this device is not to be encouraged. All the following, good as some of them are open to the objection that while attempting to apply them, you make yourself very vulnerable to attack. Also, if you are in a position to apply them, you are equally in a position to make a killing attack on your opponent. Why not do so? Handcuff hold. Handcuff hold for smaller opponent. Wrist and neck attack. Police or come along holds. Flying mare and variations. Hype or hip throw. Wrist throw. Japanese ankle throw. Cross buttock. Addendum. Gagging a prisoner. The following method should be used. A. Apply the gag, turf, cloth, handkerchief, forage cap, etc., in the prisoner's mouth. B. Similar to the first aid method of bandaging a broken jaw, place the center of a piece of cloth over the mouth and round the chin and tie at the back of the head as shown in the diagram. C. Apply the center of a second piece of cloth under the jaw, carry it in front of the ears and tie on top of the head. Point 4. February 1944. Addendum. Attacking a sentry. Under, killing a sentry, with a knife or with hands alone. Section 6. The methods there described are designed exclusively for use by one man acting entirely in his own. Those methods remain in force and will continue to be taught, but it is necessary now to go further and to teach methods of attack by two men acting as a team, providing thereby for conditions where this is possible and preferable. In making this addition to the training, two distinct sets of circumstances are envisaged. A. Merely to disarm, knock out, tie up, gag and, if necessary, remove a sentry out of reach of immediate discovery. It is extremely unlikely that one man alone could accomplish all this. That is why the syllabus confines itself in this regard to the simpler task of killing. B. To disarm, kill and, if necessary, remove a sentry out of reach of immediate discovery. It is thought that one man alone is unlikely to do this as efficiently and silently as two men. Essentials of both A and B are extreme speed, the utmost silence. The first essential implies a complete understanding between the two attackers as to the part which each will play. The second refers particularly to the avoidance of noise from a dropped rifle or from the sentry's nailed boots on a stone pavement, gravel or hard ground. For the practice of the following methods, the student who acts as sentry will have on nailed boots, wear a German steel helmet and carry a rifle. The attackers will wear rubber shoes. The practices will be carried out on a stone pavement, a gravel path or on hard ground. A. When the object is not to kill, the sentry, equipped as above, will take up his position, rifle slung over his right shoulder. The attacking team, having agreed upon their respective parts, will make the customary stock approach, one immediately behind the other. The leading man will attack the sentry from the rear, using the forearm blow on the side of the neck and simultaneous kidney punch, left forearm and right fist respectively. Instantly, his left hand is transferred to cover the sentry's mouth and nostrils. Using his right arm to help, he now commences to drag the sentry backwards and downwards. The second attacker's job, working as nearly simultaneously as possible with the first attacker, is to secure the rifle, administer a knockout blow, chin jab, punch to the jaw or solar plexus, and help to lower the sentry to the ground quietly. Once on the ground, the sentry is turned over onto his face. The first attacker, kneeling astride of the sentry, knees well under the latter's armpits, proceeds with the tying up. The second attacker, working opposite the first, can proceed with the gagging process. Once bound and gagged, the sentry is to be carried away a few yards, as if to put him out of reach of immediate observation by others. Repeat with the following variations. Rifle slung over sentry's left shoulder. Rifle carried under one arm or the other. Rifle in sentry's right hand, in the at ease position. Repeat in the dark. Aim at completing the job in 2.5 minutes. B. When the object is to kill, using the knife. The first attacker can use the method described in Section 6, the second attacker being responsible for the quiet seizure of the rifle and for helping subsequently to carry the sentry away, presumably into the cover from which the attackers emerged. This may not always be necessary, but there is no harm done by practicing in as complete a manner as possible so that, if the need really arises, everything will then be carried out with the minimum of fumbling, half-understood whisperings, etc. Alternatively, the first attacker can be responsible solely for seizing the sentry and keeping him quiet while the second secures the rifle and uses the knife thrust in the abdominal region. This method appears to suit some men better than the first, and there is no objection to their using it if they prefer. Repeat in daylight and in the dark, with the sentry's rifle in the different positions referred to under A. These methods are all based in the supposition that favorable conditions will be encountered, e.g., cover within easy reach of the sentry, darkness, opportunity for prior observation of the sentry's equipment, regularity or otherwise of his beat, etc. They teach what to do when within reach of a sentry, but it must be pointed out to students that if they encounter circumstances different from those envisaged, it will be largely up to them to devise ways and means of getting within reach. Presumably, nature endowed them with some sense of strategy. If not, they had better not tackle this particular job. With this proviso, students should be encouraged to think out for themselves, and find means of dealing with all sorts of different conditions. Such conditions, for instance, might be inadequate cover, 2 sentries instead of 1, in which case 2 teams of attackers might be employed. It might be better for one man to try to bluff the sentry while another attacks. It might be impossible to attack from the rear, in which case resort might be had to the old dodge of flinging a pebble to distract his attention and make him face the other way. If it is at all possible, time should be given for working out these and other problems which are sure to arise. Time spent may well mean the difference between success and failure in the field. It is reported that German sentries have for some time been in the habit of carrying their rifles in such a way as to make the approved method of silent attack almost impossible. It would appear to be done as a protective measure. The rifle is carried as though at the slope on the left shoulder, but the left hand is carried out to the left, to an angle of approximately 45 degrees from the front, and raised slightly. This means that the rifle, while resting on the top of the left shoulder close to the neck, crosses behind the neck, the muzzle being slightly behind and above the right shoulder. This, combined with the wearing of the German steel helmet, effectively precludes the possibility of the forearm blow on the side of the neck, from either side. It was found, however, that while the kidney punch was delivered, it was possible for the attacker to cover the sentry's mouth and nostrils with his left hand, dragging his head backwards. In that position, the rifle is locked between attacker and attacked and is in no danger of falling to the ground. Attacker No. 2 must, however, simultaneously catch the muzzle of the rifle with his left hand and press forward to prevent it striking the head of No. 1. He can then administer the knockout by punch to the solar plexus, but not chin jab or punch to the jaw, as the latter is covered by No. L's left hand. It was found to be a benefit if No. 1, having administered the kidney punch with his right, then uses it to lock the right arm of the sentry, thus keeping it out of the way of No. 2, who can slip his left knee behind the sentry's legs. As the latter is dragged backwards, his feet are automatically levered off the ground by No. 2's knee, making a minimum of noise. The only risk of noise, in this method, would appear to be the sentry's helmet hitting against his rifle at the moment of attack, but this noise must be of frequent occurrence in the course of walking with the rifle in this position. With a rifle carried in the manner described, it considerably complicates the silent killing of a sentry by one man. Silence is almost an impossibility. Point 5. January 1944. Weapon Training. Introductory Notes for Instructors. It is not possible for every instructor to be a tried gunman. But it is possible to teach the pistol successfully by acquiring a thorough knowledge of the principles involved and applying them in a practical way. The principles are based on natural body movements not unique to gunfighting, and for that reason the instruction is simple, providing the imagination is used to the fullest extent to visualize the circumstances of gunfighting, to provide a background. Particular attention must be paid to instinctive body movements combined with the speed upon which depends survival. A large percentage of students have had previous revolver training in the old style. It is not advisable to state bluntly that the old method is no good, as it is possible that some of them have achieved considerable success using the pistol as a defensive weapon or in competition shooting. It is better to give a proper introduction in which you paint a picture of the circumstances under which they might be using the pistol, and to show them quite clearly that the method you propose to teach them is the only method of firing under these circumstances. It shows a healthy interest in the subject if students are continually asking questions. Invariably, the instructor can give a satisfactory answer if he asks. himself. The question, what would be the natural thing to do? With the time and ammunition available, the aim is to turn out good, fast, plain shots. Time spent on teaching fancy or trick shooting is not justified. As with every sport, providing the principles taught are sound, practice makes perfect. Every endeavor should be made to build up the enthusiasm so that practice is carried out voluntarily. Dummy practice in front of a mirror is particularly beneficial and should be encouraged. Blank. Instruction in firing the machine carbines follows exactly the principles of pistol instruction, i.e., tremendous speed in attack with sufficient accuracy to hit the vital part of a man's body. The conditions are the same, i.e., killing at close quarters, demanding aggression and extreme concentration. The principle of firing and manipulation of the weapon is different inasmuch as you are dealing with a two-handed weapon having a larger magazine capacity and capable of full automatic fire. Automatic fire is of no use unless it is controlled. In the excitement and stress of close combat fighting, it is difficult to fire from full automatic with complete control, and therefore it is better to fire always from single. With practice, shots are fired very fast and with accuracy in the same way as with the pistol. The most accurate position for firing a two-handed weapon is from the shoulder because the gun is in line with the eyes and you have natural control of your direction. The vital factor which governs the position in which the gun is fired is, of course, the speed with which you can get into the firing position from the carrying position. With the Thompson, the position which gives the maximum speed for the normal man is the underarm position. This is an accurate firing position providing the head is down close to the gun. There are few people who find the butt of the Thompson suitable for obtaining an equally fast shoulder position, but for those it does suit, it must be the most accurate position. The low hip position has been proved to be almost useless for fast close quarter work where you must be able to turn tremendously fast into position. The gun is held so low on the body and is so remote from the head and eyes that you can't control either your position or your elevation and direction. Because of its weight and design, the Sten is an ideal gun for very fast shoulder work. It can be brought into the shoulder as fast or faster than the hip, and, of course, it must be more accurate from the shoulder. The tendency is to compare the Sten unfavorably with the Thompson. This is wrong, as the Sten is really the better weapon for the type of work with which we are concerned, as it fires standard Continental ammunition. It is lighter, more easily concealed and has a much more simple mechanism than the Thompson. The tendency for stoppages to occur with practice Mark II weapons is to a certain extent exaggerated. Often these are due to bad filling of magazines or faulty manipulation of the gun. The hand grenade is a very deadly close weapon under certain circumstances. It should be taught as such, and every endeavor should be made to make live throwing practices as practical as possible. Introduction to Pistol Course. Given immediately before the first two firing practices. Stores. .22 High Standard and .32 Colt, or any other pistol, revolver or pistol automatic required. 1. Proving. Demonstrate. The first thing you do when you handle any weapon is to prove to yourself that it is not loaded. To prove that an automatic is not loaded. First, remove the magazine. The magazine catch is situated at the base of the pistol grip. Using the thumb of the left hand, press the magazine catch to the rear and withdraw the magazine. Then, by grasping the slide with the fingers of the left hand, elbows close to the body, work the slide backwards and forwards 2 or 3 times by punching or thrusting forward with the right hand. The source of food, the magazine, has been removed and any round which might be in the breech will be ejected by the action of the slide. The weapon is therefore safe. 2. Loading. Demonstrate. A. Charge the magazine. Hold the magazine in the palm of the left hand with the thumb on the assisting stud. Using the right hand, feed in the rounds, base first, depressing the magazine platform by means of the assisting stud, to receive each round. B. Insert the loaded magazine into the automatic with the left hand, ensuring that it is locked into position by giving a final thrust with the thumb. C. Cock the action and feed the first round into the breech by withdrawing the slide and allowing it to spring forward. The weapon is now ready for firing. 3. To unload. Demonstrate, is for proving. Note: speed in the handling and manipulation of the automatic is essential. This speed is only obtained by handling the weapon correctly at all times. Each hand has a definite job to do. The right hand holds the weapon, with the forefinger inside the trigger guard. The left hand carries out the manipulations, i.e., proving, loading and unloading. To assist the left hand in its work, the automatic is turned over left or right to allow the magazine base and the slide to come naturally and easily into the left hand. 4. Firing. Introduction. Get out of your mind the idea that the pistol is a weapon of self-defense. It is not. It is a weapon of attack, in just the same way as the rifle, the machine gun or any other combat weapon. The difference between the pistol and these other weapons is that the pistol has a short barrel, it fires blunt-nosed pistol ammunition and is therefore a short-range weapon. The normal combat range is not more than 12 to 15 yards. When you are attacking so close to the enemy, you must be able to move with extreme speed, you must be able to kill from any position and in any sort of light, even in complete darkness. Picture in your mind the circumstances under which you might be using the pistol. Take as an example a raid on an enemy-occupied house in darkness. Firstly, consider your approach. You will never walk boldly up to the house and stroll in as though you were paying a social call. On the contrary, your approach will be stealthy. You will be keyed up and excited, nervously alert for danger from whichever direction it may come. You will find yourself instinctively crouching, your body balanced on the balls of your feet in a position from which you can move swiftly in any direction. You make your entry into the house and start searching for the enemy, moving along passages, perhaps up or down stairs, listening and feeling for any signs of danger. Suddenly, on turning a corner, you come face to face with the enemy. Without a second's hesitation, you must fire and kill him before he has a chance to kill you. From this picture, these facts are clear. A. You will always fire from the crouch position, you will never be in an upright position. B. You have no time To adopt any fancy stance when killing with speed. C. You have no time to use the sights. Any method of firing which does not allow for all these factors is useless. Gunfighting at close quarters is a question of split seconds. The best method of firing under these circumstances is by what is called instinctive pointing. 5. What is instinctive pointing? It is the natural way that any man points at an object when he is concentrating. As an example, stand squarely in front of a man and point at the exact center of his stomach, his right or left foot or his right or left eye. You don't look down your finger and sight, you know you are pointing at the exact spot, instinctively. Analyze what you are doing. Your arm extended, with the finger pointing, comes into the center of your body. In this position it is also right in the center of your eyes, and therefore what you are doing is to point straight down the center of your line of sight. This is instinctive and you have natural control over your direction and elevation. Try pointing quickly from the side of the body. You will find that there is no instinctive control over direction. The reason for this is obvious. Your line of sight and your pointing line are remote. Any fractional variation in your pointing line produces a large error on an object several yards in front of you. The method we are going to use for firing the pistol is therefore by instinctive pointing, the pistol replacing the finger in pointing. 6. Holding. The correct method of holding the pistol is as follows. A. You always hold the pistol with a tremendously strong grip. Grip it as though you were trying to squash the butt to pulp. This applies to any pistol, large or small. B. The trigger finger is always kept inside the trigger guard with the fingernail resting against the front of the trigger guard. The finger is never kept running along the outside of the trigger guard, it reduces your speed in fast action. C. Try to get the thumb of your right hand running horizontally along the side of the receiver, i.e., on the same plane as the barrel. This assists you in pointing naturally and also gives you lateral control of the pistol. 7. Firing position. Demonstrate. A natural crouch position, the body balanced on the balls of the feet and pressed forward over the forward foot, shoulders square to the target. The right hand, holding the pistol, is brought into the center of the body and reaches out towards the target until the arm is almost fully extended, in the natural pointing position. The barrel of the pistol is always parallel to the ground. In this position the right hand is turned slightly to the right to allow the barrel to point straight down the center of the line of the sight. This is the firing position. It is impossible to hold the actual firing position throughout the approach to the enemy. It is a tense position, where every nerve is concentrated on killing with tremendous speed. In the approach it is necessary to adopt a more relaxed position, but it must be possible to come from this relaxed position to the firing position in a fraction of a second. This relaxed position is known as the ready position, and is adopted from the firing position as follows. Imagine there is a groove down the center of the body. Lock the wrist and the elbow, then allow the arm, pivoting at the shoulder only, to slide down this groove until the pistol is pointing at the ground 2 or 3 yards in front of the body. Neither the wrist nor the elbow have relaxed and the downward movement from the shoulder is a minimum 1. The return to the firing position is a fast, smooth movement from the shoulder. No adjustment of the position is necessary as the original correct position has been regained. 8. Practice squat improving, loading, unloading and in adopting the firing and ready positions. Note: practice loading is not carried out with charged magazines. Practice in charging magazines is gained when student is preparing for firing practice. The instructor is in the best position to check positional faults when standing in front of student, making himself the target. He must ensure that all safety precautions are observed and particularly that each weapon is proved. Firing practices. Period I. The recruit target. Recruit target, Fig. 2. Full figure, field gray, white aiming mark on stomach. Range, 3 yards. Purpose of recruit target. It is a large target very close to the firer. You can't miss it and consequently it is possible to see exactly what happens to each round fired. The aiming mark is the object on which you are concentrating. If you are pointing correctly from the center of your body and your elevation is 100% correct, then every round fired must be in the aiming mark. If you are pointing from the center of your body correctly, but your elevation is slightly wrong, then your shots will be shown either above or below the aiming mark and they will form a line up the center of the target. This is what we are looking for. If your shots are shown on the left of the target, it is because the barrel is not pointing straight down the line of sight. To remedy, turn the hand slightly to the right. If shots are shown on the right of the target, it is because you are not firing from the center of your body. Shots consistently low, either the barrel is not parallel to the ground or you are firing on the way up. Shots consistently high, barrel not parallel to ground. To kill a man, it is not necessary to put a shot through his heart. The vulnerable part of a man's body is from his crotch up to the top of his head. 2 fast shots anywhere into that area are going to dispose of him permanently. The object of pistol training is to obtain maximum speed in attack with sufficient accuracy to hit the vulnerable area. Firing practice No. 1. Point 22. Recruit target. Range, 3 yards. No. Of rounds, 6, fired under control. Student charges magazine with 6 rounds and advances to firing point. On command, load, he loads and adopts, ready, position. Without firing, practice sliding smoothly up into the firing position whilst instructor checks any fault. Return to ready position. On the command 1, the student comes up to firing position, fires 1 round and returns to ready position. Repeat. On the command 2, student comes up to firing position, fires 2 rounds fast and returns to ready position. Repeat. Unload. Student, with instructor, examines position of shots on target, discusses their position in relation to any error in the firing position. Firing practice No. 2. Point 22. Targets, moving and/or bobbing targets at various ranges and elevation. No. Of rounds, 8. The recruit target represented a man standing at short range in front of you, and it has been clearly shown how easy it is to control your shots into a vital part of the body providing you are concentrating, gripping correctly and pointing from the center of your body. We are now going to fire at moving targets. Supposing you were asked to point with your finger at any target which appeared on the range in front of you. It would be ridiculous for anybody to suggest that you couldn't do so, with accuracy. It is going to be just as easy to point with the automatic, providing the correct position is adopted and you are concentrating intensely. There is one other thing to be considered, and that is the correct method of turning left or right on the target. It is ridiculous to try to make rules as to how a man should move his feet when turning. In fast close combat fighting, your feet move naturally and instinctively to balance your body, just as a boxer moves his feet. The vital thing in turning is that you must get round onto your target with tremendous speed. How you get round doesn't matter providing your position when you are round is correct, i.e., body balanced, shoulders square to the target and your pistol pointing correctly from the center of the body. The common fault in turning is to allow the arm to swing round faster than the body. With practice, this tendency is easily cured. The arm does not move independently of the body, it stays in its original position in the center of the body and is pulled round by the shoulders turning. You will always fire 2 fast shots at every target. The reason for this is as follows. 1. You must kill your man. 1 shot may kill him, but it is better to make absolutely certain by putting 2 shots into him. 2. If a man is advancing to attack you and you put 1 shot into a vital part of his body, it rarely drops him in his tracks immediately. His nerve system doesn't collapse for several seconds. On the other hand, if you put 2 shots in quick succession into him, he will drop in his tracks because his nerve system breaks up immediately. 3. If you are just about to press the trigger to attack an opponent and you see a flash from his gun, you will instinctively freeze for a fraction of a second. Even if his shot misses you, he will have a momentary advantage. It is this momentary advantage given to the man who gets the first shot that you must always obtain by training yourself to fire 2 shots at tremendous speed. Even if you miss with your first, you will get him with your second. Practice squad and turning. In this practice, your magazine will be charged with 8 rounds. You will fire 2 fast shots at each target as it appears. Note: throughout this and every other practice, the instructor observes closely every detail of body position, movement of the automatic, and any effect on the destination of the rounds fired. The position of the shots on the target and the reason why any misses have occurred is discussed with the student and errors rectified. Period 2. 1-1/2 hours. Firing practice No. 3.22. Targets, moving and/or bobbing, at various ranges and elevations. No. Of rounds, 8. This practice is similar to No. 2 practice. It is a warming up practice in which all that has been taught in the previous period is checked. Speed is again emphasized. Maximum speed comes from a fast, smooth movement into position and a very firm grip with tremendously fast trigger work. Firing practice no. 4.22. Targets, moving and/or bobbing targets, as before. No. Of rounds, 8. Fired in the dark. You must be able to fire equally well in the dark as in the daylight. It is not difficult. Again, you would have no difficulty in pointing with your finger at a shadow in the dark. It is just as easy to point with the automatic. You must, however, be on your toes, concentrating and peering into the darkness so that you will be able to pick out the movement of your target and kill it without a moment's hesitation. Note: the way in which this practice is carried out on the range will depend on the lighting facilities available. Any of the following methods are good. 1. Complete darkness with a flickering dimmed light, or alternatively, flicking the blackout curtain to admit flashes of light. 2. Complete darkness with the rays of a dimmed torch moving quickly backwards and forwards over the range area. 3. Using night glasses. Firing practice no. 5.22. Targets, moving and/or bobbing targets, as before. No. Of rounds, 8. In previous practices, firing has taken place from a definite firing point. In actual combat, you will invariably be moving into the attack. In practicing movement, the important thing to remember is that however fast you are moving when you are actually killing the target, you must be in the 100% correct firing position, body crouched and balanced, automatic pointing correctly down the line of sight, and every nerve concentrated on forcing your shots deep into the belly of the target. Imagine the range is a beer cellar containing a number of Germans. You are outside with your automatic loaded and you are going to burst in and kill them ruthlessly. In the old-style shooting, an attack of this nature involved slow, stealthy movement, relying entirely on the enemy not hearing or seeing anything until the entry had actually been made. This is an impractical and dangerous method when you are dealing with an alert enemy. The following is the better method, as it involves that shock of surprise which freezes into immobility even the most dangerous individual for a few seconds. You have reached the doorway of the cellar by a stealthy approach, making no sound whatever. Your automatic is loaded and cocked. Very quietly turn the handle of the door as far as it will go, and then, preparing yourself for the effort, you kick the door open and burst into the room with maximum speed and noise and kill your targets before they have a chance to realize what has happened. Note: the old style and the new methods are demonstrated by the instructor, showing particularly how the body retains the balanced crouched position and the correct firing position irrespective of the movement of the feet. Also emphasize how the loaded automatic is held in the ready position before and during the entry into the cellar. Magazines are charged with 8 rounds, 2 rounds to be fired at each target. In the supervision of the firing, the instructor forces the speed of the student in every way possible. If a student is wild in his movements and loses position altogether, then a slower controlled practice attack should be made, which can be speeded up as progress is made. Period 3. Firing practice no. 6.32 Colt. Targets, moving and/or bobbing as before. No. Of rounds, 6. The manipulation of the .32 Colt is the same as the .22 high standard, except that the magazine has not an assisting stud. The thumb of the left hand assists in the feeding of the rounds into the magazine by depressing the top round to facilitate the entry of the next round. If you fire one pistol, you can fire any automatic or revolver, whether British, American or foreign. The important thing to remember is that the barrel of your pistol is always parallel to the ground, in the normal position. Before firing a strange automatic, always test your position. Get the feel of the weapon, adopt the firing position, bring the barrel parallel to the ground and lock your wrist so that when you move into the ready position and return to the firing position, it is still parallel. Magazine charged with 6 rounds. 2 shots to be fired at each target. Note: instructors should again emphasize the tremendously firm grip. When firing the .22, slight relaxing of the grip has probably not taken a shot off the target. With heavier caliber weapons, the effect of relaxing the grip is greater and shots will not be on. Continue to build up aggression in attack. Aggression denotes complete concentration, which is so vital in practice. It also encourages the state of mind which would exist in actual combat. Firing practice No. 7. .32 Colt. Targets, moving and/or bobbing targets, as before. No. Of rounds, 6. As for practice No. 4, with poor lighting. Note: again emphasize speed in maintaining correct firing position. Speed up the targets. Period IV. Firing practice No. 8. Outdoors. .22. Targets, full figure, with aiming mark on belly of target. Range, 20 to 25 yards. No. Of rounds, 6. So far we have been dealing with the normal firing position for close combat. There is the occasion, however, when it is necessary to take a long-range shot. Firstly, the prone position. This gives you an ideal firing position and at the same time makes you a very difficult target to hit. Demonstrate. Lie down square to the target, right hand grasping the pistol, left hand gripping the right fist, thumb forward and clear of the recoiling slide, elbows on the ground and well apart, head well back from the sights. Secondly, the long-range firing position in the open. A position which can be adopted very quickly from the normal position. Demonstrate. Feet astride, body balanced and square to the target. Right hand, grasping the pistol, thrust straight out in front of the body. The left hand grips the right fist, thumb clear of the recoiling slide, and pulls back slightly against the fully extended right arm. In this position, the pistol is in the center of the body and held as though in a vise. Thirdly, the long-range firing position from behind cover. Utilizing a lamp post, a tree, the side of a house, the doorway of a house, in fact anything providing cover which presents a high support which will bear your weight. In this position you have an ideal firing position with maximum cover for the vital parts of your body. Demonstrate. Using a convenient tree, placing the left toe and left knee against the cover, right foot extended well to the rear until the right leg is straight and rigid. The ball of the thumb of the right hand rests against the right hand side of the cover, left hand grasping the right wrist, back of the hand downwards. The body is now supported at all points and lined up behind the cover to give maximum protection. The pistol must be gripped very firmly and not canted over to the right. Practice squad. Magazine charged 6 rounds. 2 aimed or rough aimed shots to be fired from the prone position. Rising quickly, adopt long-range standing position in the open and fire 2 more shots. Then move quickly to a suitable tree and fire the last 2 shots from the firing position behind cover. Note: it should be emphasized that these positions will be adopted quickly. Use of the sights is permissible, but there will not always be time to use them, and necessity for quick rough aiming should be explained and practiced. Firing practice No. 9.22. Target: gallows, target approximately 20 feet from ground. See Appendix A. Range from tree, 8 to 10 yards. No. Of rounds, 6. The difficulty when firing up is to control your elevation. Generally, you find that your shots are striking either above or below the target. The reason for this is because the arm and the body are elevating quickly, and unless the movement of each is 100% correct, the aim is not correct. Demonstrate. It is better to elevate the pistol by a movement of the body only, which can be easily controlled with practice. At the same time as the body is elevating by bending back from the waist over the rear leg, the right arm is extended straight out. It is impossible to fire in this way when you are right underneath the target, as, for example, if you were suddenly attacked from the top of a flight of stairs as you were going up. Under these circumstances, the fastest and best method of dealing with the target is to thrust the right arm out towards the target, just as though you were trying to thrust the muzzle into his stomach. Practice squad. Magazine charged 6 rounds. Adopt the normal firing position as though engaging a target on your own level underneath the gallows target. On the command up, engage the gallows target, firing 2 shots, and return to the normal position. Repeat. On the command advance, move quickly in the direction of the target. When you are almost underneath, you will get the command up. Like a flash, you must come up and fire 2 shots in the method you have been taught, arm straight as though you were thrusting the muzzle into the stomach of the target. Period V. Firing practice No. 10. Outdoors. Point 22. Target. Fig. 3. Range. From a platform between 2 trees 20 to 25 feet from the ground, or from a suitable cliff or similar ground where the target can be placed almost immediately below the firer. Demonstrate. Firing down. As with firing up, the difficulty is to control elevation when firing from the normal position. In addition, to see your target when firing down, it is necessary to expose a large part of your body. The best method under these circumstances is to stand sideways, stretch the right arm out to the fullest extent in the direction of the target. The automatic is held as though it was an extension of the right arm, so that by turning your hand and looking straight down your arm, the sights are lined onto the target. You will find that it is possible to stand several feet away from the edge of the platform so that you are almost invisible to the person at whom you are firing. This is the best method of sniping at a person below from the room of a house. If the windowsill is high, you can stand on a table or a box several feet away from the window and you are getting maximum concealment. Also, the flash and smoke from the discharge of your pistol is absorbed in the room, making the source of the shooting very difficult to trace unless it is observed at the exact moment of firing. Magazine charged with 6 rounds. Note: before firing, the instructor should demonstrate the extent of the concealment offered by this firing position. Students grouped underneath the platform. Instructor mounts the platform and adopts the correct position, aiming as though to fire into chest of each student in turn. Firing practice No. 11. Outdoors. .32 Colt. Targets: 3 full figure and 2 hand and shoulders. Range: maximum 35 yards. No. Of rounds: 6. Attack in the open. The object of this practice is to develop speed in closing to attack the enemy. The targets are in view from a distance of approximately 35 yards. Magazine is loaded with 6 rounds. The student advances 2 or 3 yards, adopts the prone position and fires 1 round at a full figure target. He then rises quickly, runs to 20 yards, deals with another full figure target, from the standing long range position. Then, without hesitation, he moves very fast to close quarters and deals with the remaining 2 targets from the normal firing position. Note: speed in attack, shooting and adoption of firing position must be emphasized throughout. The sequence of this practice can of course be varied to suit the ground. If possible, the starting point should be in a position where the student can advance to cover for his first shot. The close quarter targets should be wide apart to give maximum right and left turn. Firing practice No. 12. Outdoors. .32 Colt. Targets: is for practice No. 11. No. Of rounds: 6. This practice is a repetition of firing practice No. 11. V. Firing practice No. 13. Outdoors. .32 Colt. Stock course: 6. Targets: No. Of rounds 14. Note: the object of the stock course is to provide targets at distances which would be involved in actual combat so that the student is forced to decide, immediately, the correct position for dealing with the target. The targets should also be on different levels. In order to obtain the maximum benefit from the course, an endeavor should be made to present practical problems which will emphasize the principles already stressed throughout the pistol course. If the student deals with the situation presented satisfactorily, his successes will increase his confidence in his ability to overcome other situations. It will teach him to expect them and to find an immediate remedy. The student who is caught out, or who does the wrong thing, is shown what he should have done and why. He, also, will have an idea of what to expect and is encouraged to improve his ability. In proceeding round the course, the student will use his knowledge of fieldcraft. He will have been previously taught the correct method of stocking in a preliminary practice under the fieldcraft syllabus. There is a tendency to make the stock course a test of fieldcraft, where, if the student's powers of observation are not acute, he proceeds round the course without firing a shot. This is not the intention. The stock course is a shooting practice where all the emphasis on speed in attack, control of position in wide fast turns, the necessity for alternative positions to deal with middle distance and awkward targets, is shown in a practical way. If necessary, he should be frightened onto a target which hasn't been seen so that he reacts almost without thinking. He must be forced to move fast in killing a target and prevented from deliberate aiming. In the past, a system of scoring was used, where hits on the target received so many points. This is of no use in training as it encourages a man to aim deliberately so that he can return a good score. The targets should be painted to represent Germans. A simple standard design, not involving the services of an artist, is easily obtained and is most practical from a maintenance point of view. After dealing with the first target, the student will know what he is looking for, as he would if he was actually dealing with a German in uniform. When the students are grouped in the waiting bay, before commencing the course, the object of the practice should be fully explained. It creates interest if a story is evolved around the course with particular emphasis on the imagination being used. They are not shooting at targets but at Germans, who are armed and lying in wait for them. They must kill the enemy before he has a chance to kill them. 2 magazines charged with 7 rounds in each. 2 shots to be fired at each target. Reload with fresh magazine after disposing of 3 targets. Care must be taken when reloading, there is 1 round still in the breech. Remove empty magazine, insert full one and carry on. After dealing with the 6th target, unload, removing magazine and ejecting the round remaining in breech. When reloading you must get behind cover. For a few seconds you are virtually unarmed. The enemy will take advantage of this if you let him. After completion of course, instructor discusses with student his performance, particularly the way in which he has attacked the targets and definite fieldcraft errors which would have been fatal in actual combat. Period 7. The balance of 10 rounds with the .32 Colt is intended to be used on the street fighting course. Where this course is not available, an additional indoor practice at moving targets should be given, or, if time is available, an additional stock. Note: it is proposed to construct an outside firing bay in close proximity to all ranges. The object of this firing bay is to cut out the waiting period whilst the principal firing practices are being carried out. After a student has fired a practice, he will fire a further practice with a .22 under another instructor. He will then return to the original range. The firing practices at the firing bay will be based on the practices being fired on the main range as shown on the appended list of practices. In addition, drawing and firing from a shoulder holster will be incorporated. Fire'n G. Bay. It should be built in a safe place as close as possible to the main range. All that is required is a back butt of banked turf or sleepers with side wings about 5 yards long constructed of sandbags or turf extending left and right. Targets should be moving or bobbing, but if this is not practical, stationary targets will serve the purpose. The method of carrying out a practice with stationary targets is as follows. The targets, head and shoulders and full length, are placed in positions giving as wide a turn left and right as possible. They are numbered from the left, in the presence of the student, either by actually marking the targets or by word of mouth. The targets are engaged on the word of command given by the instructor. For example, on the command 2, the student attacks no. 2 target, firing 2 fast shots. The command 4 follows immediately, he engages no. 4 target, and so on. Whilst this method is not so efficient as a practice with moving or bobbing targets, it does make the student get on his toes, waiting for the word of command. Another advantage is that the targets can be moved to any position. In movement practices, to make the student familiar with a complete turn, he should be made to stand with his back to the target, charged magazine in the automatic, but not cocked. The instructor engages him in conversation, trying to take his attention away from the targets. In the middle of conversation, suddenly scare the student onto the targets so that he has to turn, cock and engage the targets in one movement. This is also a good practice for shoulder holster training. The battle dress blouse does not allow for the proper use of the shoulder holster, as it is designed for civilian clothes. In practice, it should be worn with the jacket off or over the battle dress blouse. The use of screens. This is an innovation, contrived by a well-known BuOyS instructor, and enables the range to be converted quickly into an alleyway where fast turns and surprise targets are easily arranged. The principle is very simple. Posts are erected at a distance of 4 or 5 yards apart on each side of the range up to the firing point. Wires are stretched from post to post across the range, on which are hung screens made of split sandbags extending to the ground. By staggering these screens, it is possible to form a corridor down which the student attacks. Targets are placed in any surprise position, and the student can also be made to surmount obstacles in his way through. This is the most obvious use of the screens, but they can also be arranged to form the walls of a room, and by incorporating a door frame on 2 supports you can include practices involving an attack into a room. Firing bay practices. There are a number of interesting points regarding care of weapons and gunfighting generally which can be incorporated in a short lecture towards the end of the course. Unorthodox lubricants. Automatic weapons with fast-moving mechanism and bearing surfaces must be kept slightly oiled to avoid overheating and seizing. It is more than possible that rifle oil will not be available to students on operations. In an emergency, the following can be used to oil or grease the weapon. 1. Bacon fat. 2. Tallow, candles. 3. Graphite, PT. Pencil lead. Holding up. Normally, when you are attacking into a room, you will immediately kill everybody in it. There is the occasion, however, when for one reason or another you wish to hold the people under the threat of your gun whilst another member of the raiding party is perhaps obtaining rope to tie them up, or the leader of party to interrogate them before they are disposed of. The normal firing position is a tense position which cannot be held for long without fatigue and consequent relaxing of vigilance. The best way of holding up is to relax from the normal position until the feet are comfortably astride, at the same time bringing the pistol back until it is held in the center of the body, barrel parallel to the ground with the elbow resting on the right hip. Then, Herd the enemy into the far corner of the room on the same side as the door and then back away until you are against the wall opposite the door. In this position you are relaxed and at the same time you can turn your gun onto anybody who makes a move, simply by turning the body until it is square to the target. Also, in this position you can't be surprised from the rear and you have the door in sight all the time. Attack into a room against armed opposition. This is the occasion when the enemy is cornered in a room and has locked or barricaded the door. He is also armed. Assuming some of your party are armed with stens, then two of them take up a position where they can crossfire through the door into opposite corners of the room. You blow the lock off and force the door open, working from the ground, underneath their crossfire. When the door is open, make your way in and your stomach, engaging targets as they appear. When you are in the room, the Sten gunners maintaining their fire follow you in, at the same time spreading their fire round to the main part of the room. In theory, perhaps faults can be found with this technique, but it gives you an idea how weapons can be coordinated in an attack of this nature. Escape hints. If you are cornered in a room with the enemy forcing an entry and you are armed, it is fatal to stay on floor level. As the enemy burst into the room, their gaze and fire will immediately sweep the floor level before they give their attention to any higher level. If you can get on top of a piano or pile of boxes, as high as possible on the same side of the room as the door, you stand a chance of escaping notice for a few seconds, which will enable you to concentrate accurate fire at the point where it is most likely to break up the attack. The enemy have cornered you in a room and are forcing the door in. An old ruse was to get behind the door. As the enemy rushed in, you were able to take them from the rear if you were armed, or dodge round the door if you were unarmed. This method is more or less worn out now, as police and other agents are often trained to fire through and behind the door as they are rushing in, to prevent anybody surprising them from that direction. A better and more effective ruse is to stand on the other side of the door where it opens. Get as close to the wall as possible. As the door is forced and the enemy rushes in, the force of their rush will carry them right past you and all you have to do is to slip out. Firing in the dark. When firing in the dark, never stay in the position from which you fired. The enemy will fire at the flash of your gun. If you are in the prone position, fire, and roll away to the side. Keep on doing this. Never stay still. General. The methods you have been taught during this course have been proved to be the best methods in gunfighting. But it is impossible to give a ready-made solution to every problem which is likely to arise. With your knowledge of gunfighting, you must use your initiative and, if necessary, vary a general practice to suit a particular situation. As an example, you have been taught always to fire 2 shots into a man when you wish to kill. The reasons for this have been explained and are sound, but there is the occasion when you cannot afford to put 2 shots into a man. If you dive into a room with 7 rounds in your magazine and there are 5 people to kill, obviously you can't give them all 2 rounds each without changing a magazine. You wouldn't have time for this and you would necessarily have to fire 1 shot at each man, keeping 2 to finish them off. Remember, also, as soon as you have finished firing, before you do anything else, clear your gun and insert a fresh magazine. You have been taught to ignore the safety catch on the automatic, always carrying a loaded magazine in it but with the action not cocked, so that you draw, cock and fire in one movement. The reasons for this are also sound, but again there is the occasion when to meet particular circumstances it would be better to have the action cocked with the safety catch applied. Again, you must use your initiative. Blank. Always take great care of your magazines. If the magazine is distorted or treated badly, the automatic will not function. Never store your magazines fully loaded. When the spring is under full compression for any length of time, it becomes weak. Notes for instructors on pistol training. Introducing the weapons and the principles of firing them instinctively. 1. It must be left to the discretion of the instructor whether the instruction in the weapons themselves, i.e., stripping, loading, unloading, etc., is carried out at the same time as the introduction to instinctive firing, or whether the introduction to the weapons and their mechanisms is done first and separately. An advantage of giving, say, half an hour's instruction on the weapons themselves is that the student is familiar with the working parts of the weapon when he first attempts to practice instinctive firing positions, and the instructor is free to concentrate upon these only, and the students will know by that time all such points as correct handling of the pistol while cocking, loading, unloading, etc. 2. The principles of instinctive firing should always be introduced in the form of a short talk, either in a lecture room or in the range. This talk should draw a picture of a man entering an enemy-occupied house or some similar circumstance, and should point out which of the actions involved in our methods are instinctive. The more amusing and the more dramatic this talk, the greater its value, but the instructor must always ensure that while the weapon is in his hand he is practicing what he teaches. Practicing the student in instinctive firing positions. 1. The student will naturally be required to practice the position before firing at the recruit target, and the instructor must make certain that the student has a grasp of what is required before he begins to fire. The instinct of many instructors is to put the student into position by hand. This should be avoided. Let him do it himself by verbal instruction and repeated demonstration. Here again, the instructor must make certain that his own position is correct. The only handling of the student which may be necessary is that of the hand holding the pistol and of the left shoulder if the student shows a tendency to let it drop back. 2. At all costs guard against keeping the student in an uncomfortable position while his mistakes are being corrected verbally. Before the student is accustomed to it, the ready position is very uncomfortable if prolonged for more than a minute or so. Therefore, always allow the student to rest if you have much talking to do. 3. It is unnecessary to dance round the student searching for mistakes. In the early stages of instruction, always get in front of the student, and see him from the target's eye point of view. 4. The instructor should have a certain definite sequence in which he looks at a student whenever he has a weapon in his hands, just as an officer is taught to have a sequence when inspecting troops. Each instructor may have his own individual sequence which suits him best, but see that nothing is missed. Feet balanced position, body, crouch and shoulders square, firing arm, whether too bent or too straight, wrist, whether correct amount of cocking and correction and whether remaining rigid when the arm is moved, other arm, whether resting heavily upon the knee and thus making it difficult to turn the upper half of the body, hand, whether in the center of the body and whether fingers and thumb in correct position, as a specimen sequence. Early firing practices. 1. Do not let a student fire while making an obvious error in position, unless you wish to prove to him that this particular error causes a certain inaccuracy. With the small amount of ammunition at disposal, every shot fired incorrectly is a waste. Therefore, if you see some fault when the student is in the ready position, correct it before he begins to fire. Do not be afraid to stop the practice in order to correct a fault at once, but correct the fault quickly and do not go into a lengthy discussion. Every time a fault is made, it becomes more difficult to eradicate. 2. When the student is firing, always stand on his right, unless he is left-handed, and slightly to the rear. Don't crowd him, and on no account shout in his ear. This is a common fault which flusters a nervous student. 3. Always watch the student and not the target at the moment of firing. By watching the student, the instructor should be able to tell automatically where the shots have gone. If, instead, the instructor watches the target and it is missed, he is not in a position to tell the student the reason. Analysis of faults causing consistent error on the recruit target. Right error. 1. Hand not in center of body at the moment of firing. 2. Hand in center but over correction with the wrist. 3. Elbow of firing arm pushed under and into the center. 4. Hand and pistol canted over to the left. Left error. 1. Lack of correction with the wrist. 2. Elbow bent upwards and outwards. 3. Hand and pistol canted to the right. Low error. 1. Firing on the way up. 2. Wrist turned too much down. 3. The same, with the pistol brought so high that the pistol hand obscures the target. High error. Unusual. 1. Wrist turned too much up. 2. Pistol comes up too high. 3. Jerking from ready position to firing position, movement should be smooth and fast. 4. Jerking the body back, or raising the body as the pistol hand comes up. Analysis of faults causing inconsistent error on the recruit target. 1. Loose grip of the pistol. 2. Flinching, with closure of the eyes. 3. Feet off balance, causing staggering. 4. Hand not kept in center of body. 5. A different hand elevation is reached each time. 6. The pistol is punched towards the target with a movement of the elbow. 7. Pistol arm not straight enough. The arm should be almost fully extended, so that the bend is only just perceptible. If a student shows an error which cannot be immediately traced to its cause, the points under the above analyses should be eliminated one by one until the instructor is certain of the reason. Faults in firing at moving targets, and at targets in varying directions. 1. When changing direction from one target to another, the whole of the upper half of the body must be turned squarely to face the new target. In the majority of cases, this requires a slight alteration in the position of the feet. This alteration should be a smooth natural action. Jumping round should be discouraged at all costs. 2. Both the footwork and the movement of the upper half of the body are seriously handicapped when the left hand is rested heavily upon the knee, as this is tending to lock the body in the direction in which it was originally facing. 3. Most students feel that it is necessary to aim off a moving target. At instinctive firing ranges, this is entirely unnecessary and will cause a miss in front of the target. The pistol should be pointed at the center of the target as if it were stationary. 4. A miss is also almost certain if the pistol is pointed in front of the target and the firer waits to pull the trigger until the target has reached that point. Apart from other considerations, a live target might change direction and never reach that point. Faults in handling. Magazines should be inserted with the fingers and thrust home with the thumb. It should not be banged into place with the base of the hand. General. 1. Unteachables do exist, but they are 1 in 1,000. An instructor should never allow a student to leave his school as a bad shot. His life will probably depend upon how well he has been taught this subject. If the student is getting consistently bad results, first ascertain whether his fault is consistently in one direction. Then go through in your mind the errors causing that deviation, and eliminate them one by one until the cause is determined. 2. Upon the atmosphere which an instructor creates in his teaching of this subject will largely depend the amount of interest which a student will take in it. If an instructor is not himself aggressive, he cannot expect his students to show aggression. If he himself is obviously not interested in the subject, he cannot expect his students to be keyed up to the desirable pitch. An instructor should try to create in the student's mind the impression that he is actually killing the targets, and should force him to shoot as though his life depended upon it. 3. An instructor should try to dispel the atmosphere of range practices, where it is incumbent upon every man to try to get a good score, and should impress upon the students that during instruction it is the application of fast, instinctive methods that matters, and not the number of hits upon the target achieved by slower or less practical methods. Appendix A. Machine Carbine Course. Period I. A. Introduction to Thompson Submachine Gun. Stores. Thompson Submachine Gun. 2 magazines. A. 1. Introduction. The gun is known as the Thompson Submachine Gun. Caliber .45. Rate of fire, 700 rounds per minute, and it weighs approximately 10 lbs. There are 2 types of magazines, the drum type holding 50 rounds and the box type holding 20 rounds. You can forget about the drum type. This is of no use for fast close combat work for the following reasons. A. It is too heavy. B. It is difficult to fill quickly and filling is noisy. C. The magazines are an awkward shape, making them difficult to carry without some special carrier. D. Attachment to the gun is insecure. The box type of magazine is ideally suited for our purpose. It is light, easily filled, and can be conveniently carried in the pockets or inside the blouse. You can carry 8 or 9 filled magazines distributed in your clothing without being inconvenienced in any way. 2. Magazine filling. To fill or charge the magazine, grasp it in the left hand with the ribbed side at the base of the fingers. Assisting with the thumb of the left hand, feed in the rounds with the right hand by pressing the base of the round on the magazine platform and thrusting downwards and forwards. 3. Characteristics. The Tommy gun has a short barrel and fires blunt-nosed pistol ammunition. It is therefore a short-range weapon, and by reason of the heavy caliber of the bullets and the high rate of fire, it is a valuable weapon for any type of close combat fighting, such as street and house fighting, etc. It is fired from the hip up to a distance of 12 yards, from the shoulder standing up to 50 yards. The maximum effective range of the gun is 175 yards fired from the shoulder in the prone position. 4. Manipulation. Demonstrate. Proving. As you have been taught, the first thing you do with any weapon is to prove to yourself that it is not loaded. 2. Prove the Tommy gun. Firstly, turn the gun over onto its right-hand side and grasp the magazine with the fingers of the left hand. Then place the thumb of the left hand on the magazine catch, press upwards and withdraw the magazine. Turn the gun upright. Grasp the knob of the cocking handle with the fingers of the left hand and work the bolt backwards and forwards 2 or 3 times, keeping the trigger pressed throughout. Leave the knob of the cocking handle in the forward position. The gun is now safe to load. Hold the gun at the carry, i.e., gun under the arm, right hand grasping the rear claw grip, muzzle pointing to the ground directly forward, at an angle of about 45 degrees. See that the bolt is forward, or, in other words, that the breech is closed. Turn the gun over to the right, so that its left side is uppermost, and verify the positions of the change and safety levers. The former must be at single shot, and the latter in the firing position. If they are not in these positions, they are to be altered at once, without waiting for orders. The bolt must be pulled back until it locks before the alterations can be effected. The alterations effected. Ease the bolt forward until the breech is closed again. Left side of the gun still uppermost, lay the right forefinger along the right-hand side of the trigger guard. Take a 20-shot magazine in the left hand and using as a guide the tip of the right forefinger, which should protrude a little beyond the trigger guard, enter the magazine in its grooves and send it smartly home. Invariably, pull down on the magazine with the left hand to ensure that it is locked in position. Turn the gun into the upright position. As there is nothing in the breech, the gun is perfectly safe and may be carried for an indefinite period without risk. Note that in all the operations described so far, the gun muzzle remains pointed at an angle of 45 degrees, at the ground directly to the front. To prepare for firing, draw the bolt back until it locks. Unloading. On the cessation of firing, magazine wholly or partially exhausted, the bolt remains in the rearward or firing position. If firing is not to be resumed, remove magazine and ease the bolt forward. Work it back and forth 2 or 3 times and leave in the forward, or closed, position. If the magazine is exhausted and it is desired to resume firing at once, remove the empty magazine and insert a filled one. The bolt being in the rear, or firing, position, firing can be resumed instantly. Note: all operations described under manipulation must be practiced until they can be performed, in daylight or in the dark, smartly and without the slightest suspicion of fumbling. Instructors should show how to verify by touch, in the dark, the positions of the bolt, change lever and safety catch. Students should be shown and practiced in the charging and uncharging of magazines. They should be informed also that while it is possible to put 21 rounds in a magazine intended for 20, a magazine so charged will sometimes not lock in position when inserted in the gun. Their attention should be drawn, therefore, to the necessity, before going into action, of testing each charged magazine in the gun to make absolutely sure that it will lock in position. If it is not noticed, as might be the case in a hurry, that the magazine is not locked, either it will drop out or the bolt will fail to take the cartridges into the breech. 5. The firing position. Demonstrate the low hip position. A natural crouched position of the body, left foot forward. From the carry position, the gun is raised until the barrel is parallel to the ground, the butt pressed into and held in the hip by the right arm. The left hand grasps the foregrip, all the fingers engaged in the grooves provided, thumb to the rear. The left elbow is now brought inwards until it is locked in position, as far underneath the gun as possible. The body is then over the gun with the head well down in an aggressive attacking position. This position is known as the low hip position. It is not a satisfactory position for fast close combat work, as it has been proved that you cannot maintain the forward elevation of the gun when turning tremendously fast onto a target. It is also such a low position that it is very difficult to deal effectively and quickly with high targets. The underarm position. The position of the body is the same as with the low hip position. The gun, instead of being held into the hip, is held underneath the arm, left hand grasping the foregrip, left elbow underneath the gun barrel parallel to the ground. Head in an aggressive position close to the gun. In this position, the gun is much higher in the body so that the left elbow can easily lock under the gun. This enables you to maintain the forward elevation of the gun when turning fast onto a target. The head and eyes are much closer to the gun and you have naturally more control over your direction and elevation. In the approach to the target, the butt can be held ready underneath the arm, with barrel pointing towards the ground at an angle of 30 degrees, left hand grasping the foregrip. To go into action, all you have to do is to snap the barrel up until it is directed at the target, at the same time bringing the head down to the gun. Alternatively, if the butt permanently under the arm is an uncomfortable position to carry the gun can be held in the most comfortable two-handed position and snapped into position when action is required. This requires practice. The left elbow and right arm lock the gun simultaneously. The shoulder position. In this position, the gun is used exactly as you would use a shotgun. As the gun is brought into the shoulder, the body is pressed forward towards the target. It is not fired from the upright position. This position is ideal for the man who is used to a shotgun or the man with very long arms. With practice, the gun can be brought into the shoulder very fast, and as the gun is in line with the eyes, it is the most accurate position. For a frontal shot it is slightly slower than the hip position, but, with practice, it is just as fast when turning onto a target. A variation of this method which allows the man with short arms to use the gun from the shoulder quickly, for close quarter targets, is as follows. Butt in the shoulder, left hand grasping the foregrip, barrel pointing to the ground in front at an angle of 30 degrees, left foot forward. To fire, raise the gun into the shoulder until it is pointing at the target. This is a very quick and accurate snap shooting method, and if need to, the sights can be used conveniently. Its one disadvantage is that it is an uncomfortable way of carrying the gun for any length of time. Note: having demonstrated the various firing positions, the instructor should assist the students in choosing the position which suits them best. All the positions should be practiced, but the low hip position should be discouraged as it has been proved to be an impractical position. It should be pointed out to those students who choose the underarm position that in normal combat they must be able to combine this position with a fast shoulder position to deal with targets at over 12 yards distance. B. Firing practice No. 1. The recruit target. Fig. 2. Full figure, field gray, white aiming mark on belly. Range, 3 yards. No. Of rounds fired, 10. The purpose of the recruit target. The target is at close range so that you can't miss it. You will see exactly what happens to every shot fired, and you should endeavor to control all your shots onto the aiming mark. The gun is not moved independently of the body. In the correct position it is locked, so that you depress your body to depress your shots. Similarly, when you wish to elevate, you ease your body slightly back. Shots right or left at the aiming mark are corrected by pressing inwards slightly with the left or right shoulder. Student charges magazine with 10 rounds and advances to firing point. On command, load, he loads and adopts the ready position. Gun muzzle at 45 degrees to ground. Without firing, practice coming quickly into the firing position whilst the instructor checks faults. On command, 1. Come quickly into the firing position, fire one shot without hesitating and return to the ready position. Note: this is repeated until 6 shots have been fired. On the command, 2. Come quickly into position and fire a burst of 2 rounds and return to the ready position. Repeat. Student, with instructor, examines position of shots on the target and discusses their position in relation to any error in the firing position. Note: concentration on the aiming mark should be emphasized as the principal aid to instinctive firing. Any attempt to aim must be discouraged immediately. Firing practice No. 2. Period I. Targets. Moving and/or bobbing targets at varying ranges and elevations. No. Of rounds, 5. In this practice we are going to fire at moving or bobbing targets. It is not difficult to hit them providing you are concentrating, adopting the correct position with the left elbow well under the gun, the head down and the body pressed in towards the target in an aggressive attacking position. In turning onto the targets, the gun does not move independently of the body. It is brought onto the target by the body and feet moving. The feet move naturally to balance the body, and the principal point is that you must get round onto your target with tremendous speed. and when you are round, your firing position must be correct. Note: jumping round is a poor substitute for neat, precise footwork, and instructors should not permit it. Magazine charged with 5 rounds. 1 shot to be fired at each target as it is exposed. Note: throughout the practice, the instructor observes closely every detail of the student's actions in attacking the target so that he will know the reason why misses occur and will be able to remedy faults. Period 2. 1-1/2 hours. Firing practice No. 3. Targets. Moving and/or bobbing, at varying ranges and elevations. No. Of rounds. 5. Firing practice No. 4. In dark. Targets. As for practice No. 3. No. Of rounds. 5. Firing practice No. 5. Targets. As for practice No. 3. No. Of rounds. 5. Note: practices Nos. 3, 4 and 5 are concerned with speeding up and teaching the students to attack fast and maintain their correct firing position although turning at wide angles. Practice No. 5 should involve an attack into the ranges used in the pistol instruction. The most common faults are loose holding, failing to obtain position with the left elbow under the gun, keeping the head up and not forcing the body into the target. These points must be continually emphasized. Also, the necessity of aggression and concentration in attack. The balance of 5 rounds will be utilized as follows: assault course, 4 rounds. Aerodrome scheme, 1 round. Machine carbine course. Sten gun. Period 3. Stores. Sten gun, 2 magazines. A. 1. Introduction. This gun is known as the Sten machine carbine. Caliber, 9 mm. Rate of fire, 500 rounds per minute. It weighs approximately 7 lbs. The magazine is of the box type holding 32 rounds. The magazine is difficult to fill by hand, but there is a simple magazine filler which allows the rounds to be fed quickly and easily into the magazine. Demonstrate. Blank. It is natural that you will compare the Sten with the Tommy gun, and principally because of the rough appearance of the Sten, your comparison will not be favorable. This is wrong for the following reasons. A. It fires 9 mm. Luger Parabellum ammunition. B. It is approximately 3 lbs. Lighter than the Thompson. C. It has a very simple mechanism and the design allows for simple stripping. D. When stripped it is easily concealed. E. The gun is fired dry. You do not have to keep the working parts oiled. F. Immersion in water, mud or sand does not interfere with the firing of the gun. The advantages of all these points are obvious. 2. Characteristics. The Sten is ideally suited for all types of close combat fighting. The lightness and design of the gun enable it to be used with extreme speed from the shoulder at all ranges. The maximum effective range is approximately 175 yards. 3. Manipulation. To prove. Hold the gun at the carry, i.e. gun under the arm, right hand round the pistol grip, muzzle pointing to the ground directly forward at an angle of about 45 degrees. Remove the magazine by grasping it with the fingers of the left hand and at the same time pressing the magazine catch which is on the top of the magazine housing. Then, turning the gun over to the left, work the bolt backwards and forwards 2 or 3 times and leave it in the forward position. To load. Gun in, carry, position. With the left hand draw back the bolt and engage the cocking handle in the safety notch. Then turn the gun over to the right so that the left side is uppermost and verify the position of the change stud. This should be at single shot. See that it is, by pressing the stud inwards from left to right. Turn the gun upright. With the left hand insert the loaded magazine into the magazine housing, sending it smartly home and invariably pull away to make sure it is locked in position. To prepare for firing, disengage the cocking handle from the safety notch and ease the bolt forward until it stops in the cocked or firing position. Unloading. As for proving stoppages. Should a stoppage occur during firing, the first thing to do is to withdraw the bolt and engage the cocking handle in the safety notch. Then, remove the magazine and examine the breech to see the cause of stoppage. If there is an empty case or any other obstruction, shake it out, replace your magazine, ease the bolt into the cocked position and carry on firing. Note: before replacing magazine, make sure that the top round is correctly positioned, otherwise another stoppage will immediately occur. Firing position. Owing to the light weight and the design of the gun, the normal man can engage targets efficiently, at close quarters, firing from the shoulder. With practice, the gun can be brought into the shoulder firing position as fast as into the hip, and as it is the more accurate position, it should be used for firing at all ranges, except at very close quarters, when a fast hip position is the most convenient. The shoulder position is adopted in the same way as the Thompson, except that, as the Sten possesses no front grip, the left hand should grasp the cooling cylinder, taking care that thumb and forefinger are definitely in contact with the front edge of the cylinder, or that the little finger bears hard up against the foresight. With any other grip, the ejector cut is liable to be blocked by the hand, causing a stoppage and most probably damaged fingers. In prone shooting, the left hand may be placed in front of the trigger guard, but great care must be taken to keep the fingers below the line of travel of the recoiling cocking handle. On no account must this gun be grasped by the magazine during firing. Practice firing position. Firing practice. Noel. Targets. Moving and/or bobbing targets at various ranges and levels. No. Of rounds. 6. In this practice, 1 round will be fired at each target as it appears. Student charges magazine and advances to firing point. On command, load, he loads and adopts the ready position. Targets are attacked with extreme speed as they appear. Note: emphasize speed in attack. The body must be pressed towards the target so that shots drive deep into the target. Period. IV. Firing practice. No. 2. Targets. As for practice. No. 1. In darkness. No. Of rounds. 6. This practice is carried out in the same way as practice. No. 1, except that it is fired in darkness, as in pistol practices. Firing practice. No. 3. Targets. As for practice. No. 1. No. Of rounds. 6. In this practice, introduce movement by attacking into the range. Period V. Firing practice No. 4. Targets. Stock course, and spraying target. No. Of rounds. Stocking. 8 spraying. 7. The stock with the sten is carried out in the same way as with the pistol, emphasizing fast attack and avoiding any attempt to take deliberate aim. 2 magazines are carried, one charged with 8 rounds and one with 7 rounds. The 8-round magazine is used on the stock, on completion of which the student immediately gets down behind cover and changes his magazine, inserting the second one holding 7 rounds. He then engages the spraying target. Note: spraying practice. The object of this is to practice the secondary purpose of the gun. Firing is to be done standing up, from the shoulder, at a plain white stream of painted canvas 7 yards long, 5 feet high, without aiming mark. The gun is traversed back and forth from one extremity of the screen to the other. Students should be warned of the tendency to shoot low at either extremity of the traverse, and firing should be done as rapidly as possible. Period V. Firing practice No. 5. Targets. Stock course. No. Of rounds. 12. This is a further stocking practice. Targets should be in a different position from the previous stock, and students will be told to fire 2 fast shots at the close-range targets in the same way as they fire double shots with the pistol. Blank. After a student has fired a practice, he will proceed immediately to the lecture room or other convenient place, where he will carry out the following practice under another instructor. Period 2. Practice. Loading and unloading with speed. Magazine filling tests. Blank. Note: stripping will be demonstrated and practiced during the general stripping period. Special worn springs will be kept and used solely for this purpose, and on no account will good condition springs be used. Our own method of assembling should be taught and practiced. It is faster and does not rely on the use of any tools or implements, and is therefore the most practical method to teach students. As a secondary method only, for those students who are unable to cope with our own method, the use of a nail to assist the spring into position should be shown. Period 3. Stripping and assembling tasks. Note: as a variation and a test of knowledge, 2 or 3 weapons can be stripped by the instructor and the parts mixed together. Student reassembles. Period IV. Further study of foreign weapons and spotting faults in sabotaged weapons. Note: instructor interferes with gun in some way so that it will not operate. For example, remove firing pin or assemble incorrectly. Period V. Spare for expenditure of balance of .22 ammunition if necessary. Appendix V. Foreign weapons. This subject is of great importance, and in view of the large number of weapons and the difficulty of housing them, a special establishment has been opened at which a course is run designed to suit the particular nationality of the students. All students receive instruction in German weapons and in the weapons of their particular country, and in addition are taught how to recognize the various types of ammunition used on the continent. The object of the course is to teach students enough about the weapons which they are most likely to encounter in the field so that they can recognize them, select the correct ammunition, and put them into use immediately. It is not intended to make students into armorers. During the course, students are given the opportunity of firing a number of the more common weapons. Foreign Weapon Training Syllabus. Period No. 1. 1/4 hours. Introductory talk to students. A. Object of foreign weapons training. B. Safety precautions to be observed. Lecture and practical. Foreign automatic pistol calibers and ammunition. Recognition, characteristics, location and weapons using the following types of SL. Pistol ammunition. A. I. .22, or Flobert, long and short. E. .25, or 6.35 mm. E. .32, A. C. P. or 7.65 mm. IV. 7.65 Parabellum. V. 9 mm. Parabellum. V. .30, or 7.63 mm. Mauser. V. 9 mm. Mauser Magnum. V. .380, A. C. P. or 9 mm. Short. X. 9 mm. Long or 9 mm. Browning. X. .45, A. C. P. or 11 mm. She. .38, A. C. P. She. Any particular type peculiar to the nationality of the students. B. Methods of distinguishing from certain common obsolescent types. C. Continental commercial ammunition in two qualities, first quality and export quality. Export quality often defective or unreliable. Examples and general recognition. Period No. 2. 45 minutes. Lecture and practical. German Army pistols. Characteristics, location, stripping and handling of. I. German Imperial Service Revolver. E. Mauser Military Model, 7.63 mm. and 9 mm. Parabellum. E. Lugers, all models. Period No. 3. 30 minutes. Lecture and practical. Other German pistols. I. Government issues to Luftwaffe, Gestapo, etc. E. Commercial types common to the continent. Specimens of almost all types available. Period No. 4. 45 minutes. Firing practice, German pistols. I. Army pistols. E. Representatives commercial and issue pistols as selected by students. E. Demonstration by instructor of effect of sawn-off shotgun as an emergency weapon. Period No. 5. 45 minutes. Lectures and practical. German machine carbines. Characteristics, location, stripping and handling of. I. Bergmann MP. 18I. E. Schmeisser MP. 28-2. E. Mauser MP. IV. Steyr Solothurn MP. V. Neuhausen MP. V. Irma MP. V. MP. 38. Period No. 6. 30 minutes. Lecture and practical. A. German Army rifles. Characteristics, location and handling of. I. Mannlicher Model, 88. E. Mauser Model, 98 rifle and carbine. E. Mauser Einheitsgewehr. B. Garand SL. Rifle. As example of military SL. Rifle. Period No. 7. 45 minutes. Firing practice, German Army rifles. I. Model 98. E. Einheitsgewehr. E. Garand SL. Rifle. IV. MP. 38 machine carbine. Period no. 8. 30 minutes. Lecture and practical. German grenades. Period no. 9. 30 minutes. Lectures and practical. German AT rifle PZB 39. Period no. 10. 1 hour. Lecture and practical. German machine guns. I. Spandau Maxim, 08. E. Spandau Maxim, 0815. E. MG. 34. IV. MG. 15. Period no. 11. 4 hours. Lecture and practical. National weapons of students. Specimen collections available for the following countries: Belgium, France, Holland, Spain, Russia, Scandinavia, Poland, Balkans and Greece, Austria, Italy and Japan. Period no. 12. 30 minutes. General revision. I. Weapon assembling tasks. E. Mounting and handling MGs under practical conditions in the open. E. Recognition of weapons and equivalent ammunition from a sorted pile carried out under supervision on range. Total no. Of hours, 11 3/4. 1.5. March 1944. Construction of fighting houses. The houses are built of rough timber as near to scale as possible and are not normally of more than 1 story in height owing to the shortage of material and labor. The situation is important as it must be possible for students to fire in any direction or at least through 270 degrees. It is an advantage if there is high ground overlooking the site or high trees adjacent so that a suitable control tower can be constructed. 3 houses are generally sufficient and they are placed as though forming a cul-de-sac. The impression of a street is achieved by building fences, gardens to houses, marking the roadway with sidewalks and erecting dummy lamp posts, etc. Targets are made to be either automatic in action or controlled from the adjoining tower. By using automatic devices, the aim is to achieve as much realism as possible and particularly to force the student to use the technique of gunfighting that he has been taught. Incidents can be created which will show him in a practical way the advantage of this technique. As an example of the foregoing, the following series of targets might be used. House. This house comprises 1 large room with 2 doors. 3 targets represent Nazi officers sitting round a table. The table is situated in the corner farthest away from the main door. All the targets are hinged so that they can fall backwards out of sight. In front of the main door there is a partition extending into the center of the room and a wire is stretched from the wall behind the partition around the end of it to a position on the wall on the right of the main doorway. A running target is attached to this wire. The operation of all the targets is by means of a series of weights actuated by a master weight on a shelf behind the door. As the student attacks into the room through the main door, he sees the 3 targets sitting round the table and he proceeds to kill them. As he is in the process of doing this, the running target races round the corner of the partition straight towards him and simultaneously the 3 targets at the table disappear from view. The whole action from the time of entry has taken approximately 3 - 1/2 seconds and the student has had the task of killing 4 targets during that period. The lessons brought out are, firstly, the necessity for sheer speed, and secondly, the necessity to utilize to the fullest those first few seconds when your opponent is motionless through shock of surprise. House. V. This house also comprises one room, divided by a partition facing the door. There is a charging man target which runs on a wire straight through the doorway into the street. This is weight operated and controlled from the control tower. When the student is about to approach the door, the target is released and the door opened so that the target rushes out with considerable force straight at the student. Having dealt with this target, the student enters the house. The partition faces him and on his right is a doorway which he has been told to investigate. This doorway leads to an underground tunnel which in turn leads to an underground chamber. There is a steep stairway leading down and in the tunnel there are various horror devices, seesaw flooring, spring flooring, objects hanging from the roof, etc. As the student goes down the stairs, the door behind him automatically closes, leaving him in almost complete darkness. The depth of the tunnel varies so that there is the impression of going deeper underground. As the student moves along the tunnel, a glimmer of light discloses a man standing at the end. He fires at him and the target disappears through the roof, leaving the student in darkness again. At the end of the tunnel, steps lead to the chamber. As he proceeds up these, a trap door about 10 feet above his head opens and a man looks down. As the student fires, the man disappears and the trapdoor slams back into the place. The chamber is dimly lit by a hurricane lamp, and as the student pulls aside a curtain at the entrance, he sees a prisoner, bound to a chair, with a Nazi standing beside him. He kills the Nazi and releases the prisoner. The prisoner is an SK dummy. There are steep steps leading out of the chamber, and the student, carrying the dummy over his shoulder, makes his way up these and eventually arrives back in the ground floor of the house through a narrow doorway. As he is coming through this doorway, he finds 2 Nazis waiting for him and it is necessary to kill them immediately despite his burden and his cramped position. Having dealt with these opponents, he deposits the prisoner and prepares to attack the third house. This brings out the student's ability to handle the pistol or Sten efficiently although scared and in complete darkness, and the ability to shoot effectively under all circumstances even when he is carrying a heavy object and in a cramped position. House. C. This house also comprises one room with one door. Upon entering the door, there is a full-length target standing beside an armchair against the opposite wall. The target is hinged to a post so that it can swivel. The chair is attached to a pulley overhead which is mounted on an inclined wire, which runs across the room to the wall on the right of the doorway. Against the right-hand wall there is a double-tier bunk containing 2 figures as though asleep. When a central control is released, the bottom figure throws back the bedclothes and the top figure sits up. There is also a trap door in the floor. To the underside of the trap, a head and shoulder figure is attached so that it appears when the trap is raised. On the left of the doorway there is the entrance to an enclosed staircase. From this 2 control wires run to the control tower. One when pulled causes a noise, as though somebody was running downstairs, the other causes a head and shoulder figure to look round the corner of the entrance to the staircase. All the targets, with the exception of the staircase figure, are controlled automatically from a release on the door. As the student attacks into the room, he is confronted by the figure standing by the armchair. He kills this figure and then turns to deal with the men in bed. As he turns, the chair is thrown violently across the room in his direction, and at the same time the trap door is raised to disclose the figure underneath. After several seconds, the noise of somebody running down the stairs is heard and the figure of a Nazi is momentarily shown at the foot of the stairs. Here the student is required to get right inside the room and fight fast, using his footwork to dodge missiles and at the same time to shoot efficiently whilst turning fast and engaging targets at different levels. Street targets. Whilst crossing from house to house, the student is called upon to deal with running targets representing men escaping and running across his front or running away from him. He also gets a momentary glimpse of targets looking out of windows. As he is leaving a house, he might find a man waiting on the other side of the door. All the running targets are operated by weights controlled from the control tower. General. To add realism to the exercise and at the same time to practice the students in forming a proper plan of attack, a short narrative is generally given in which the houses are represented to form an enemy battle HQ. House A becomes Staff HQ, House B, partly disused, full occupation unknown but to be investigated, House C, the guardroom. The plan of attack is discussed and possible faults to be avoided brought out, e.g. forgetting to change magazines, attacking into a house with a half-empty magazine, standing in the doorway and not getting right inside, etc. From the control tower, the behavior of the student can be watched and his faults noted. After having fired, students are allowed to watch and criticize other students from the control tower.